And good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Welcome back into the Dragon's Den. Uh, Wait, we're not in the Dragon's Den. Where are we at? Well, folks, we are actually here in Ecovate 3D. You might be able to hear the gym next door. Apparently, they're going on with their morning class this morning. So hopefully I don't get a DMA strike. Well, welcome on in, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. I think I'm fairly well set up. Sorry, I'm trying to move an anti-fatigue mat here so I can hopefully stand up a little bit easier today. So yeah, welcome on in, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. As you can see, we're here at Ecovate. We've got all their printers that are for sale. The printers I get to play with over here shoved in the corner. And we're going to be building our Prusa CORE One kit that arrived yesterday. For those of you that don't know, I've been working with Makesh from Automate 3D on the the Auto Eject Mark I project. And part of what he was trying to do while he was here in Raleigh before he had to leave was get various machines up and running on the prototype that he brought with him to Rocky Mountain Rep Rat Fest. Well, one of those prototype machines that he wanted to work on was a Prusa CORE One. He no longer is here, and the one that he had ordered had not come in yet. So I'm going to go ahead and do a speed build on this one. And by speed build, I mean I'm going to try and build it start to finish today so that we can get going and maybe try and get something else tested on this. While he was here, he got it tested and working on a Bamboo Lab P1 series, which means it should work with a P1 or an X1 series. He got it working with my Prusa Mark IV, which is the same build size system as the CORE One as far as the plate goes, but it's more of having one that he can test some of the other automation out with. So welcome on in, everybody. I hope the stream is going good. We're not dropping any packets. Yep, everything seems good so far. So this is a test with a mobile setup. This was the mobile setup that I was trying to do when I was out at Rocky Mountain. Didn't get there. So what we've got is one OBS bot camera, and I've now got a Insta360 that's sitting up right behind it that's also capturing a 360-degree view of video. So hopefully we'll be able to see more, and I'll be able to throw up some videos as B-roll of me spreading everything out as we start to build on this. I am pretty set and ready to go. I've got some chairs over behind the camera, so if I need to sit down a little bit today during this whole process, I can. I've got the iPad sitting right over here with all the instructions that I should be able to throw up on my MacBook. I've got a cup of coffee and the Digital Dragon 3D mug, so please go get some merch. I've also got some coffee, some Black Rifle Coffee Company here. I've got a couple water bottles ready to go. So yeah, let's get started. This is going to be a long day. The first thing I'm going to try and do is pull the box over here into view, maybe, and we'll work on unpacking some of this, and I'll get it laid out on the table over there so it'll be a little bit easier for me to grab stuff, and I won't take up too much room in here. So we got a thank you for purchasing the Prusa CORE One, assembly instructions, support, and it comes with the sheet that helps you identify your all your screws and stuff, which is good because I printed one of these out last night and then promptly left it at the house this morning. So let me set this over here in case we need to reference that later. Okay, we got our gummy bears. We will be munching on these. I'm not going to lay them out or anything like that like they suggest. We'll munch on those. We got our USB drive that'll have some files on it we'll need later. and 3D printing handbook, and our kit check ID. So there we go. We'll toss all that in there, and we'll put this over here on the side, and we'll reference it if we need to. And then it's just a matter of pulling all the boxes out. We're going to have to be getting in different boxes throughout the build. So each one's labeled. This one's the motor kit. This one is box 9, electronics. I'm just going to kind of spread them out. I'm basically working off of a 4-foot by 8-foot sheet of plywood on a welded steel frame here at Ecovate, which is another reason why I wanted to come and do it down here so I had more room and could spread stuff out. And that's why we're calling it a Maker Takeover. There's our CORE One PEI sheet, plexi set, box 2 of 3 for metal parts. So there's going to be 3 different boxes of metal parts, and we're going to have to be getting into all of them as we go about the build. Box 3 of 3 of metal parts, rods, electronics and chamber parts. So kind of, like I said, just work on getting this laid out, and as I need to, I will get into the parts boxes over here. We have the electronics and fasteners box, so we'll probably need that. The printed parts, we'll probably keep that a little bit closer at hand. Core XY parts, hinges, and HB set. And hey, Happy Manufacturing, how's it going? Yes, you appear to be the first one here. Hope you're doing well. This is Ecovate, yes. So I've got an Insta360 camera up here. If I got it set up in the heat of the moment, it is recording, so I'll be able to show the main area of Ecovate 3D. I can probably, let me see if I can't play with my OBS bot camera some. So here's all the filament and stuff. So they got a lot of filament on hand. They've got Polymaker, Bamboo Lab, Cookie CAD, eSun, Greengate, Capricorn, Recreuse, which is a company I believe out of Spain or Portugal. So yeah, and here's this big table that I'm using. Let's bring it back up. There's the Optimus, whoops, the Optimus P1 in the background. Here's some of their stock of printers. This is where they're putting out display models. This is my Prusa Mini and Prusa Mark IV over here. And next to that door back there is my Voron 2.4. This little table right here at the end has some projects I was working on at the Maker event last week, which is finishing out a Voron V0 build for somebody. And then Sandhills 3D brought in that Ender 5 Plus that he's trying to get clipperized. They've got kind of like a lounge seating chit-chat area. Sorry about that. You're going to get the tripod for the Insta360 in the way. And yeah, then the main front area there. So this is kind of Ecovate, the main area of Ecovate that I have invaded. So, yep. Hey Musaka, how's it going? And I do apologize if I have to keep looking in here because I don't have my big screen. I'm just looking at the laptop screen here and still trying to leave me some room right here to work on. Hey Shrimp Father, welcome in. Got you up on the TV at the shop. There you go. So that door that I showed you in the back over there, next to the printer area, that room is where they're going to hold classes at. And it's also where we are going to set up a content creator streamer area. So when there's a streamer booked in the room, they'll be able to have a rolling table that comes out that they can, we'll have lights up in the front corners and stuff, and there will be a screen behind them where they can show up their logos and stuff like that. And when it's ready for class time, that bench that we're working on can either be pulled up underneath the the TV to open the area up some more, or depending on the class, they can use the bench, or if they need more space, they can actually move the bench all the way out. And this big 4-foot by 8-foot table, they're looking at putting on wheels and then possibly constructing another one of these. So for our maker events here, we'll have larger tables that we can move around and work on. So yeah, lots of fun events here. Okay, come on. Air out. There we go. All right, and this is the big box. This is box 1 of 3 of the metal parts. So yeah, let me just move some things around here, and we'll go ahead and get started. I'm going to take my plate and put it over here with my Mark IV. And we'll get this box. I'm going to put this right under the bench so I can throw waste material in it. Try and keep tidy while I'm working in here. How's it going, Shrimp Father? Welcome on in. I hope everybody's doing good. I hope my mic's working well and everything. I don't know how it's going to work once the store opens at noon and maybe people start coming in. But we'll see how it goes. Hopefully not too bad. I will say, and I probably should have figured out how to market that this may be an 18+ stream. Don't know who's coming in, what language they're going to use. This is an open public environment. So I apologize if anything like that happens. But as you can hear that beat in the background, that's the gym next door. And the streaming room is going to share that wall. So we're going to have to try and do some sound deadening and stuff in there as well. But yeah, let's get started here. Let me switch views. What am I going to do? Is this one? Yes, there we go. Hopefully this helps, and I'll adjust the camera as need be. This way we can see the instructions we're going through as well as me and what's building. Tools necessary. So we're going to have a slew of tools. Some will be in the kit. Some I will need to snag and grab potentially as we go around here. We're going to need the bottom panel. Bottom panel found in the metal parts 1 of 3 box. So let me get that box open. And hopefully it's kind of, I was hoping it was in the layers that they are used by, but let me see if I can't get you a view over here real fast as I open this up. Which way am I going to go? This way? No, this way. Okay, so this is going to be the first box here, partially off the edge of the table, but this is our back panel. We will use this in a little bit, and we'll pick the back panel up, and this looks like top panel, some other parts. So this whole piece needs to come up and out. And I think I need this bottom piece right here. So this is the piece that we need. I'll set this stuff back in here. Try and keep it semi-organized and nice. I know I will need some of this later on as far as the packing material, because we're going to need the words on stream, sometimes difficult. We're going to need the to lean the machine back, and we want it to keep it from falling completely forward. Oof, that's a decently heavy sized plate too. It's pretty thick. It's bent sheet aluminum, so fairly thick bent sheet aluminum there. Let me bring it back around here. Come on. Here. You really don't want to see me, huh? You want to see what we're building on. Okay, so we've got this. We need zip ties found in the electronics and fasteners package. That was why I left that one out here. This is going to be the fun part. Okay, we got some sample filament. We'll, whoops, sorry about hitting the camera. We'll throw that down there for now. Alcohol wipes, we'll throw that down there for now as well. Seals and ties, not the zip ties. Small parts and fasteners, cables, zip ties, more zip ties. Same size at least, so that helps. Cable box 1 of 3. There's our tool set. So maybe we won't need to go find tools because they've provided us all the tools. Let's just get this stuff out of here, and this will be one more box or one less box that we need to mess with. All right. Trying to toss stuff around and not hit my coffee cup and spill it everywhere. So we're going to need some zip ties. We're going to need our bottom plate. How's it going, Bearded Printer? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. We're just going to set those out there so they're available and ready. Okay, turn the bottom panel so the bends of the plate are facing upwards. And what is beeping? I think the Wi-Fi just took a hit. Note the twin holes. So we want this facing us, where we've got our big oval and small oval facing us. We've got our 2 motor ports in the back, or 2 motor in the back, one towards us. We're going to insert the zip ties through these holes. There are some double notch slotted holes here. That's what we're going to put our zip ties through. And yeah, don't fully tighten them yet. We're just going to put these through. And I think it says it doesn't matter the orientation, inside or outside. I'm going to have them so that they're coming inside. I think that'll just be a little bit easier. And it says just engage them 1 or 2 teeth. So we're just getting them in place while it's easier to work on. And we will route cables through it afterwards. I have to say, at least it's some good music to, you know, it's energetic music. Let me put it that way. It's energetic music, which will help keep me motivated this morning as I'm working on building my caffeine intake for the day. Once again, we're not trying to tighten these down. We're just trying to get them lined up and ready so that when we start running cables in a little bit, it'll be a little bit easier. And Happy, I do want to give you a shout out. Thanks for all that help after stream and yesterday, working to figure out that deck panel for the roof. I appreciate that help and support. So this is what we're looking at. We've got our build plate with the 6 zip ties in it. Now we're going to need our 3 motors. And interestingly, it says they're in 2 different packages, which doesn't really make sense, but I guess it does. So 1 or 2 of them are going to be in the motor package. So there's 1 long motor, 1 long motor. The other motors in here are going to be your XY and your extruder motor. So we'll set this back over here for now. And then the 3rd motor, which is, I believe, the R, which will actually be, I don't know, left, right, I don't know. It'll be the frontmost motor. Left motor set, 1 is packed, and the electronics and chamber parts. Okay. Electronics and chamber parts, which is box number 8. And there it is. The boxes are packed in standard Prusa fashion, meaning very well packed. Okay, so we got our 3 motors. We're also going to need motor washers that are found in that same box. So we need the motor washer and a couple of printed parts. And they look to be right at the top here, so that's good. So we'll have our 3 motor printed parts here. We'll have our tool, and we're going to have the 2 plugs that I need to not drop on the ground. Okay, put the bed parts back in there. And some M3x8 screws. Now you have to be careful with your screws because there's all different types of screw sizes and types. We're going to be looking for M3x8. There will be 24 of them. And these are going to be, yeah, like we have an M3x8 screw, an M3x8 RT black screw, M3x4R, M3x4BT, M3x4RT. So that's where I said you really got to look at which screw pack you're grabbing and use the right one. And this was M3x8, 24 count. And I remember Nero, like, not losing, but misplacing certain things. So we're going to try not to do that today. I do know I'm going to need some tools. And on our tools, we have a Torx driver, a number 2 Phillips screwdriver, nail nose pliers, and assorted hex keys and wrenches. So always nice that they provide tools. So we're going to start by taking our transparent motor washers and these look to be just laser cut parts, and they're going to just sit right over the top of them. Like so. Then we're going to take our motor washer, or our motor mount pieces, and these are going to slide over. And you'll notice that you'll have the 4 screws here that we're going to mount to the motor, and then you've got these other 4 screws on the inside, which is what we're going to use to mount the motor to the chassis, or the chassis, the printer chassis. Okay, align all the holes with the parts. Yeah. Join the parts together with 4 M3x8 screws. So we'll grab the screws that I just took out. And here's where I may deviate. They've got hex keys in here. I'm probably not going to use the hex keys. What I'm going to do is use the hey.
How you doing? Just speaking to Beverly. Is she here?
She's not here yet. She'll be here at noon.
Oh, okay, just speaking. Say hey.
Okay, thank you. Yep. Sorry about that. Give me 1 second. I didn't realize I forgot and left the door unlocked, so. Sorry about that, folks. Yeah, so how's everybody doing today? Hopefully everybody's doing well. And what I was saying was, I think what I'm going to do for the most part is, rather than using the hex keys, I'm just going to use my own drivers. Just because I think it'll be a little bit easier for me than trying to do the grab a hex key. We might have to use hex keys in certain areas because of just space constraints, but I'll use my drivers as much as I can. So just line these up, screw them down. So I hope everyone's having a good Saturday. It's a nice day out today, which is good, because yesterday it was rainy and crappy. Rainy and crappy. How's the weather been for you, Happy? Because I know that storm system that came through here kept going kind of north. We're just going through and getting all 4 motors prepped, and then we'll maybe the Insta360. Like, I don't know. Did it go to sleep on me? What's up here? Give me a second to check that out and see if shouldn't have sucked that battery dry yet. Maybe it did. Where's... see if we can't do this and keep the party going. We're playing switch and swap on battery packs here. We'll see. Hopefully we can keep enough battery power going that we can keep everything going today. Because it's going to be a long day. I know I'm going to kill my my mic batteries, and I normally use the battery pack that I just drained running the camera. Which is not going to be good. It's okay though. I'm trying to charge up another battery pack for the camera, so hopefully that can get charged. Rain, rain, and more rain. Yep. It's, like I said, at least it is bright and sunny out right now. So that's good. We'll see how long that lasts. Hey, Kevin, how's it going? Hope you're doing well, my friend. We are starting the Prusa CORE One build. We need to turn this plate upside down. Once again, keeping our ovals facing towards us. And not throwing those parts on the floor yet again, preferably. So we've located the hole right here towards the front of us. We're going to take the Z motor right, and that will be identified by ZR on the motor tags. So ZR, and we're going to install that the motor cables must point outwards towards you, which is what I was going to be looking for. So I'm just going to lift this up and we're going to run that through. And we're going to try and get the 4 holes lined up on that printed piece. And we're going to do the other 2. And does it matter? So we've got ZL and ZL. I guess are the motor cables the same length? Yes, they are. So it does not matter. And motor cables must point to the rear motor side. And then we're going to lock these in with M3x8 screws. So what I'm going to do is deviate slightly. Because I'm just going to pull this off the front here, let this lay flat, and we'll get one motor lined up and secured in. Now when we do this, we are threading into plastic. So don't crank for all you're worth. Make sure you're lined up straight up and down. Start to get it snug, and then we'll come in and do the other side. So once again, we can keep the screw holes in line. Make sure you're going straight up and down. Two down, 2 to go. Okay, 2, do you have a Core One yet, or are you staying solely in the bamboo realm? Just trying to see who out there in the land is interested in getting the Core One or having a Core One. Okay, so that one's done. I'm going to turn it around. And the rear motors were all facing, the cables were supposed to be facing the back, right? Yes, to the rear. All righty. So these two motors, the cables need to face this way. So I'm going to bring it off the table so I can get the motors going in there a little bit easier. Now we'll move it forward. Make sure that our cables are going towards the front. We'll get our screw holes lined up and we'll screw these two down. You've been a Rip Rat Junkie since 2015, but the comments about VFAs on a $1,000 plus machine concern you. I can understand that. Any machine can generate VFAs, and yes, I have heard some of the comments about VFAs. How can I put this? The vast majority of people won't know or care. But I do understand and I get what you're going with. Yeah. Hey, morning, Zombie. How are you today? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, one of the things I will say is we unboxed the FlashForge 85X the other day. I posted some videos on all the socials about it. Yeah, give me 1 second and I'll see if I can find the print that they did on it. And because it did something that I think is pretty unique. Give me 1 second. Let me see if it's right close by there. They went moving the machines on me. And I don't see what I'm looking for. So you'll have to take my word for it. One, it does boat, right? Multicolor boat, yay, yay. That printer holds the 4 spools on its side and does all the print stuff here. They printed TPU through the that buffer system, right? It basically has a you'll have the 4 screws or the 4 spools hanging on the side, 2 front, 2 back, and on the top panel it's got a 4 extruder system that goes 4 into 1 at the tool head like an A1 Mini or an A1. We printed TPU through that, and last night they started a multicolor TPU print through it. Now I don't know what the results are, but when everyone comes in, hopefully I will get some of those results and be able to give you guys some results. But if that does multicolor TPU, that is a game changer. Why? Get the 4 holes lined up. Whoop. And make sure that our cable's going in the right way before we start screwing this down. camera. Yeah, I think they were going with 95A. I don't think they tried 85A or anything other yet, but I mean, that would be cool if they did. That would open up so many projects. Hey, Glendon, how's it going? Welcome in. Welcome in. Camera battery is low and is plugged into a power bank. It should be fine. It's okay. We're going to use that for B-roll anyhow. Like I said, it's the Instacam 360. It's a 360-degree cam with AI detection, so I can use that to create little snippets and on the go and some B-roll to post. So trying to learn some new tricks, and I think it'll be a good thing to have at the table at shows, especially if I start doing build stream type content from the shows, which is something my wife is talking to me about doing. Chewy has talked about trying to, like, he wants to sponsor sponsor another box turtle build at one of the next two shows coming up. So once again, you want these to be really snug, but you got to find that sweet spot of not overdriving them, because if you overdrive them, you'll strip the plastic part. These are being screwed directly into plastic mounts, so you are cutting threads as you're doing this. Okay, that part's done. Begin securing the motors, we did that. Installing the front motor, or I'm sorry. Insert the rod mount into the opening next to the front. Okay, we've got our front corners here. And yes, these parts have little tabs on them, and those tabs will key in. So you're going to drop it down with the hole facing up, because that's where the whatchamacallit's going to go in. So you line that up. I'll go ahead and do the same thing over here just because I have it there. And we're going to use the 13/16 wrench. So that is this wrench, and we're basically going to do a 90-degree turn. Okay. Which way do you go on there? You would go on there that way. Well, there's a screw in the way. Darn it. Guess I should have reread the instructions. I put a screw in that now is going to be in the way. So we'll take that screw out. Good morning, Liz. How you doing? Popping in to say hi. Well, hello, Liz. I first read that and I was like, it almost thought it said pooping. And I was like, if you're pooping, you can do that in the privacy of your own home. So you're just going to take that, turn it 90 degrees. We'll put the screw back in because we did not follow the directions to the letter of the law. I was reading through these last night doing laundry though. So, new studio. Not really built over bought. This is a Maker Takeover of Ecovate 3D. So, we're over here at the Ecovate 3D store. They'll be opening here in a little bit. But you'll see we've got printers behind us. We've got filament galore. And then the other way, stock printers and then display printers. The door that you see back there kind of in the center left of the screen is the classroom, and that classroom will also be used as a content creator studio. So we will be able to do some streams out of there. We may try and do mini streams during the maker meetups here, and maybe do some meet the maker type stuff. So yeah. So yeah, no, I just came and took over the store because I have a lot more build area to do here, to work on things here, and the store owner is looking for content creators willing to come in and do streams in the store. So we're just working on getting it set up. I am using a impromptu setup right now that I was going to try at Rocky Mountain, and that involves my MacBook with one of my OBS bot cameras, and I've got all the instructions over here on my iPad. Not as much screen real estate here to work with, but we're making do. Okay, so we've got the little rod holders in on the front, and we got those front two motors screwed down. Okay, now it tells us to set this aside, and we need to get some other parts. This is going to be for the base that this will sit into. We need to make sure that we get the right parts. These will be in package 1 of 3. Yay, because this is the package that has a bunch of other stuff in the top. So I will say one piece of semi-criticism at this point is pack the larger, pack the pieces from the bottom up that we're going to use them, so that it makes it easier for us to get to the extrusions we need, because these look like potentially the uprights. And then, yeah, here's one. Huh. All right, so what we got? We've got the one with a lot of the funkiness in it. This is going to be the front plate where screen and stuff goes. We'll have one with 2 holes on it instead of 3, and then 2 with 3 holes on it. So 2 of the standard ones. Tabs going to the left. That one. One that has holes on the flat side. That's the one we're looking for. No, those are uprights. There we go. It's on the part with the build plate. So this would be the second one that we're looking at. So the one that has holes right here on the flat. So those are our 4 pieces that we need. Let me, don't want to necessarily put things there because I know I'm going to dig them out, but I'm going to close that box. I'm going to set this up on that box so it's out of the way while we do this part. Okay, so we've got our 4 extrusions. Hey, Nathan Builds Things, how's it going? All right, thanks, Bob. Yeah, busy season. I understand that. You're going on the Polymaker stream soon? Okay. Oh, that's right. I forgot that Polymaker has some announcement stream or something today, right? Yeah. Okay, so we've got our profiles. We need spacer pen found in the electronics and fasteners package. That's printed parts. Electronics and fasteners package. Electronics and fasteners package. Metal parts, metal parts, metal parts. Oh, that's an electronics package. Metal parts. So the question is it in the electronics package, which just says electronics, or is it, no, it would be in this. Got you. So we need there we go, the 2 spacer pens. Here's our 2 spacer pens. And we're going to need 4 of the M3 4RT screws. Once again, make sure you grab the right type of screw because there's multiple different types. And by types, I mean with all the little letters and stuff. So M43R2. Yeah, this is one where we have M34R, M34BT, and M34RT. So we need the M34RTs. M34RTs. And this is where I know Nero was getting a bit frustrated with just the number and type and no real, I want to say no ability to organize all of them, but you've got to figure out an organization system for these, because once you open them up, it's just hard to keep track of them, and especially with all of the different types of small ones. So I need 4 of those. So we're going to take the front profile and one of the universal profiles. So we're going to take 2 of these and set them off to the side, so we have our front profile with all of our openings, and we're going to set that towards us. We're going to take this profile, and there's a tab at one end. That tab's going to go up to the right. When we slide these 2 together, this bottom piece also has a tab right there. That tab goes under this edge, so we're going to put them together like that. So they'll line up where that screw hole is, and that's where we're going to put one of our screws. And I'm assuming, since these are a button head style M3, that they're going to be a 2mm driver. Once again, the front flange is under this left side piece. So we're screwing through the top and into that flange piece. So there we go. Screws right here. That's what the flange looks like on the inside. Okay. So we got that done. Now we're going to use the one with the 2 screw holes in it. We have a flange here, so our flange on the next piece needs to be to the right and facing us. And we know that this is going to go over the top of this flange when we set it over here. So we'll set it there, and we're going to use one of our M3 4RTs. Tighten that up. And then of course we'll bring in our other plate. This side, no flange, goes over that one. The flange over here goes under, so I'm just going to basically take it like this, lay it on there. Start up this side. Hey, Da Vinci, how's it going? You've been eyeballing picking up one of these printers? Yeah, I wanted the kit because, one, I'm known for building things, so I wanted to do the kit. And my Mark IV I bought as a complete assembled kit, and I'm not going to say I was like upset or depressed, but it was, I missed the build, right? Because I built so many Mark IIIs, and I wanted to build the Mark IV, but I didn't want to wait the months for the kits to come out. And this time I did. So we're going to take these 2 plastic standoffs, and in the front we've got these 2 holes here. Let me swirl it around this way. We've got 2 holes, one here, one here. And we're going to push these down in there. And it's going to take a little bit of force maybe, but we got to get it all the way down in there and popped in. So these have 2 different mounting points. So we're pushing it all the way through so the cap is flush, right? And then there's another piece that's going to pop into this lower piece here eventually. So we get those pushed in. Now we need to find the anti-vibration feet and the electronics and chamber parts package. Electronics and chamber parts. That. Metal parts. Electronics and chamber parts. Anti-vibration feet. So just 4 L-shaped rubber feet. And we're going to need more of the M3R4T screws. M3-4RT screws, yep. Place the bottom frame according to the picture with the front profile, the one that has the holes in it, facing you. Peel off the protective layer from the vibration feet and stick them onto all 4 corners, and they're going to be all the way in that little groove set there. So do this in all 4 corners. Yeah, we got a few builds going on right now. This is the only one that we've got a semi-timeline on. Like I said, Makesh from Automated may be interested in having this available. We're going to turn this over onto our 4 feet that we just did. Once again with the front, the one with the cutouts that you can see facing the builder. Attach the rear side of the bottom panel assembly to the rear side of the bottom frame. Ensure that the front side of the bottom panel assembly with the 2 motors aligns with the front profile of the bottom frame. Okay. Place all the motor cables inside. So this will be slightly convoluted, and I am going to try and turn this a little bit so it's easier to see. So I'm going to do one of these numbers. And once again, the rear is the side with the single motor. So we want this kind of at the back. We want all of our motor cables in here not being pinched by anything. And out of the way. And we want to make sure that the base is fully inside all of these upright edges here as we bring this down in there. So there we are. Now comes the fun part. We've got it fully sitting down in there. Now we're going to start one corner at a time. I'm going to get a few of these out. And we're going to raise the corner up here and align the screw hole. So there is a screw hole on the outside edge. That's not the one we're worried about. There will be another screw hole just inside and lower, and that's what we're trying to line up with this front edge panel. And we're going to screw that in. We're going to try to until we miss. So let's try that again. There we go. Okay. I'm not going to tighten it all the way just yet. Okay. So it says to join it. It doesn't say tighten it all the way. I want to try and get all of these lined first. So we started in the front left. Now we're going to go to the rear right. So basically opposite. And do the same thing where we're going to lift this rear corner piece up and align that hole. And screw the two panels together. Okay. Move to the rear side of the assembly, the side with one Z motor. Okay, so we're just kind of working our way around the printer one corner at a time, raising these up. And it looks like it wants me to do this one and this one at the same time. So now I'm going to start locking these all the way down. Turn it to the side, make sure we get both sides done. We'll just keep working our way around. So we got both there, both on this side. Come around here, we got one on the left, so we just need to do the one on the right. Make sure that that one's fully tightened. And still missing one over here, so I'll go ahead and do that one. That way our base is now fully assembled. I get these screws back in there so I don't make a mess. It does tell me to take a gummy bear break. I'm not going to do gummy bears just yet. I am going to do some coffee though. So we'll do some coffee. Okay. Next up, congratulations, you've assembled the base. We have a base. All about the base, about the base, about the base. We're going to need some tools. Yep, we got them in front of us. Now we're going to need the power supply. So I'm going to take this, I'm going to set it over here on the metal parts box. Once again, being careful of my cables, that I don't set anything on a cable. We're going to need the electronics box. As this appears to have the Delta PSU. It's a nice baggie to keep for later. So one Delta PSU. Need a couple of M4x6 R screws. Here's the M4 by 6. Says we need 2. There's 3 in there. I'm going to take that one and just dump it in the fasteners bag as a whole. And the Buddy power cable found in the electronics package. Extruder part, Buddy board. LCD stuff, PSU cables, Buddy board, extension board, extruder, LCD, Wi-Fi module, power cable. You know what? It's probably over there. Probably over there. Good morning, Beverly. We are live.
Nice.
We are streaming.
How did you get in? I didn't see your car out back.
It's right there. I pulled there, walked around back, came in, and then unloaded the truck. It was easier that way.
Okay, I was just like, the keys to the back door.
Yep, nope.
No truck there.
Okay, here's, well, we're looking for the Buddy power cable. I have the extension cable, splitter cable. Buddy power cable. That's PSU cable.
The Core One today?
We are unboxing and building the Core One. Yes, that is the plan. There's the PSU cables. Power Panic. Am I just not seeing things? That could happen. Extruder, extruder. Ah, no. Fan, extruder, LCD. Huh. Ruh-roh. All right, we'll just keep going and we'll figure out that cable. I'm sure I'm just looking in the wrong spot or something. The Power Panic electronic cable. Oh, in the electronics package. Well, that's what I was in. I don't know. We'll find it. It's probably in here and I'm just overlooking it. We'll get that figured out in a second. So the PSU, we're going to slightly loosen, or wait, we're going to insert the two M4 bolts on the right side, and we're going to leave a little bit of gap. So basically, don't screw them in all the way. M4 button head should be 2.5. Just put them in a couple of turns. There's a reason, because we'll put this on the back panel and kind of some eyelet bolts and then slide it down. So that's why we're just doing a couple like that, or a couple of turns like that and leaving them open. Then we need to loosen up all 4 of the screws, just 3 or 4 turns on the PSU. So okay, all 4 of those are loosened. Now we're going to need the PSU cable. And there's the Power Panic cable in there. I just obviously cannot read. So we've got 2 power cords. One side has eyelets, one side has forks. We're going to be using the forked side for this part here. Okay, this is what we're going to wind up looking like. Red is positive, black is negative. Wants us to start with one of the reds. And the direction does matter. We want it like that, where the fork is lower than the wire itself, not the other way around. We're going to take that, feed it under the washer that's underneath the screw head. Make sure it's pushed all the way in and tighten it down. Now we're going to grab the next cable, do the other positive side. Same thing. Make sure it's pushed all the way in and secure down. We're going to grab the negative from that first cable, and that'll go into the leftmost negative, so the third post going left to right. Once again, making sure it's underneath and fully inserted underneath that washer and the screw. Tighten that down, and we'll take our last one into the last terminal. Make sure once again that it's nice and tight in there. Screw it down. Give each one a little tug and twist to make sure nothing moves. And there we have it. Is it legal to skip the gummy bear step? It says not to, but like I said, I'm just holding them in reserve. Now it does say not to eat more than you're told to. And if you're short in your package, go to the store and get more so that you have enough. I'm just skipping it for the moment. I will catch up a little bit later. Okay. So we got all 4 of our power cables plugged in. Now we're going to take our Power Panic. On one side you have a black connector. The other side you have a white connector. It looks like we're going to use the black connector to go into this connection right here on the power supply. It's keyed, it goes in only one way. It's keyed, it goes in only one way. Why is it not going in? Does look like it's a plug the power panic in, rightmost connector, yeah. Yeah, it's keyed, it goes only one way, so put it in the right way. Now we're going to take this, set it off to the side, set it right next to our base plate, right up there on the box. Keep the cables out of the coffee. Now we need the Core One Buddy Box found in the Metal Parts 3 of 3 package. Metal Parts 3 of 3. A box cover. And a box. We're also going to have a couple of other parts in here that I think I might just... Oh, I know what that is. Awesome. All right, set that over there. We've got the Buddy Box, grommets. Where would our grommets be?
We're in like what, 2 hours?
Yeah, about. We started at about an hour and a half. We started at 10.
Nice.
So we need the 19/16. I'm confused. Grommet, 19/16 millimeter. Okay, that's an interesting. We have a bag of grommets. We've got 6, 3, and a sealing plug. Come on, there we go. So, okay. 2 of a smaller size.
I'll mess you up entirely if I put more light in the building.
No, you're fine. 3 of a smaller size, 6 of a larger size, and 1 sealing plug. We're good. Hey, Shenanigans, how's it going? Thank you for the raid, my friend. Hope you're doing well. The store is opening shortly, so we may have some more background noise other than just the pumping and thumping of the gym next door, because that's always great. So we've got grommets, we've got that. We need the adhesive strips, and the adhesive strips are found in the electronics and fasteners package, so they're in here. Adhesive strips. Some more zip ties. Well, I say adhesive strips, thermal pads, and some M3x6 screws. These were M3x8, so we need the M3x6. M3x6s. All right. I think we got everything finally. So let's get started. We're going to need the buddy board and the extension board. Now they make several notes about only touching it on the sides, kind of like that. Just note that. So there's the buddy board, and this is not the expansion module. This is not the expansion module. Did I not grab the right module? An extruder. Oh, no, that's screen. Yeah, the buddy board and the buddy extension board. Both of them, oh, one's in the electronics in chamber package. That would be why. Electronics and chamber package. There we go. There we go. Okay, so I think we've got everything that we need here. We've got our assembly tool. We're going to start by peeling off our pieces of thermal tape. And sorry about that. Yes, I'm doing well, Shenanigans. Thank you. I hope you're doing well today as well. We do have extra thermal pads, or at least we may have extra thermal pads. We may need to use more of them later on, so we'll put those back in that bag. But yeah, we started about 10 o'clock this morning, a little bit after, and we are working on oh, Eagle's in here too. Hey, Eagle, how's it going? Welcome in. We're working on building the Core One because our good friend Makesh, he was trying to get a Core One and to do some testing and couldn't. Mine that's been on order for a while came in. So we're going to go ahead and try and speed build this in a day. So it tells us to take the white side of our things off. So yeah, we're going to try and speed build this in a day. Speed build just meaning we're just going to try and do it in a day. It's not going to be speed, but. All right. Get those down there. Now it tells us to attach the pads to the back of the buddy board. Once again, grabbing it by the sides, you'll see that there are marks on there, little rectangles, about where to put the pads. So take this, turn it over on this bubble wrap, and we'll take these pads that we just took the back off and line them up and set them down on there. Give them a little bit of a squish. And then we drop it. It's all good. And funny enough, if you look, there's three little depressions on the back. So it's going to actually heat sink this to this steel chassis. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and take the blue tape off. Okay. And then once again, holding it by the sides, we're going to line up the Ethernet port and all the other ports and set this down in the case. Yeah. Lining everything up on the peg holes as we go. There we go. Put that to the side. We can hold on to that. You're thinking 6 p.m.? Go for it. Do a poll for it. We'll see. Now, there's 6 holes in the board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We're going to do 5 of those holes. And we're going to use our M3x6 screws, I believe. Let me see.
Come on in. Looking for anything in particular?
No, just picking up our
Center the holes in the board. So it wants us to not fully tighten them.
Awesome. Yep, it is good to go. Were these two filled first?
Yes.
yeah, there were 2 more. There was a gold and
The gold, I think they were respooling still
okay,
because it came undone.
okay,
Oh, and there's a third one on here.
okay.
So not fully tightening, just putting a couple of
We can finish
turns on them.
doing it for you. He's coming in. Repair techs are coming in later. I have no idea how to use this device.
Oh yeah. Well, we live like 40 minutes away, so I can't come back and get it.
Do you live near Holly Springs? What direction?
Apex.
Apex?
Yeah.
I can drop it off to you probably.
You
I live
sure?
in Holly Springs.
Really?
Yeah, I live by Team Park. So I can meet you in Team Park or drop it off to you.
Yeah, we're right downtown Apex.
Oh yeah, I drive like literally through that like all the time. And
Okay, so there's 4 and
Yeah, in like a day or two if you can wait for it.
Yeah.
number 5.
And if you ever need like filament,
Once again, leaving this
if I'm
bottom right corner or the corner towards you
that area,
undone.
over by Team Park,
So
Yeah.
if, like especially if you know what you want.
Awesome. That is amazing. Okay, well thank you.
you don't know how to do a poll. You're a Twitch noob. Yeah, no worries. No worries.
Yes, and we still gotta sign up for the class too.
Fully tighten all 5 screws, but very carefully, otherwise you could damage. So basically get all 5 in, then go through and screw them down, making sure that everything is accessible from the front edge here of our electronics case. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring them down to where they're touching. Once again, you've seen me do this before on rails. One finger at the top to keep it, and then just using fingertips to tighten. And that way you get good feel for when it just starts to snag or the resistance changes. And then I'm just going to come back in with about 1/8 of an inch turn just to snug them down and put a little bit of pressure on that thermal tape that we have underneath the board. So there we go. All of those are fully tightened down. And okay. Now we need to install the buddy board. There's no thermal pads on the buddy board. So no spot for thermal pads on there, nothing marked. So once again, we're going to line this up. Your USB port, there's a hole here for the USB port to go into. So make sure that you orientate this in the right way with all of the plugs towards the top of the case. And we're going to line up the 4 screw holes as best we can. And then we'll grab some more of our M3x6 screws here and do the same thing. We'll loosely get them all started, and then we'll come back and cinch them all down. Second drop screw. And now this is the last one. I'm going to go through and just, once again, fingers only, or fingertips only, until I feel it pull tight. Go all the way around. Hey, Chewy, how's it going? And then at the end, now that I'm tight, just a little bit of a nugga-dugga, maybe an 1/8 of a turn. So again, we're not trying to compress or fracture the board. We're just trying to make sure that it's held on and nothing moves. Okay. Now, along this edge of the box here, there's these little loops. Not sure if I'm not going to get an angle, but there's these 6 loops here, and we're going to use our tool, this little curved ramp piece, to help guide our our zip ties in. So we're going to attach the hook on the assembly, or attach the hook under that loop. We're going to push the zip tie through the guide until the zip tie is in the electronic box. The correct orientation of the zip tie, the teeth of the zip tie must be visible inside the loop. So, in other words, the head here, the large extension of the head, is going towards the outside. So we're going to just hook this into the loop like so. Put the zip tie in, and it'll follow around the loop, and come back up to us basically. Well, it should. Get it started, get that out of the way. There we go. There's one zip tie. There's a pattern here that we need to follow, and it's the first and second. We'll skip the third. So skip the third, which is right next to the screw mount, and then we'll do the fourth and fifth, and we won't do the sixth one, which is a lower edge one yet. Oh, come on, you. There we go. So there's our 4 zip ties set up, ready to go. Set our tool off to the side. We're going to plug in the buddy extension connector with the free reg cable. So that would be the buddy extension cable. That one, I believe. So here's our extension cable. It's kind of a weird one. You've got this big red one down here. This is going to be a ground lug. Okay, so plug the connector with the free reg cable. So the connector that has all the different wires going to it goes into the buddy board first connector right there. And it only goes in one way. The other side goes into the big connector down here on the main buddy board. And once again, it only goes in one way. Like that. Leave the red cable free for now. Okay. All right. Now we need to put in a couple of our grommets. These are the larger size grommets. So larger size, smaller size. So I want the larger size grommets. And we're going to work those into these holes here. And you need to make sure that you get it fully seated in the groove of the grommet so that they are properly seated and protecting your cables. All right, just like that. Following steps, we're going to prepare the ESP Wi-Fi. So we'll just scoot that over to the side. There's an ESP Wi-Fi module, which is not that one. This one. Okay, at this point, now's a good time to look at your connector pins here. And if they need to be straightened out, now is a really good time and an easy time to straighten the pins out. If they got a little misaligned in shipping, just go slow, be careful. Okay, that looks good. So we've got that. We need some printed parts. The bed. That'll be heat bed assembly. Okay. This will be the one that we'll need next. We need the Wi-Fi cover that has a little Wi-Fi symbol on it. Okay, and a M3 by 12 and one of our M3 by, or a couple of our M3 by 6s. There's an M3 by 12. Eventually we're going to wind up with a whole bunch of open packs here of screws that are going to be a fun joy not to make a mess with. Okay, so we're going to insert two M3 by 6 into the buddy box. And this is going on the right side here where we put our zip ties into. So just a couple of turns to get them started. Hey Waters, how's it going?
He just did work. It's his day off.
Well, yeah, that's why he's on my stream instead of here at the shop.
He just updated a bunch of pricing.
Ah.
Well, I added it to his to-do list. I didn't mean you have to do it now.
Okay, so on our wireless connector, we've got a side that has a little lip on it and our two angled chamfered edges. That's going that way. We're going to take our Wi-Fi module, we're going to flip it over. We want the pins facing up. And we're going to slip it underneath the ledge and drop it down in there.
There's never too much filament. I say, either look it off my filament. Yeah. Don't mind him, he's just streaming.
Okay. Make sure I'm not interrupting.
You're not interrupting. He knows
There it
exactly
is.
what.
There it is. Okay.
He's gonna get so many fun guests.
So, and we've got that connector showing. And careful when handling the connector. Take the Wi-Fi cover assembly, connect the ESP module pins to the connector on the buddy. Close the Wi-Fi cover carefully, ensuring the pins on the ESP module are properly aligned with the connector. Secure the cover with the M3 by 12 screw. Put the assembly aside for a while. So
We do.
we're going to be plugging into this 6-pin connector right here
Bamboo retailer.
with these pins. So we're going to have to do this over here just to be careful.
All mine came from Memphis.
That's the problem with that rebag.
And make sure that these get,
Just have their own
all the pins get lined up.
Makes sense.
But if you got it from Bamboo, we can help you.
Yeah. I mean,
Push it in.
I mean, that I've had to.
And we're going to do the M3 by 12 right through the top there.
It's gonna go bad all weekend, and I'm gonna wait a week and a half to get it.
Yeah. And we also have nozzles.
And so this is going to go through that standoff that was on the board
Yeah.
and into the case there. So
They've been sold out like since the drop, you know, the consumer side.
There was a lot of tariffs, that's why we couldn't order it, like, Maker Center is full.
Yeah, it's a hot mess there.
Yeah, so our first order of HDs are literally out of truck on the way here now, and I pre-sold them
and
on Wednesday.
there's that module installed.
Thankfully, all the people I pre-sold them to are people that are regulars here,
Yeah.
so they've been like very understanding.
Yeah, but if it was your first one and you didn't, yeah, I could imagine that's.
Yeah, like, because I pretty much only, you know, open pre-orders to like our regulars in our Discord channel. So
Okay, now we need the rear cover and we're going to need the space here. So we're going to take this, scoot it off to the side, get that out of the way, make some room, and we'll go grab that back cover.
Shipping company wanted me to pay $40.
And yeah, the shipping prices, it's definitely, our stuff like Europe prices are changing, but the shipping for the other approximately shot up. The lot of ships. I was like, it doesn't, it's not just, it's rented
Okay, so this is going to be our back cover. It's got this, is that a serial? Yes, serial number sticker on the back there. So we're going to set this down. We're going to need some more grommets. We need a couple more of the big grommets. How many of the small ones? Two small ones, two big ones, two small ones, and the one that is solid. That is the block off connector. And some more of our M3x4
It does not surprise me.
RT black screws. You're doing laundry? Uh-oh. I did laundry last night, yeah. Okay, so position the back panel. So we've got the two ovals on the side, the center hole, and the one on the left is a little bit higher. And basically put your fan ducts away from you. Insert the sealing plug into the center hole. The sealing plug is not symmetrical. Insert the side with the smaller diameter facing downward. So this is what they're talking about non-symmetrical. So I don't know if I can get that close enough to the camera for you to realize. So I'm just going to lift this up and we're going to put this blocking, plugging hole right there in the back. Make sure it's fully through. Dump all my other grommets out because why not? Insert the one small grommet to the left side up here. So small grommet. So again, make sure that it fits fully in there. And then insert one of the small grommets into the oval hole that's up here at the top. So this oval hole up here underneath the fans. So this is small grommet. So one of these getting squished in there. Okay. So grommet right there. Now, on the left side over here, we have two ovals. We're going to put one in the top oval using our bigger grommet material. The bottom one gets nothing in it right now. And then on the other side, we've got one over here on the top. And we're going to put another grommet in that side.
That's a fair question.
So grommet, grommet, smaller grommet, plug. Now we're going to bring our power supply back in. And you remember these screws that we put in here? Well, there's some keyhole slots here. We're going to insert them in the keyhole and push it down. So we're going to take this lid in here gently. We're going to line the screws up and then slide it down, and then we're going to secure those M4 screws in, holding it into the down position as we do. We're going to keep our cables down out of the way here. Now we're going to do the buddy board, and we're basically going to do the same thing. We've got these screws here. We're going to do the same thing on this side. We're going to line up with those keyholes and then pull it down and tighten those screws up.
Yeah, I know, packaging is, no, you're not the only one, because I think the fast is literally put it in the wrong packaging.
So there we go.
This is one of the early batches, we worked really close with our R&D team, so, like, well, you're gonna be the one that has to.
Okay, now we have the two holes here on the center on both sides.
Surface you can find. We usually have surfaces somewhere. Hopefully.
Fix the PSU and buddy box assembly to the back panel by tightening two M3
Which again, don't
by 4 RT screws. Okay, so
real fun colors. I like the
I don't know if you'll be able to tell, but like right down here, there's a see-through hole.
lava, which is
That's where we're going to put a screw at. Same thing over here on this side.
orange to yellow.
So, and that's going to secure these to the back panel as well on the inner corner
That's
edges.
one of my favorites. That I think everyone's looks at. Yeah.
You want the orange to yellow?
It's fun.
Yeah, that's
It's one of my favorite things. And everyone's like, right? I was like, this exists.
why.
No one believes me, but it does.
I saw you had it right across the. Do you have their like small packs of ridiculously overpriced because it has metal in them?
No, but I have something that's coming called Virtual Foundry, which is metal PL, which is the higher quality one. They're a great company, as in
Okay.
making me test it and make sure I like before they let me sell it.
Well, that was gonna be my next.
There we go. Now we need to get a couple more pieces. We're going to get a printed part piece.
We can order in Pasta for Virtual Foundry. It's about the same price.
This is the PSU cover. So it's this piece. It's got larger and smaller holes on it.
You will lose some dimensional accuracy, but it would be like
We need some M3NS nuts. These are going to be the square nuts.
without centering it, because it will lose about 5% of its
We're going to need a couple of those and some M310RT screws.
So somewhere that percentage of cost is,
M3NS.
We're gonna have a centering system, hopefully.
Oh wow.
They sent us down back, we just have to sit down and we probably have to test it.
So you're gonna do the metal 3D printing stuff?
Yeah, so we'll do that. We're really excited.
M3NS.
And I think tungsten. Crazy. I mean, like weird.
M310RT.
Foam. This has this. So this is a foaming TPU that starts at 95A and goes down to 60A.
RT should be on the other side, and power terminal screws. I do have those out already. Do we have 8, 6, 4, 12.
It's one of those that you will have it's not like you're gonna have some trial and error. Because I typically do 240 on the A1 Mini, and I agree
M310RT. Whoop. One more bag of screws. There they are.
So I literally watch it for a minute and I just go up and down seriously because it's gonna either look like it's under until so you do to like watch it, but it's worth it, and I think it's really fun to do that. It's not a set and forget it. Thing with style is what people there's a lot of I've been 3D printing for long enough. Where everything needs to be like that.
When you see me toss packages over to the side, that's because, once again, I read through the instructions last night, and I know that I'm going to need those, so I will just toss them out to the side, because I know that they're coming up.
Yeah, this
Okay, so these are the M3NS, so these are the square nuts. We need 2 of those. So we got 2 of those there, and we're going to need 2 of the M310RT, the black screws, black button head screws. Okay. And then power terminal screws, which I have here.
Tell people is if you do have a large, you can't, it's a magnet, you can just stick on another plate off your sensor and just not try to.
We're going to take one of the red cables leading from the PSU and connect it to the first terminal slot right here. So I'm going to grab the leftmost red. Just kind of slide it down behind things. I'm going to bring this over, and we have a red connector. And
Did that for the first time a few weeks ago. I thought I was good, having never started it without the plate before, and it was down there.
so this we're going to use one of the power terminal screws.
I just kind of put a different plate on.
Yep.
And then I have a stack of plates that needs to go. It's like loading a dishwasher.
Yep. Yep. That's what I do. Just throw it to the side and grab it.
So I'll pick up a plate,
I'm going to need a couple of
plate,
those.
and not put a new one on.
So we're going to do
Maybe I'm out of clean plates.
Phillips head driver.
I'm absolutely that person. And then someone will go
Once again, your
like 8 plates at once.
your connector should be towards the bottom edge, so it makes an L like this to come up to the whatchamacallit, the wire.
For like a household, so yeah.
And you're going to make sure that this is fully seated when you do this.
Pricey, but you know,
think
get
I'm
the
gonna-
fancy filament.
Yeah.
Oh, I do have $5 samples actually to just
Oh, yeah. That'd be fun as well.
for like 50 grams.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah. There's also some
Okay.
conductive.
Next up, we're going to do the black PSU cable from that same pair as the red one to the next terminal. So another 9/32. Make sure it's in there in the right way. Magnetic tip on the screwdriver really helps sometimes. Here we go, and I'm just going to try and keep these cables tucked away. We're going to take the second red cable and attach it to the red cable leading from the extension board. Note the details. Secure these 2 cables with the terminal screw in the 3rd terminal. So what we're doing here is this is that red terminal. So this is actually bringing power up to the extension board. So we want to do these in such a way that, once again, the wire crimp is on the top edge of this flat piece. So this is flat. We're going to bring this other power cable down here, and we want the flat with the cable up as well over here. So same orientation, so we can keep these flat to flat. We're going to need a couple more of these screws. Thought that was a ground. It's not ground, it's power, because it's red. That makes more sense to me. Okay. Yep.
And yeah, just has a whole bunch of new GPU.
And once again, we want to kind of keep this connector with, you know, the 2 connector edges going straight up and down. So use a finger to hold the wires in place from the twisting action. Make sure you're tightened pretty good down on there. And there we go. That way you're in between all of the fuses and you don't hit anything, right?
No, he's gonna go modify the next round, but they survived a trade show on concrete for 3 days. So
I tried they've got a couple models.
Okay, so now the right black or the other black cable goes next to that, which would be the ground for the board.
Yeah, and he would have done an Ecovate too, so he was just like, yeah, we should have printed them in a lower, in a softer 2D.
I can't remember if I did 95A or 98, but I had the same quality.
95 is pretty much the standard. I don't, a lot of people don't actually sell, I mean, there's a lot of them sell 90.
Yeah.
If you're gonna
There's some
go,
people that sell 85.
honestly, just.
And then our power panic cable is going to come here, and we're going to bring it up the side and kind of wrap it around some, and we'll plug it in to the connector and the right orientation.
At that point, just get foamy and just,
And we're just going to route this up the side here
put your foamy at like 90.
and keep it nice and cable managed.
I've got some 85 and I haven't tried it yet.
It's trickier.
That's a little, yeah.
Oh yeah, like we've got
Okay.
down to 60.
Does it tell me to zip tie?
Tricky.
That's a
Make several loops from the excess cable above the slot. Range the PSU cables as shown, making sure everything is nicely tucked. So that's where we're at right now. Trying to keep everything nicely tucked in.
Those, I've won and we're free shopping for like the 20 minutes anyway.
It's really making you want to go build a printer. Exactly. I mean, I've been wanting to build this.
Oh yeah.
I look at the difference between models.
Okay.
The orology actually does.
Now we're going to insert on our piece here. So this is the printed edge. We've got the slope down here. So we're going to insert an M3 nut here. And then push it in and make sure it's lined up.
I can do the basics of getting my stuff for functional.
Do it on the other side as well.
Beyond that is where I wrote shot.
A lot of fun stuff, and then we'll be doing custom laser.
Fat fingers, small
Plates and stuff. We can etch
nuts, and
glass and goes on the print.
sloped ledge in the way. There we go. Did not sound right in any way, shape, or form.
We have an on-tap
Make sure that the
800 by 600. So
nuts are lining up with the two center holes. These outer holes are going to go over pegs on the board.
at some point, just because we're going to speak for them, and at some point,
We're going to lay this in there with the slope going into the box here. This is why we're going to hold all of our cables down here.
I know her. She's like right there. And I'm gonna be more too. I'm probably just gonna get like a coupon. Get like a coupon from her.
Yeah. Since you're down the road. Yeah.
I'm just like, you buy her.
Just going to lay down in there just like that. And we're going to take these two screws and screw it down in there.
He holds it. Fine, he holds it over her anyway. That's
Yeah. Yeah.
And these are going to go through the, just go through the nuts, right? Yes. Secure the cover with the screws in the outer, in the outermost holes. In the outermost holes. So these are going into the outermost holes, not through the screws that we just put in there. So these are through the outermost holes and into more threaded holes in the steel backplate. Hey, thanks for the follow, RC Spaceport.
I'm assuming that they figured this out and like until
I mean, Snapmaker had one that was wildly popular.
Who?
Snapmaker.
Oh, okay.
They had one that was wildly popular, and I was just like, Reality had one that was awesome.
There we go.
I've heard that they got better.
So once again, now there's our properly managed wire channel there. Everything's looking nice and neat. We'll scoot this slightly over to the side, and we're going to grab a few parts out of the other bag here. We've got a
So that's kind of, that is a thing made out of Albert idea.
a back plate.
Around patents.
We'll need a couple of chamber fans and zip ties,
It's great for swords. Anything other than a singular thing.
chamber fans,
Do the demo unit coming
zip ties we have out,
as a company swearing they have a good belt. Oh, cool. They're giving me one for free.
chamber thermistor from the electronics chamber, or the electronics package,
The thing is, like, if you need good adhesion,
and
oh, you just put tons of his stuff. Well, good adhesion's gonna stop here and then.
electronics and chamber. Oh, there it is. It's, maybe. Is that it or not? Nope, that's a rail. That's that. So I've already pulled that out. Where did I stick that then?
It's not much at all, yeah. I mean, mine was the 3 Max Neo, and so that's why he was great. I think it was the exact same.
Oh, no, it's the exact same parts.
Yeah.
All the parts are different, are the same. I think the knob is different.
Seals, ties, grommets. Not there.
It's a monster. It looks really,
Not there. Not there.
it looks, well, and it gets people who have never seen a 3D printer to walk in, because our original shop had a big, like, window in the front.
Chamber thermistor.
So it was, we have a window now, but it's so much just not that window.
So we've got the fan grill, chamber thermistor, zip ties, 2 cooling fans. We need M3 by 30 screws.
Never seen something like this. Is that it? So I called it my overpriced washing machine,
I mean, that works.
because that's what it was.
Yeah.
And now it's not really. Debating selling it or keeping it as an example.
25, 18,
There was a cosplayers, and well, it's maybe every once in a while because there's a lot of cosplayers
30.
that would need a board made and we couldn't use it. Because I don't want to sell it.
All right, we need 4 of the, or
But in this reality, that
4 of them.
I know.
they didn't seem to when I called them.
I don't know, the Bamboo's pretty good about it, like, Bamboo has a.
4 screws.
And that's why I'm really glad it was the first small business to be able to sell bamboo, because a lot of like, they're like half.
Let me scoot this over here to the side.
Oh, that's cool. That's great to see. That's
They
awesome.
all had to go to training and bamboo press us all the parts, and we have to keep a minimum inventory. Or we're like,
So how's it going, RC Spaceport?
but it is end of, it is.
I believe this is your first time I've seen you in here.
I mean, I like,
Switching over to some Black Rifle Coffee Company.
I stock a bunch of them. Like, I always buy like anything that I know, like, oh, this part breaks.
Actually, we'll move the cup
But it's always some like really
and we'll put that over there so it's easier to get to.
probably have, unless for some reason,
Okay,
like really random part breaks
so I think we got
across the,
everything there. We're going to take our
for some reason,
uh,
like we've had
thermistor,
things sitting here for like 6 months, and now it's 0, and we need like a 4th one. And this doesn't make
and our back panel here.
we have them, I swear. We just sold all of them in the past 3 days.
Back panel is,
And this is not a common thing. So now I'm gonna order double the next time.
yes, no, got the thermistor cable under the grid.
Yeah, there's a part, like, let me see, what is the part of the, what is the guilty party part right now?
Oh, the part that I had to. Well, I ended
Under,
up being able to fix
over,
it. It was the dual nozzle on the
Purge wipers.
okay, so
Purge wipers now, because everyone was breaking their purge wipers. And
inside,
That one, yes.
okay, so we're going to come this way
the parts that
and we
are
go
random, but for some reason everyone keeps breaking.
under.
So now I have tons
So we're
of
going to
stuff
come
because,
in these 3 holes that we have here. We're going to come up,
well, that's an animal. That's not a problem. That's like, I'll tell you exactly what.
get through there. get through there. Okay. Under.
And part of, yep, you're yourself without panels.
I've had to replace
That also
a
has E3D
number of
data back, so
I want to go the other way.
if you're
Hold on.
those.
What I'm trying to do is there's a nice edge here, and then there's a sharper edge, and I'm trying to get it where that sharper edge would be up against the.
Forever nozzles.
Um,
Never need a new nozzle. Yeah.
want that up against the fan. It
E3D is the
really
only
shouldn't
authorized
matter.
third-party, creator of nozzles for bamboo and for Prusa. So everything else is a knockoff, but E3D is actually authorized by bamboo to make third-party nozzles. So they have the obsidian nozzle and the diamondback nozzle.
Okay, so we'll flip it over like this. We're going to come
Great
up,
if you're doing a lot of break stuff and metal break. You can metal break for not hard. But the benefit is you're almost never gonna clog
down.
because it's diamonds and nothing's just gonna stick to it, so you're not gonna get doom clogs.
Trying not to bend and break things, and then back up again.
It's gonna wear out because it's
Like that would be the main reason. I struggle with knowing when the nozzle is the problem.
And really, what you want to wind up with is your chamber thermistor piece being fully out. So the full metal piece needs to be out.
the amount of time
And you can push it through some and just keep working your wire back. And if you look
it's usually
where it does the
a printer
the solder joint there
and it's not
should be able to be fully out, which means that you'll have that solder joint right where you're going to put a zip tie to support that wire. So we're going to take a zip tie,
easy, but it's not
go down on the left side,
easy yet. We're getting
up on the right,
close. But like, it's not a Star Trek replicator. And we're not gonna get to that. Like that's the part. Like print failures are part of life, and I think kids these days just don't. Kids these days they don't know that print failures happen. They insist their print is broken out of print failures.
and you don't want to like really crank down on this because then you could damage that wire. We're just providing some strain relief and keeping it from going anywhere.
Do about it.
Okay? And we're going to snip that off. You know what? Let me get some decent snips real fast. Bear with me. I just don't want to use the little snip edge back here. So we'll use some decent snips.
There, I think it's 170 for complete assembly. The obsidians, I think,
And that's what we're left with.
and it's like obsidian. I'm not actually sure what it's something super hard.
Move this and move these.
Told me what chemical.
Now we need to take our electronics panel,
It's something like the
flip it over,
obsidian nozzle, but it's not.
set it down here.
I'll probably do that on my nozzle one.
Yeah, they've got to put.
Gently.
They don't have the HDD one still under development.
It's doing all right. Nathan sent me your link today. Well, thank you, Nathan.
But it's also high flow, so it doesn't.
So you had to come and hang out. Well, I appreciate you hanging out.
There are high flow.
Appreciate you hanging out. Okay, so the side of the place and orientate the back panel according to the picture with it facing me instead of, well, I mean, that's kind of facing you, but I'm going to flip it around so it's facing me.
No, she's a print
And once again, I know why. So you see how it's flipping like that? It's sitting like that because of the wire or the Wi-Fi piece. So let me
is high speed. Yeah. It's
grab something that I can put underneath this kind of to hold it up and protect it a little bit,
CPU. Like that's not.
just so it's not sitting right on that Wi-Fi module.
You know, any real CPU, like the softer it is, the slower you're gonna have to go.
That was, I assume.
It'll be okay.
We're doing better than 15.
Okay, we're going to orientate our fans
Hey, how's it going?
so that we can't see the stickers and the wires are towards the center of the openings. So we're going to set that on there. We're going to take this one, set it on there once again with both wires coming down in the center.
No,
Get those lined up
So we're gonna talk about everything we can talk about.
and
That's good.
let the cables hang freely. Okay.
Yeah, that one. He's building a core one.
Now we're putting the grid on there with the thermistor wire facing down and the thermistor pin facing up to us.
Whatever I got for you.
So we're going to line this up as well.
And then one more is coming in.
And then we're going to use
Go from there. It's not.
the 4 screws, the 2 outer lower and then the 2 inner uppers to get all of these secured in. So
So I got 2 X1 carbons to loan ya. And then all your filament is ordered. Polymaker usually gets it within like, it's Friday, so.
Do you have any we can grab all of
Yep,
ours?
I got you some chocolate glass, we're gonna at least 2 of these. Okay. I got some here on the store.
and once again, I am working out of Ecovate 3D today, which is an open store, so you may see people going around in the background as I'm working on this. You'll probably hear some other voices. So just be mindful. And secure the fan assembly to the back panel with the 4 screws. Do not over tighten. So once again, we're gonna, do the whole finger tight, fingertip tight, fingertip tight, and then just a little squig more. And there we go. That's now attached. For the following steps, please prepare the rear profile found in metal parts box 1 and 3. These are these are the uprights. So I need to, So we're going to take this, set it over there, and I'll grab 2 of the rear profiles. Take 2 of the longer ones. Note that the other 2 longer ones differ by having cutouts. So we need 2 of the 4 longer ones that don't have any cutouts. So we got plenty of holes along the edges there, but no cutouts on both of these. You'll also notice that one end has tabs on each side, the other end doesn't. That's going to be a critical point of note. We need that. We need the nylon rivets, which are here. M3x4 RTs, we got those right here. 2.9 by 6.5 TS self-tapping screws.
There's 8 more of these in the repair room.
Ah, gotcha.
But yeah,
Okay, that's in this bag. Self-tapping screws. We need 1. There's a pack of 2. So there we go. Okay, so we got our parts prepared. So we're going to take this, we're going to move it out of the way. We'll bring the base back over here. So bear with me real fast. And once again, we have the wires, so we need to be careful of those. Make sure that they're tucked up underneath and not getting squished when we do this. And we've got the rear and the front. Looks like we'll need the rear facing us, or in this case, I'll face the rear this way. And we're going to take our rear pieces here, and we're going to attach these with the M3 4RT screws. Okay. So the side without the tabs is going to line down here like this. We're going to line up the holes on either side and secure that in. So we'll do one on each side. Where? All right. I'm going to have to, I'll come back to that one right there because I can't see it with that angle, so. All right, now I'm going to turn this around so I can get that screw lined up properly.
Familiar with what parts probably break by the end of this video. So yeah, and you don't need good kids up this way if you not pay attention. I know, I wish we could live a little bit closer.
All right, what is going on there? All right, that's just weird. I'll loosen this side up, which should give me hopefully a little bit more playroom here. All right, that's really weird why that's not lining up. It's like ever so slightly off, but. What is going on there? Okay, it looks like it's lined up, but it's. Let me see if we just have like a bad thread or something in that metal part. Okay. And this happens every once in a while. You do get, you know, plates that don't line up 100%. You get could it be that?
So you can at least get free. You got any markets? Cool. We know how much Army Red, I think there were 3 Army Reds and how many Freckle Blacks?
How many are in full box? 2 tens. So 16.
There we go.
But yeah, we're not quite the moment started.
There we go. It just took a second.
Cool. Feel free to keep poking around. Spend all your money on the claw machine, you know?
They won't run on.
She's fun. Yeah.
Oh yeah, so this is not next one. This is, well, sure, she went next. No, that's this.
I don't have my phone on. My phone's dead.
And they come with, this came with, a wider screen in this one. This one is, they added on with that one. 'Cause it's, so this is a new one.
Bent sheet metal parts at its finest. No. It's pretty good though. I mean, it's a tight fit. So what I did was I basically just loosen these up a turn to let the plate relax on the back side. And then I can get things lined up properly. These are pretty tight seams between the metal plates on the joint there, so, but we got it done.
Hopefully Monday, Tuesday. There'll be 2. Yeah, and the third will come on the next shipment.
Okay,
That hasn't shipped out yet.
so now we're going to take our back plate and we're going to gently place it up against here
Exactly.
and then line things up.
You know where Domino's is?
Yeah, they're right next to it.
Yeah, no, that's where I'm at. Oh, like literally could walk through.
You're like, yeah, right on.
So there's a little ledge in the backs of these panels, and that's what we're going to be setting this up against. And we're going to insert a nylon rivet and push it in with our finger. So I'm going to set this down. Well, we're going to lean into it so I can use both hands to open up my rivets.
You know, depending if he beats you here, I'll just send him with his chest down. Like, look, you have neighbors. 3D print.
Thank you. Or yes, sorry. You're catching me while I'm streaming. Words on stream are hard. Okay. So we're going to take these rivets and we're going to push them in by hand. So let me get one of these lined up and get it pushed in. And then I'll turn this around and show you what I'm doing. Okay. So plastic rivet, line up the hole, and you're just pushing it in. So a little plastic rivet, you're pushing it in until that cap is flush. And we're going to do this all the way down and around the backside of the panel here. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
It usually 3 to 4 days. Yeah. If it's from California, it's a little bit longer.
I don't know if I've ever had anything shipped from Bamboo from California, but I don't think.
It should be easier there.
There will be 1, 2, 3. There is some holes over here. We're not going to do anything with those.
So AMS tend to come from California. So yeah. But this would be easier. That'll be easier.
How's it going?
What's up? Need more filament?
Yep.
Looking for anything in particular?
I definitely need black.
Yeah, look at this monster truck. It's awesome. $50 a piece from Market.
3 more on the side.
All those grass in that? Yeah, that's this thing right here. Got it?
And there we are. We now have our side, or excuse me, our rear panel installed. Once again, we did our little plastic rivets, 4 on each side, 3 down at the bottom. There is a little hole right here that's left open. There's a hole up here and up here left open. We'll get to those shortly, I'm assuming. But this is kind of where we're at now.
Okay, so Polymaker has so many filaments. They divided the branding
Now,
and promo.
we need to find the splitter.
Exact same company, just new packaging. Okay. So and it's the exact same, and they're changing probably like paint promo, which on their website it literally has it approved. This is what the old name is.
I think I've seen that.
Yeah. So the brown box with the old packaging is just kind of.
Okay,
It's exactly the same. It's just the old.
so this is our motor splitter.
And I can also check just like the names and if they can give us the links. So if you're trying to color match, happy to.
I just had.
And we need the stepper cable.
They're great and they're good to us. Like they're good for the display.
Stepper cable. No.
We're excited. Yeah, we're an official showroom now.
And there's our stepper cable splitter. So we want to lean this back to do this next step. And this is where we want something back here to protect that Wi-Fi piece. So I'm going to move some things out of the way. I'm going to grab the printed parts box because I don't think I need that for a minute or two. Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's been a while since I've been watching.
So we're like this now. This is going to let us get to our cables. We want to guide the stepper splitter cable through the 3 zip ties on the left side, so over here. And
Don't nervous about interrupting him. He knows what he signed up for. Receipt?
No.
which side is which?
Almost there.
So the side with the sticker on it gets left outside. So we're gonna bring the end that doesn't have the marking on it, and we're gonna loop it in through our zip ties that we put in place. Okay. Then we're going to guide the Z motor R cable, which should be the center one, the ZR cable, through the same way. So through there, through there, through there. Darn it. There we go. So this is that one, this is the tail end. All right. So our stepper splitter cable and the arm motor. So our stepper splitter cable is going to go where the little cutout edge is here. So the stepper splitter motor, the one that doesn't have a tag on it, goes up at that top end. Right beneath that is the stepper R motor, the ZR motor, which the other half of its tag apparently decided to stay down here. Come on, you little. Okay. And then we're going to need our ZLs. This side goes in the top. This side goes in the bottom. And there's our 4 motors. So the splitter cable, the ZR, the rear, the left top, the right bottom. And now this is where we're going to locate these 2 spacers. And we're going to go ahead and put this up there. And we want to make sure that that Prusa logo is upside down. So the Prusa logo is on the back side here, and it needs to be facing upside down. So that's how we're going to install this. We're just going to kind of reach back here, align it on those pegs. I know the one side's aligned. Where's the other? All right. And we just have to push it in. It's going to take some force. Come on. Like one side's in or the top side's in, the bottom side's not. Be careful, you don't want to break this board.
It's really easy to print one, and
There we go. So that board is now attached to these 2 standoff clips. Sorry about that.
they're doing a Beverly Danville event next. So I'm excited. They won't tell me what it's gonna look like yet.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they haven't told me. I'm assuming it's gonna be some form of heat.
Now we need to grab the
What else would they do? I know it's not gonna be blue, is what they told me. 'Cause
the LCD cable.
the other people that they work with.
So this is really interesting. 2-part cable, 1 long connector. So again, one side has the sticker on it. And we'll also need the FE cable. The FE cable is an interesting one. This has like 5 connectors on it.
I don't know what they're gonna do with it. Multicolor, they won't tell me.
There we go. That's our FE cable. Put these back in there. We'll use those shortly because those will be for the bed. So what do you guys think about the build so far and the quality of the build instructions that we're seeing? Guide the splitter cable through the oval hole in the electronics. So it wants us to take this cable with our sticker on it, and we're going through the big hole in the electronics back here, and we're going to pull that kind of through. And that's going to get that out of the way. You're going to take the end of the LCD cable with the QR code, the side with the QR code, push a few centimeters of the LCD cable in with QR code label through the oval hole in the bottom. So we're going to take this and do the same thing through that oval hole. We're going to try and push this connector through. That is a box turtle.
Yep, that is a little
Yes, that is the armored turtle box turtle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, awesome.
So
Does it work?
bear with me on stream, folks. Does it work? Yes. In fact, I took my enraged rabbit carrot feeder apart, and I think that was number 6. I built 8 of them. I just built one at Rocky Mountain Rep Rap Festival for LDO to give away. And I'm maybe building one at Murph and one at or 3D Printopia as well.
Rocky Mountain and,
Yeah.
I think I might have to try it. Thank
Yeah.
you.
You're welcome.
yep, we call it the Rocky Mountain.
Okay, stream.
Because
I'm
that's
back.
all our people that-
This is the same size bed as a Mark III, Mark IV. God, what is the standard Prusa size bed? It's the same bed. You can literally take a Mark IVS and convert it into this printer.
Yeah, that's, I agree.
So it's standard Prusa build volume. What is it? I think it's 250 by 2 something. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Probably on the box.
It might be on the box, yeah. I just can't remember right now. And we're going to guide this end through all of our zip ties, just like we did all of our motor cables. Oh, come on. There we go. Just like that. And then we're going to guide this through the rectangular opening in the top. So the rectangular opening up here, we're going to take that and get it through there. And you're going to have to angle the connector a bit. There we go. All right. And we need 6 centimeters. Sure, that's about right. Now we need to lay our craziness out here. So you've got the one long end. This is end 1, or connector 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we're going to take connector number 3, the one I have in my hand right now that has the QR code on it. We're going to locate the mel fastener at the bottom, which is way over here. It's in the bottom just off camera. And we're going to slide this connector on there.
Discord, you'll probably get notifications of when some build days are, because we're gonna have a lot of build project days. When you join our Discord, you'll find out about all of our build and project days, because we'll have them. You sound like someone that'll have a lot of fun.
Okay, so that's fully on there.
Build, makes me up once
Hey, Kenneth E., how's it going?
work on it.
So, and welcome on in, Murderface. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. And once again, folks, I may be semi-distracted. I am streaming live from Ecovate 3D today. That's why you may see that I may have to stop to address a question that comes in from somebody that's physically here in the store. There's the Optimus P1 over here in the corner, and we'll do a quick, here's kind of their little printer setup for their display printers. This is over to my back right. And then the other way is the wall of filament. So they do stock Polymaker, Bamboo Labs, Recreuse, Cookie CAD, Epax 3D, Capricorn, and Greengate.
I really want to build a boron. Like that's my next. I want to do a V0.
We'll probably do some boron meetups here.
So,
That's the boron kitting he's built.
yep.
How many borons have you built, Luke? Are we at like what, 37 or something?
Well, I am at over 30 printers. I did a V0, two 2.4s, two Tridents, a 2.4 for Chewy. So 5, I'm fixing that V0 right there, which would be number 6.
I think you fixed like.
Rat rigs, VZ bots, Annex Engineering K3s. I just kind of build anything and everything.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And then there's the sad monstrosity printer.
Yes, the sad monstrosity printer that I need to bring in here and build next.
That's all
It's,
this guy does.
yeah,
Like, find your new best friend.
yes. Okay, so connector 3 is connected in back here.
I think just like at this point, just someone.
And then
Just come and just sit and work.
we're going to take,
I mean, that's, yeah.
well, that's just showing 3 getting put onto the grounding lug. We're going to take number 2, which is the round connector, and that's going to get shoved through the hole down here into our electronics compartment. Ba, 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 ba. There we go. So that one goes in there.
I get lonely. And bonus point if someone brings like a very nice dog.
Our dog is great with him.
Let's see. Take the connector number 1. So number 1 is the one coming off of the one that we just shoved into the electronics bin, and it's the longer cable. We're going to take this and go up the right side. So we're going to come through our zip ties on the right side here. 1, 2, where's the third one? There's the third one. Through that one. And we're going to go through the connector up here in the middle, right next to our LCD screen connector. Just like that. Now we're going to tighten all 3 zip ties on the right-hand side. So we're going to go ahead and tighten these. We'll make sure that our cable connectors here are decently in place.
It's gonna say APL is the thing, but look it up and I see ABS.
And we got an ad break. Nice. So I hope everybody that can hear me is liking the build so far. If you can hear me, you are subscribed to the channel. So thank you very much for being a subscriber of the channel and supporting the things that I like to do, which is build printers. We're going to take our snips and carefully cut the zip ties flush. Well, maybe. Cut the zip tie flush with the head without cutting anything else.
In all honesty, but valid. So let me see but I've never actually. Oh, I just have to enter the thing.
There we go.
That. Oh, yay. That was so much easier than I thought it was gonna be.
And then
I was like, I'm just gonna have to type some number on.
on the right-hand side, we're going to take connectors 4 and 5. So 4 and 5. Push both connectors through the leftmost hole and leave free for now. So we need both of these going through this hole. So we'll bring 5 through here and bring 4 through there along with it. There we go. So we'll just bring that through like that.
It's all good.
I was like, I don't think you paid for that
tighten all the zip ties on the left of the frame and cut off the excess. There's no need to fully tighten them. We're just trying to corral them. And we need to be careful that we don't kink anything or crimp the LCD display cables. So we'll just work these through. Maybe. Come on, go around. Kind of what I want to do is get both of the motor wires underneath the LCD cable.
Everyone's special treat filament. I actually printed a corset. I printed a whole handout.
Okay, so how do you keep this from wiping off? Because okay, because we use earrings and like I loved how glittery and beautiful they were, and then after wearing them like one or two times because they rubbed against my neck, like the yeah.
You could try maybe a straight layer.
We can try that.
Also let me know if that works out. Because
So
I don't know if this bracelet was built in the whole floor or the whole thing is it's got my feeling. So I need to understand. So this is big clothes and clothes in it, and that's why this is. So I wonder if it's
So once again, I'm just trying to get them relatively tight, not fully cinched down where you could damage a wire.
we have a QR code for
Problem is you're running a
Drew's website for all
whatchamacallit, a zip tie through these metal loops that
pretty much
you kind of get slack where you don't want it type of thing. So
flow rate at 240, and that's if it goes on an A1, and that's a decent baseline.
I definitely need to join your Discord because I learned about your store through one of our TA moms downtown. So that was when I came and grabbed a gift card for him. And then another TA
okay,
mom was like, hey, have you been
and we'll go ahead and cut these off.
very convoluted, but like I was like, this isn't the same place. And then I was like, it's the same place. We moved. Just moved. And I need to like keep up with life.
It's all good. No, the move is recent. We have a parking lot now.
And there you go. Let me clean up the rivets and connectors here just a tiny bit.
We don't lose cats. Well, everyone thinks we lost my cat. We lose my cat. No, he has one shelf in my office that he likes to hide in. And I was like, I definitely have to move him. Lost your cat. And I was like, no, he's under my desk. I know he's not.
Here we go.
Like he's in his office. He was just, it's easy to calm. He had eye injuries. I had to bring him in.
Okay, so now we're going to carefully turn it back up on its feet, leaving our cables available here. And we'll turn this around so that we can focus on the rear of the printer.
Yeah, you saw it, right?
So we have a few new cables back here that we're going to be playing with. We need some M3W washers. M3W washer and some M36 screws. Thought we had M36. We do. M36. Okay, so one washer, one M36. Now I will say that here's going to be the nice thing about trying to do this build in one entire day. The chances of me losing things are reduced because it's all going to be right here in this same area. And that's another reason why I came here and did it at the store. Because if you guys have seen the Dragon Den, it gets a little messy. And I tend to lose things in the Dragon Den. Okay, so we're gonna bring the number 4 connector, which is not the endmost, but the next one in line there. And we're gonna bring this connector up. Get that out of the way. Turn this around. Like that, I guess. Oh, dang it. Because this is going to get lugged in down here at the bottom corner. Okay, this is why we left this one completely undone. So, yeah, we're going to connect it to the X-Buddy using the M3 screw and that washer that we just did. So, washer goes on the M3x6. We'll grab our 2.5 millimeter driver. Get that out of the way, and we're going to bring this up and connect it right there. So again, we want a good connection, but we don't want to really crank down on that. And I'll just continue to tuck that wire up out of the way. We'll be zip tying that in a little bit. Let's see, number 5 alongside the X-Body box and pass it through the right side hole of the box. So this one comes up the whole right side and through the top of the box there. So we're just going to run that up there with everything else. We're going to leave that tucked over there. We're going to guide the stepper splitter alongside the X-Buddy box and connect it to the second from the right in the top row of the X-Buddy board. And so that'll be that one right there. So this cable is going to come up the right and it's going to connect in here next to that extension. So I'm going to kind of bring this over here like that. That. This comes up and goes into that extension right there. And I'm going to just take this and we'll kind of loop it around like that. Once again, we're going to try and keep all of our cables as nice and tidy as possible. And our connector here, this is the side that's going to connect, and there is a little like locking alignment pin here. That is what's going to be at the top side of the connector. So arrange the cables as shown, route all cables along the right side of the buddy box, make sure all the guides to the zip ties, place the LCD cable over the other cables and route it upwards. Connect the LCD to the slot on the right side of the buddy box. Note that the safety latch on the XLCD connector. So once again, there's a latch on one side. That piece goes up. So we've got to push all these other cables away, and we'll line this up there. And push that in. And then once again, these are going to kind of come up and over everything else. And we're going to take one of the zip ties, as you can see at the bottom down here, this one, and we're going to zip tie all of these together. Again, we'll do kind of like that. Whoops. And once again, we're not trying to go too tight. We're just kind of lightly arranging it.
But hello, don't worry about Luke. He is streaming.
Cut that access length off, and we'll be good.
Molly's on her way. She said she funny thing when she wrote her late.
How you doing today?
Recovering from traffic stuff.
So there we go. We did go ahead and put the LCD into that connector. And now we need to get our cover plate. That cover plate. And some M3x10 screws. 4, 6, 8, 2.9 by 6.9, 12. I thought we had 10s out already. Do we put 10s back? M3x10 black ones. Okay. Standard M3x10. There we go. Telling you, there's so many different types of fasteners in here. It's going to be a blast. We're going to have fasteners everywhere. So we need 2 of these. There we go. And what do we got? Remove the screw from the PSU board. Do not discard it. Okay, the PSU board on the left side over here, we're going to remove that screw.
A lot of stuff.
This is actually on the PCB of the PSU board. So there's that screw. We're going to grab that number 2 connector that we shoved up through here. Let's see if I can't route that around here a little bit.
If you see any big folding tables at the bin stores, tag it for me.
Come on.
The few that I have ever seen there, completely jacked up.
Here we go. So ring connector right there. We're going to take a ring connector, make sure it's in the right orientation as far as where the flat goes. And then we'll try and get the screw through it. There we go. Well, darn it. Say too much or not enough coffee. What is going on? All right, I'm gonna scoot this around. Try and make it a little bit easier on myself.
No, he's emailing in. He's answering emails. I can see his notifications, but he's doing work. He supposed to be taking, no one doesn't put in his own PTO request, his wife puts them in for him. And then I approve them.
Oh,
No, he doesn't put in his own PTO request. His wife does. He's like, yeah, watch tomorrow.
I hate these screws sometimes.
I don't know, my wife told me. That's the correct answer. Can't hold him to that answer. If I had a wife, and she told me to take the day off, I'd probably listen to her too.
I'd really much prefer to have a like a socket head screw here rather than this screw, but
I lost
There we go.
The guys aren't though.
That was painful. That was painful.
We got some new toys coming in.
Yay. And thank you for the follow. Was it Ruta Can't Fail? Okay. Welcome on in. I was just fighting with a screw and a wire to get that grounding cable, because that's what we've been installing. That's that FE5 is the earth ground cable. So we got that installed. Now we're going to take this Prusa cover, and that's the reason we have to put that at an angle so it clears, and we can slide this in, and we'll take our M3 by 10 screws and screw these down. And this will now cover up all of the mains and connections. Mains and our 24 volt connections on that side. And everything is now nice and polished and covered up. So, hey, it's time for more gummy bears. At this point, since I haven't had any, I get to have, looks like 10 gummy bears. And I don't know if you heard that, but as soon as I said gummy bears, Beverly was like, "You've got gummy bears?" So now I've got to be careful that she doesn't steal my gummy bears, because that could throw the entire build off. You can't take my gummy bears. They're integral to the part of a Prusa build. Where's the scissors?
Are you still streaming?
Yes, I am streaming. And I also have the Insta360 up, so I'm seeing everybody move around the store.
Oh, really?
Listen to everything he says. Trust me. It's wise.
Thanks.
Those gummy bears?
Oh, God. Yes, I will share a gummy bear or two.
All right, so this
There.
is the resin. All the resin stuff. So,
Let me see if I can find you.
Okay. So I've eaten the first, well, I gave three
The
to
process.
3 to the store owner and 2 for me. So I've eaten the first 5. So we still have some work.
you heard about the Hasbro one.
Hey, Hacksaw Dog, how are you doing? Welcome on in. So at this point, we've got a good portion of the back done. And this is what where we're at.
And we could temporarily put them under there, 'cause those two printers went on vacation today. My print farm friends ordered a whole bunch of printers and
And next up, we're going to be doing the heat bed.
loading them at some carbons.
So
Making them masses on.
I'm going to take this and we're going to set it down on the ground nicely for the time being, right next to me. Keep it nice and safe. And we're going to need to get our bed, which is in which box? In the Core XY parts and hinges set package. Oof. Yeah. So I just went to lift the lid and I was like, man, that lid's heavy. Here's your heat bed protecting the rest of your parts down here. So there's our heat bed. This is the Prusa CORE One. This is the Prusa CORE One we're working on. All right, so here's our heated bed. And we'll need the heat bed cable and the heat bed cable. Yep. Okay. So There's your standard Prusa heat bed, 24 volt. There's the thermistor pre-applied. And yeah, it's 250 by 210. So 250 in the X, 210 in the Y. Some M3 by 10 RT screws. M3 by 10 RT screws. We need 2 of these. We need, oh, come on, darn it.
I'm just making sure that they made sure I had to make that clear.
M3 NN, so these will be locking nuts.
And then I'll need all the info too on how I can adjust it.
We've already got, so we've already got stuff we're using to drop it. From
Amazing.
either company.
Amazing. See, I know you do.
Here's our washers.
I know.
Where did I put the lock nuts at? Nope, not lock nuts. They're lock nuts. Yeah, I have a Prusa Mark IV as well, and I agree it's amazing. It is so amazing that it is not being converted to a Core One, and I just bought a Core One because I did not want to lose the functionality of a Mark IV, right? I like my Mark IV, I enjoy it, and so I decided to keep it. All right, so I think we got everything out here now. Black must be to ground and red must be to positive or VCC. Okay. So for those that are not familiar, you've got your 2 ground lugs and plenty of magnets on here, or your 2 lugs. This is like a printed, or it's basically a big circuit board. So you've got ground on this side, positive on that side. We're going to go into ground. I need my cables. I forgot to grab the cables. Okay, got our cables. We're going to do ground first, so we need the black cable. And we've got 2 round lugs. So let's follow which side does it tell us to use. Tells us not to use the one with the QR code, so we're going to use the other end of the cable. So the black, and this one we're going to, instead of putting it in this way where the wire is above the fitting or the lug, we're going to turn it upside down so the wire is to the underside and the lug is at the top. What is it? Okay. I was going to say, can you set them on top of those A1s down there? And then that way it's easier for me to lift up later on. Thanks, sir. Apparently I just got a new project printer.
You did.
Yay, projects. You're watching you while also working on some embedded sensors on a print you've made that will also be part of your home assistant. Nice, very nice. Okay, so we're going to take one of our, this is our M3 by 10. We're going to take one of our washers. So washer are on the M3 by 10, and then that goes through once again the flat side so that the cable crimp is facing down away from the printer. This will go through the ground lug. And the reason we do that is because that way it keeps everything nice and flush here when we do this. Now, what we're going to do is take one of our locking, whatchamacallit, the lock nut, and attach that and tighten it slightly. Okay, tighten slightly. And by tighten slightly, that means hand tighten until you feel it grab.
And I'm just like, I got a little travel threads under my
And
and
we do that with the black. Then we're going to do the same thing and do it with the red. So once again, our red or VCC, we're going to grab the end that doesn't have the QR code. Screw, washer,
insufferable when they go. I love my cat,
through the connector.
but he woke me up at 7. Oh no.
Through, whoop. Ah. Magnets, strong magnets.
Oh no, mine decided to wake me up.
And we'll get
at
that
7
started.
That wasn't petting him at 7 like, dude.
Now we're going to tighten the nuts firmly from underneath. So that means we need our, and I wonder, is this,
When he wakes me up, he just wants to hug. He needs a cuddle.
sweet. Okay. So I'm going to use my multi-wrench to hold my lock nut tight.
Mine doesn't have that problem. He's shedding like crazy because he's just blowing his winter coat now. So I'm just here just brushing.
And I'll go ahead and tighten these down.
It's like, wow, my cat has more
Now,
both of yours combined.
these have to,
I was like, you need a sweater, a big little sweater because they got
they're going to be kind of going at a V, so you can go ahead and put that angle in now. Meaning this one's going to kind of angle this way some, and this one's going to angle in towards it. So as we go to tighten this down, we'll worry about that.
I'm like, you need some fur to borrow? Because I got.
We'll use all 15 of our fingers.
I don't do custom hoodies for all the cats that are here.
Okay. So that's what we're going to be left with. Fully tightened, and they're kind of angled towards each other some. Not a lot, but just a little bit. I'll set that out of the way, put that wrench away, and we need the printed parts for the bed strain relief, basically. So we got our strain relief parts. We need 2 standard M3 nuts. And another M3 R10 screw. Okay.
Look, Luke, new toys.
Yeah, I see that.
Building.
Okay, so this part, so the thicker part, right, we're going to put our 3 nuts into, and they need to be fully pressed in. So if they're tight, that's not a bad thing,
We're building a core one over
because
here.
what we'll do is we'll take this M3 by 10 screw
We might be building more.
and we'll pull it down tight. And what that'll let us do is fully seat that screw down into the slot there. So you'll just tighten that screw until it tightens up, and then undo. And then you'll undo it, and then that one, which was the loose one, apparently started just screwing back out. So that's fine. Seat down in there. Another way you could do it is get your screw in and just push it down from the top. So thread in just a tad bit, push it down from the top, unscrew it.
It's really funny when kids see things like, wow, it looks like real Y2K vintage. This is just from my closet. Like, where did you get that? I was like,
I've just owned this shirt for 20 years.
So there you go. Got your 3 little nuts in it. Now this is going to slide around. These 2 U-shaped pieces are going to slide around those locking nuts. Just like that. And what we're trying to do is line up this hole so that we can take this M3 by 10 and screw it in.
I'm gonna get my sandwich.
That's good. I walk over there, I order, I walk back over here. I get my steps in.
Oh, come on, what's going on? You're lined up. There we go. And we're going to tighten this down. All right. Now we're going to line up. Oh, we just did that part. Got that screwed down. Now we need the heat bag carriage. Hey, let's walk around and grab another part. Heat bag carriage was in which part? Was it still under here? Yes. Here's your heat bag carriage now. What we're going to be looking for is, yeah, the lips coming up versus down. So we're going to want to orientate it like so, according to the photo. We need some expansion joints. These are in the electronics package. Are they now? Are they now? Not here, not here. That says an extruder stuff. Nothing else there. Yep, that's still an LCD. Expansion joint found in the electronics package. I'd already taken them out. That would be those pieces there. And we're going to need some more of our M3R or M34R, not RT, M34Rs. Sorry about that, folks. All right. Okay, so we have everything out. So now it wants me to flip it over so that the chamfers are going down, the rear lip is up. All the other chamfers are pointing down. This rectangular piece is on the right-hand side. We are going to we're going to go ahead and insert our screws in the perimeter where they tell us to. Sorry, I'm going to try and keep track of all the single spares that I've got here. And we're not putting them all the way in. We are going in specific ones, so it's the outermost ones here. And we're just getting these started because we're going to clip these expansion joints on them in a second. And we're going around the perimeter. We're not doing the one in the middle because that's going to be the standard Prusa bed mounting system with the single standoff in the middle, and that becomes your 0-0 for the entire bed. And you use the outer ones to adjust the height of the bed everywhere else. Okay, so once again, we're around the perimeter. Now we're going to expand or attach our expansion joints. Once again, there's a U-shaped notch in one side and a screw head opening for the other. So we're going to take this and just push it in. And
There's a really big group of people around for me.
grab it in the rectangular cutout of the universal wrench. And we're going to hold it in a specific position for each one of them based on this diagram when we tighten the bottom down.
Or like a Sailor Pluto staff. Yeah.
Was that the one you're telling me?
No, I was suggesting making freewheel staff.
Okay, so
Which one?
this one, which is where I started, I'm going to hold it in with the rectangular piece, and this is pretty much straight side to side. So we'll tighten that down the rest of the way.
I watch it like a year late usually because I have tired of all the shoulder.
What is going on here? Oh, I can't get to it with because of the step on my bit. It won't let me get there. So we are going to have to use the hex keys for that.
You can't give me 20 minutes and then me wait like a week for the next. Like I can't do that.
That's
The whole season.
what she makes me do whenever something does come out there. Actually get it, and she's like watching one episode, and I'm like, then I get interested, and it's like, man, and
I don't need the whole
All right,
show to be
there's
long,
one done.
super long. I need the whole season at least.
This one, we're kind of at an angle, so pay attention to the angles that we're using here.
Well, they say so, like you want to make like, however much you're paying for your streams, but you want to average $1 an hour to like pay to make it worth it, right? So if you pay like $10 a month for Netflix, you don't pay 10 an hour with content.
This one, once again, we're pretty much straight up and down.
I'm getting my money's worth out of my. I pay about $50 a month between all my streaming services. Huh? Because it's easier to share with my mom. I don't want my mom trying to torrent stuff. Although I hope that will. Ow.
This one, once again, goes at angle.
I'm worth $50 a month for all the TV.
What are we doing there?
Okay.
yeah, I could hook you up with everything.
Okay. How to use those,
They're easy.
I bet you could just tweak.
Either that or Android,
Yeah.
either that or Android Pie, one or the other.
Yeah, I'm an Android user. My mom's an iPhone, so she just has a little iPhone. She just watches TV on us all day. If you ever come into shop and it's my mom, you'll just see she's just on her little iPad watching K-dramas, running the checkout counter.
Yeah, spend like $20 on one of those little Amazon Fire Sticks. Yeah, I can,
Okay.
as long as you have internet service, yeah, you don't ever have to pay for anything. HBO, pay-per-view.
Okay. This one, once again, goes at an angle.
Yeah, I don't have Crunchyroll, but I also don't want to pay Crunchyroll money.
This is going to be a straight up and down again. And this one is at an angle.
I love Pokemon Go because then I can watch. Because then I'm not watching TV for 40 hours straight. I need to sleep.
I actually found a
And
good,
then my cat will get mad about it.
I actually found a good print that would work good for the shop off this print.
There we go. So that one's done.
The Bamboo Hodian, that has the,
Next one, RGB light strip.
Comic strip for 500 miles.
Literally, I just moved from New York about a month ago.
RGB light strips.
The only one for 500
The
miles.
RGB light strip
Welcome.
can be found in the electronics and fasteners package.
We're authorized retailers of everything we sell here, so.
Seals and ties, not there, not there.
That's super cool.
Yeah, and we have a lot of filaments.
Hinge
a lot of
pens,
build
stuff.
days. The Saturdays are build days, it's really quiet. Yeah, well, take this secret out.
Fasteners, fasteners, fasteners. Electronics and fasteners package. I thought I had everything out. Maybe not. Oh, there we go. RGB cables.
Repair and calibrate $75 for a bench fee, and we can see what we can do about it.
So what do you guys think of the build so far on stream? You guys like the build?
The other thing I was looking at is like
I was gonna say nothing's really hard, and it's a pretty good.
I've been building, and that's what I'm printing parts for.
Oh, that's cool.
So
It's a pretty easy to follow build. All right, so there's
Come and bring the products and,
two different light strips.
yeah.
So like,
Other weekend, there was a guy building a Mecha Godzilla.
Oh, yeah.
He had one that was like this.
Okay,
And he's doing the double size, right?
Like this screen went across.
Yeah.
so we've got two different light strips.
Studio and
Oh,
everything.
that reminds me.
There's a shorter and a longer.
Text him and tell him I'm here and I've got his laser head with me.
And we're looking for
Yeah, please do. We also have a Discord channel. Yeah, I have that really.
the 166.
Yeah, we also have a Discord.
Yeah, that's going to be the longer one.
We'd love to have you in here and show off your projects. We do a lot of events. We don't want to have the community vibe on the makerspace, but not pay their insurance in the makerspace. And
Avoid direct contact with the LEDs. Whoops.
please do it for it. A store that has the vibe of a makerspace. And then we have a
Status cover can be found in the electronics chamber package. I've seen that. Where was it? Here. So this part, and we need the diffuser and the Core XY parts package. Okay, so I think we have everything. We need some spacers. Spacers would be in here, the 3.2 by 6.5. And bag of small parts, which means dump it all out, grab the two things you need out of it, and then put everything back in.
Right now. So yeah, we do a lot of stuff with that, community activations.
The bigger ones.
yeah, so I was just like, wow, there's a thing
A couple of
There's only 10 in the whole country.
M310R.
I was just like, what? I
Yeah.
have to go here right
It's
now.
we're the oldest one. That hasn't been bought out by. I love Prusa pretty chocolate. Like chocolate all the time, but it's so bad.
This is like seriously like a big deal. Like even like for example, like Maker Takeover, like we sold that shit.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
I know. I'm the only person that sells Prusa and Bamboo.
310 RT. We need two of these.
They probably like really picky about each other. I know that.
Oh no, they
It's like having
Alrighty. I think we're ready to go there. Some zip ties. So we're going to orientate this with the, we're basically going to flip it end to end. So our rectangular piece is heading off to the angle at the right. All of our edges are up except for the back rear piece, which is down. We're going to peel off the protective layer and stick the LED strip evenly to the front of the heated bed carriage, which is down at this end, 3 millimeters from the folded edge. So about 3 millimeters in, so we're going right in this area right here. And our cable comes off to my right. That was the wrong one.
They're like, where's it? I was like, I don't have one.
Crap.
I just want
Can I
it.
put the paper back on?
Off the stage. I'm going through the back. It was fiddly. But yeah, like that. I also do PR consulting for a lot of companies. I own a PR company too. I've been in television for 13 years. That's exactly what I do. Specifically for my PR business partner is used to be the former head of PR at Netflix. So from like getting up to grow Netflix, he do Vice and stuff in really depth now. And now he's on developing his series and everything else. And he's one of my closest friends. So
Now the good news is I know this one's going to be coming up soon enough, so
like I'll do that. Maybe we
I'll
can
have to get that out of the way though for now. Still doing good on power, so we needed the shorter one, which apparently my understanding of
great because John's like
lengths was off there.
who Miss Beverly's complaining about right now.
So I'll take that off, and this is going to get centered.
I was like, yeah, he shot me out of his own teammate out on the laser tag 3 times yesterday. I'm gonna complain about.
Funny that you mentioned laser tag.
He's terrible about it. Probably keep his. But we still won.
So then tell, okay, someone like this,
Rudolph and
right?
Prusa made up for it. Prusa got too scary at laser tag. Dear Lord.
Maybe I can join the team.
Okay,
Yeah, we had this score.
so there we are. It says to not touch the LEDs or the resistors. Oops.
Five fencing, one fencing, and then personally,
One of my friends.
Now we're going to place the diffuser piece
Something called axolotl. Entrance grades
over the top of that. Angles following the angles of the arm.
and I don't understand a word she ever says to me either. She like I'm literally just sitting there drinking water and she's like, this.
We're going to place the two spacers
okay, basically, imagine when they're like, you're like,
over the two
Yeah.
holes at the end.
Yeah. I've seen the anti-gravity, the silicone liquid.
yeah, and then
Gel
they have
stuff?
a hydrogel extrusion.
Yeah.
So when you do a hydrogel extrusion, that's not gonna do like a.
And then we're going to go ahead and peel off the sticker here, or the sticker, the
Use an inkjet
protective paper here.
like cartridge,
Wild.
right? And then you use that
So
cartridge, mount it on your XY.
there's two sides.
Just basically using the inkjet.
One's going to be glossy.
Okay.
So that's where
Is
you're.
that what you do?
The other side, once I can get it to start peeling,
Well, okay. I just moved here
Why?
from New York.
Okay. Yeah, I was just like, wait, I'm originally from Queens. So I was like,
I was
so
literally
what
right
are you
there
doing
too.
here?
So I was like, okay, what to do, right?
is matte. So matte side, glossy
I guess
side.
there's a lot of bias there.
We're going to attach this with the matte side up. So the glossy side against the diffuser pushing down.
My EIN and everything is still filed in New York. All right.
I mean, you can save so much money in your taxes by moving there.
And the little
I need to pick up my sandwich.
wing cutout
That's so
pieces,
funny. That's
yeah,
literally
the
why
little
I
wing
came.
cutout pieces
Okay,
here
good. You're also
are
like-
towards you.
Hold on, like my sandwich is probably waiting for me. I was like, okay, so we're about to now.
Let's set that on there. We'll grab our two screws and screw that down. Can I help you, sir?
See if you have any tools.
Well, yes. What kind of tool are you looking
Maybe a pair of pliers or needle nose. Something that I can use to bend. I just want to form something back into shape.
Yep. Not a problem. Okay, so we have that done. Now we've got three little slotted holes right on this edge that we can put our zip ties into. And we're going to run the zip ties with the heads facing the outside.
Dr. Sincero.
You're welcome, sir. And we're going to route this cable right along that with these 3 zip ties. So I'm going to be lazy and just, well, not lazy, but I'm going to do one at a time. Semi-tight, once again, we're not trying to crimp the wire here. We're just trying to keep the wire in place and keep it from going places we don't want it to go. We'll do all 3 and then cut the tails off. And now we're going to set this off to a side. But there's our bed wires, the bed with the lights. We'll scoot that over to the side. We need some parts. These are, excuse me, those parts. So we've got the left, right, center, and then this will be another part that we'll use shortly. Okay, we're going to need 2 LM8UU found in the electronics package. They are in a blue baggie. We got those 2. M3 by 10. These are standard M3 by 10s. We need 6. M3N 2. And the M3N are standard hexagon shaped nuts. There's 1 extra. There's always going to be at least 1 extra, so we'll take that out and throw it in our extras jar or extras bag. And then we're going to need several lock nuts. We're going to need 10 lock nuts from the looks of it. Ten lock nuts.
It's like the whole 3D printing space is like self-reinforcing. And that was just like the whole.
All right, so we're going to take our LM8UUs and take them out of the package. Pre-lubricated. And because of that, we're going to grab one of these. That was one. Okay. And we want to take this piece and push it down on that piece until we hear it click.
3D printed clothes and put my heels on and yeah, sure. Which meant I had the fullest audience because I went right after Joseph.
There we go. You will hear it pop, and everything's nice and flush on that.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of pressure there too.
Everyone came for Joseph and they stayed for
And we want to turn it
They didn't really have a chance to leave.
so that when you look inside, you're not seeing one right down. You want to rotate this around so you kind of have them going off on the 45s
Houston, Burbank, and Long Island.
based on the split line here.
That's so funny.
That's
So
where I have to get on
in Long Island, like that's literally what I'm saying.
There's so many Long Island people.
And then we're going to do the same thing for the right side. So you can either try and
The potential investors want Long Island. So.
There is a guy,
get it pre-lined up.
his name is Andy Trent, and he works with Millivite. His investors. He has Millivite. Millivite specifically is built on the idea of having a 20-foot shipping container with a full
All right,
machine.
there we go.
And it has multiple tools that can hot swap.
Now we're going to take a standard M3 by 10,
Yeah, I was looking at, I want to make it
put it on the outside there.
size like my Subaru out there, size car part, like a real car part, not just a NC3D printer Hot Wheels model. I wanted a full life size, like for cosplaying with the shit, you know?
This came in last week.
That's beautiful.
And we're going to put the
Oh my god, so I just saw,
There's the whole kit.
is that virtual foundry you sent it to me? Yes, okay, I saw
I
their
love that.
M3 by 10 screw,
drop yesterday.
and we will pre-tighten that a little bit.
They're like, hey, we want you to actually use it and make your life more easier. But we have to deal with that. And we're going to be their East Coast service provider. So yeah, like they're great. Yeah, so that came in while I was out of town. It's like, yeah, and if you need a giant 3D
We do want this tightened. We don't want it
can build anything.
like really big ugga-dugga, but we do want it tight.
So you need to turn a 3D shipping container into a 3D printer.
And then we'll do the same thing for the other side.
Turn a shipping container into a giant 3D printer.
Probably could, with enough time and desire.
Excellent.
Good enough.
Anything is possible. Well, I'd like to let you guys know I met some guy in Florida who did that exact thing. They're called Millibot, and I was just telling her about it just because you heard about it, yeah.
See, Josh,
All right, there we go.
I work for that, I own FFL.
So it does come out.
Dude, I've seen you guys
Yeah.
post.
Well, that's the thing, we do a lot of, business with, War Dog Industries in, Florida.
So once again, make sure that they're lined up in the appropriate way.
see, all the coolest people are here.
I gotta
Yep.
meet you, bro. I'm Azim.
Nice to meet you. Azim, Luke Ingerman, Digital Dragon.
Love meeting you, and I'm already a fan of your work. Just wanted to say what's up.
Oh, thanks.
It's a fanboy.
Got a fanboy. All right. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we got both of those done.
He knows what he's signed up for.
Now from the back side, we're going to be inserting, backside? Yeah. Insert 4 nuts in both mounts. It's showing the right side here, but what we're going is 1, 2, 3, 4. These are lock nuts.
I'd love to. So pretty much this, until like last month, this was just me. I had a business partner who was terrible at being a business partner, and I bought him out 6 months ago. I hired a new GM, like 2 weeks ago, one of my closest friends. So now, right now I'm in a phase of like, tour season just ended. I just got off tour literally 2 days ago. And now I'm focusing on
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of these and just make sure that I can push it down there as much as possible, because that's not going to foul the thread. So that's pushed down. We'll take the other one, flip it over, and we'll put 4 more in there.
ruining my life right now. So, but hopefully, but we're finally kind of starting to recover. Not happy about it, recover. But I'd love to like work with more people, do more programming, because I have space that I do not pay this much rent, and not be using this. So I'd love to have more like labs, prototyping things.
So there we go.
classes. We do have classes.
Slightly recessed down in there. So there's those two.
One of those tables built.
The spacer is going to get the last two.
And then I travel and do stuff too, which is why I was gonna start my applications in Burbank.
Awesome.
Because my PR partner lives there.
All I was gonna tell you is that I do a workshop where I do building design consulting.
So again, I'm going to try and push these down in there as best as I can.
I'd love to do some post boot camps and stuff.
Yeah, so like the whole thing that I wanted
Like to try and get them as flush as I can, but there we go. Those are nice and flush on the top.
And we have CAD designers on call too. So I've got
So now we need to switch back over. We're going to bring the bed carriage over with the forks facing us. So the forks facing us and the expansion joints facing up. So we're going to take this, flip it back over. Be careful with our wire. Okay. We're going to line these up with those two holes here and here and attach them with the M3 by 10 screws. So that one there, this one here, M3 by 10s. And these are going down into those lock nuts, so.
my GM has done some casting.
Really?
And then I was just
Huh?
You mentioned lock nut, and I dropped one.
I'm sorry.
injection molding.
Did I tell you I found the spring?
No.
Yeah.
Where was it? In the box?
It was in the box and I closed it. When I started looking for the spring as it shot out, and didn't even realize it was in there when I closed the box. Yeah. So we had, at the last Maker meetup last Saturday, there was 8 of us looking for a spring that I thought had shot around the room that came off of a lead screw. And
The one place I didn't look.
yeah, and I mean we were moving furniture, we were looking under the tables. I think we actually swept under the tables too, so that was probably not a bad thing either.
We cleaned to
yeah.
try to find a spring.
Yeah. And I found it like 3 hours later in a box as I was packing stuff up for the day.
That spring was still on my freaking mind when I came in here today.
Yep.
At least I'm glad you found it.
Yep. I found it. Okay. So those are tightened up.
I'm not actually famous, but I'm like almost famous. I'm like famous. Yeah, I'm definitely what?
Do both sides. Now,
Getting there.
with this side facing up, we'll go ahead and get that out of the way.
Almost famous. Famous adjacent. Yeah.
I'll move that cable out of the way some as well.
I'd be famous if I was YouTube.
We need an M3 by 12 CT.
It's one of those if you look at who follows me on Instagram.
An M3 by 10 CT. No. Wait. M3 by 12 BT. M3 by 12 BT. Note the package may label as screw as MC12 CT. So that I do have. So we need one. There's 2, which means there's the one. The other one's a spare, so we'll take that out. We'll throw it over there in our spares bag. So what do you guys think about this streaming format? Streaming here, doing a build in the shop. I don't know how much background noise is there, but
That's the whole thing. So like with these guys, I was posting artisans, and that was like the whole 3D printing thing that was pulling me together. I was saying, I want to 3D print this design in a carbon fiber monochrome,
There's an exotic car club like right up the street.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember there, but I've been to it a couple times.
So I haven't been to that one, but I've been to other ones in New York. But the thing is that like,
N34B.
Okay, I'll be here watching this on your TV.
Right? I was like,
Keep sending me into different bags, but
yeah, no, weird amount about which bigger stupid.
N34B2.
The one with little dot knowledge, that one.
Okay,
I don't know what it is. But it was a really
should
big
be 8. I think there's probably 9 there.
and it's on the other side of the road.
Yep. So once again, those will go there. This will go over in the spares bag. I really should just have a little container sitting over here that I can dump things like that in. And we need the spacer, 6.3 spacer. No.
Like, no, that's the cheap Supra.
No.
That's my old race.
It does make sense. So,
Spacer in the extruder assembly package. Ah.
okay, there's a hashtag called Econ Race Car. Hashtag Econ Race Car.
She just did one of her, she just
6.3.18.
Yeah, so with all the girls who are in the hashtag Econ Race Car community, there should be race car guys always telling them how to modify. And mansplaining is everywhere. And then it's just they have all these other things.
She just did like her little rainbow car.
I need one. It says there's 2, so that should be in this bag.
Like her rainbow car.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
I was like, it's so, I'm just here like, it's pretty.
Okay.
What's up?
Alrighty.
This meat in it,
Oh,
let me drop him something off for me.
don't take him away till he's done building though.
I know, right?
So I think we have our spacer and all of our stuff ready to go now. We're going to take that spacer that we just pulled out and place it right in the middle.
All that crazy stuff in my hand. I was like, let's break some butt. If we're at the forefront, like right now, type helplessness is trying to put
There we go.
carport in motion.
Now we're going to take our bed.
The only way to bring manufacturing back to the West is not.
We're going to put the heat bed on the carriage and secure with the center screw and our forks facing us, making sure that we're not clamping down on that cable. We're going to take our build plate, watching its cables as well, and it's going to come down on here just like this. And I'm just trying to line that up as gently as possible. Take the M3x12, goes down in the center, and we'll screw that down. Torx bit. Why is that not lining up? All right, dang it.
You know, maybe we could do like a class or a demo with you guys, and then you know, PR,
There we go. So don't fully tighten it. So I snugged it. I'm going to back it off just a little bit. And now we're going to get all of our smaller screws in
Okay, and then hit clear it and hit refresh.
using the Torx bit. Once again, we're not going to tighten these down. We're just going to get them in there, making sure that everything lines up.
Spaghetti style or?
Back it off if we need to.
I printed a lot. I have a huge order of these that need to go out. Like, I need to do like 600 of these.
And we'll just keep working our way around the edge of the bed. And the reason we're not tightening any of these down is there will be a very specific tightening order that we have to do. If you've ever built a Prusa Mark II, Mark III, or Mark IV, you know that order by heart almost.
We have a lot of customers that come and say, it's like I'm knowledgeable, but I'm not, I don't.
Yeah. So like it's the same way because it was my friend.
Did you want to make your chicken?
And like I said, I hope the audio's pretty good. I know we're going to be picking up some background noise, but we're doing what we can. Okay, so all of our center screws in, our perimeter screws in, nothing is slammed down hard. Now what we're going to do is these are going to get tightened in a specific order. First off, we're going to tighten the center screw. Okay. And we're going to go boom, just where we're feeling that change. Then we're going to go north, south, east, west. And then I just kind of go top right, bottom left, top left, bottom right. And you notice I'm just doing it finger tight, just fingertips on there. Okay. Now we're going to come back and Ugga, Dugga, Ugga, Dugga, Ugga, Dugga. So I'm really not cranking hard on these yet. Once again, we're not trying to warp the bed or anything. We're just slowly tightening it down.
No, because we can't stop this when we test print it and we like it. Because virtual boundary is morals, and we love them.
This is the new stuff that will actually run on that booth.
Yep. Oh yeah, I got some prints of it. They sent me some prints.
You want to take your time and do 2 or 3 cycles to get this fully down.
It's like 5% metal.
And there's our bed.
Feel this. Literally feel this.
Now we're going to get our top plate ready, and we need 2 M3 by 10s. And the textile sleeve, which is right here. So I'm going to turn the whole thing around so it's facing me. Without throwing stuff there. I'm going to turn this whole thing around so it's facing me. Now, our whatchamacallit, the light is going to come up through that rectangular cutout. We're going to pull that through, making sure that we're not pulling anything way too tight. So there's that. There's our black and red, and then there's our thermistor cable. Our thermistor cable, under the RGB light, right? RGB light, thermistor cable, and we're going to loop that around in our, yeah, just like this, just like in the picture. We're going to loop that around. Then we're going to bring the RGB cable through. Once again, underneath our power cables there, so you might have to finagle with it some. So that goes next. So thermistor, RGB, and now we're going to do our power cables. And looking at this, I'm probably going to try and undo
A lot of these kids also don't learn how to
my red wire just a bit.
have businesses. So
See if I can't get it to crank around just a little bit
we got
more.
some big showroom pieces coming in. Bailey's sending me an HDD.
There we go.
He's putting a crazy display over there. He's getting real nuts and bolts.
So here goes all of our cables off this way. Okay. And now it wants us to do our textile sleeve around this. So this is the split loom textile sleeve. Hey, RC Maniac, how's it going? Just don't overthink it. Yeah. Yeah. So we're going to get this started. You know, do an inch or two of the sleeving.
There's a lot of like tutors that do this stuff.
Yeah, so like, why don't we get like the people who do STEM education and like have those programs to like also
Oh, I really want to.
imagination.
Exactly. So that's the thing. I don't want to pay the insurance fee.
So just a little bit. We're not doing a lot just yet. But what we're going to do, is keeping these wires nice and tight in there, we're going to push the sleeved area
I don't want to deal with your kids at all.
into the part about half centimeter to a centimeter.
Something like this long.
Here's what it says.
And that's kind of what was worked in the past, and I'm still working out like pricing and stuff.
Yeah, about a centimeter. Then we're going to take our other printed part, cover everything up. And we're going to use our screws to tighten everything down and hold them together.
So our club wanted to throw a bunch of money for some inner city kids to come learn about cars through cars. I've got deals with I can get cyber brakes, I can get death. Like this guy has built how many death racers?
Dang it.
Feels a little.
All right. Gonna have to put it up on the side because we lost one of our nuts.
Go to a car club with you.
So this is like the kind of
I'm
stuff
just there
like
for the vibe.
we're just chilling, and then I have these are my business partners, right? My business partner who I started this businesses that we went to the car club. We were buying and making one-off restoration parts. That's why 3D printing was really important because
All right.
parts that you're gonna take like a load of
All right, yeah, it did get started. I wasn't sure if it was starting. That's why I wanted to flip it over and try and do it this way, but those are starting, so that's good. And I am seeing that part deform a bit, so
Yeah, and it's fully central.
not sure if it needs to be fully clamped down or
And you can't predict what direction it's going to shrink. But you also can still use it without scissoring it. You're not trying to.
I don't know if it's just some things sticking up or not.
That print in particular.
it's very intricate, yes.
But something like that, you could 3D print that FDM and you could just polish it, a couple of polish it without even scissoring it.
Hey, Liz.
With this stuff.
This is like the thing is that I had to get it.
Yeah, so I am streaming from Ecovate 3D, which is the local 3D printing company. And yeah, we've got some Prusa minis, both pre-builds and kits. We've got we got an X1, some A1 combos, some A1 mini combos. We got several printers over there. All right.
Just like TikTok, hi, I just came into Ecovate and printed shit out of my mind. Printing this thing. It's gonna be so
Getting a
awesome.
0.2 Diamondback and all that did to make that happen. I think I should do that on the Diamondback.
All right. And that one just fell out again, so let me get that put in and get this.
What printers did you FDM? Did you try to print that in FDM?
FDM, I only had a
right, that's nicer. Um, okay. Now it wants us just to complete the cable wrap, so we'll do that. So how you been, RC Maniac? It's been a minute or two. The most dreaded part of all Prusa builds. Them fitting half a dozen wires into a tight space and then saying, make sure nothing is pinched. Yes, that is true. That is one of the hardest parts of the build is when you're dealing with the wire like that. And apparently there was something large printer that just showed up that Josh brought that apparently is going to be for me, or at least me to work on. And then, oh, I'm just talking about you. Don't worry. Nothing yet. Yeah, just clamp it. They never give you enough space. Yeah, that's true. Just woke up getting started for the day. Well, that's nice. Some of us got up early to drive an hour into the store to stream. Because I love you guys. Love hanging out with you guys. It's so bad that, here you go. I brought a Keurig in with some coffee because I fear we're going to be here all day. We may have to take a break here or there, get some more coffee going. Coffee? Coffee? Yeah. I got it. Like I said, I brought Keurig in because they don't believe in them. And I got some Black Rifle coffee back there. Hey, Tech Jeeper. Welcome, man. Thank you for the raid, Tech Jeeper. 23 people. Well, hello, raiders. Welcome, welcome in. We are working on our, let me raise the camera up some so you might be able to see me. Hey, everybody, how's it going? So the Digital Dragon 3D has taken over Ecovate 3D today. By that, I mean I basically told her I was going to stream from the shop. They have a 4-foot by 8-foot table here, and we're building our Core One kit that came in yesterday. So we just we got the base and the back panel done with the main electronics. We just finished building the bed and bed carriage. Did our little cable sleeving piece, and now we've got to oh, looks like we're going to get our trapezoidal nuts and get ready to mount the bed. But yeah, I'll bring a camera back down here so you can see what I'm doing and what we're building. I'm using a kind of quasi-hacked, not hacked. Hey, KB3D Chris, how's it going? We're using the laptop and a couple of cameras here. Basic setup. I found the right cable that'll work with my mic. Now I just got to figure out how to keep everything powered long enough that I don't keep dropping things. Get your nuts right here. There you go, RC Maniac. Yeah, how's it going, Chris? Hey, Chris, quick question for you. The fracks that you had on your table, was that your fracks, you know, the one that we were going to build together on stream? Okay. Trapezoidal nuts, where are those are? They're included in the motor set package, and one nut can be found in the electronics and chamber parts package. Because why would they all be in the same package? Here's a linear rail. Oh, I know where I saw that at. Gonna have to break down all these boxes later on too. Yeah, I know where I saw that. Don't know where I put it, but I know where I saw it. No, no.
Good question. As that scanning guy.
Okay, so send me that info.
Pallets were like $150.
No, 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 no.
And then probably a travel fee if you take that.
I'm gummy bearing.
You got there, you gotta put them out to no go.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
That's cool. I already found the number. That's not the one. I just want to know so I can have a ballpark rate. Hey, I can get a guy who please scan this. My partner runs past.
Sorry. So, 1, 2, 3. We got all 3 of them. In 3 by 18. Yeah, I hope everybody's doing well today. Like I said, we're just sitting here building in the store, so you're probably going to hear a lot of different sounds and noises in the background. That's okay. It's, you know, it's an active store. We decided to basically not break in. I just decided to take over and run the stream from here today. Because why not? Okay, six screws and 3 trapezoidal lead screws. And now I get to bring the printer back up here, or the main part of the printer back up here. So, give me 1 second.
PLA, which is those things. I would recommend adding extra welders. So the default for welders perimeters is 2.
Hey, look, it's a printer.
Okay, so what does that mean in terms of like I don't know what any of that means.
So you
We got a couple of cables out the front here.
default settings is under your
It's under the
strength.
settings.
Yes, under strength.
Breaking into an active store is a bold move. Well, they gave me the code, so I technically didn't break in. But thanks for the alert.
Does it come with the stand to do that?
It does have the
Hope you're doing well, Chris.
I recommend a black.
Oh, you should get food. Yeah, that's gonna be something later on that I'm gonna need.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
But yeah, feel free to start a stack on any Surface you can find.
Okay.
Go grab a printer.
Okay, thank you.
And we also have some really fun alternative.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got this up here.
So it will adopt so this will be your size over here.
Orientate the front side toward you. Sort of, because if I do that, you might not see anything else I'm doing.
Yeah, so
You want to place the Core One bed spacer rear onto the rear motor screw heads. So that's taking this piece and, whoops, we're going to put it just like that, matching the lock nuts in the collar here.
at some point I'm going to inventory and sort.
We're going to match those with the screw heads here.
Maybe going home. I feel like I need like a bed.
And actually it goes with the opening towards the back. So we're just going to slide this straight back and kind of line those up. Okay, now we're going to take the bed, and this is where it'll get a little interesting. We're going to lift these out of the way. Our bed with all the bed wires,
Like a clanky wind chime out of
this needs to come around under the bed, but behind the lead screws where your rear bed wires go. So under the bed, behind the rear lead screw.
most of them are refills, but doesn't say it has a spool. They are refills, and your printer does not come with spools. Yeah, so everything else has spools. You can 3D print spools if you want to, but I recommend Polymaker.
And we're just going to bring this all the way down
Good price.
and set it down just like that.
Filament. I think it's better.
Hey, Chewy.
Any of these.
Oh,
This
any
one's
of
owned by Polymaker. That is Polymaker, but they're Polymaker had so many colors that they divided.
Oh, yeah, Chewy.
Okay.
Pretty ones.
Chewy, KB3D Chris, are we doing something for Murph? Because if so,
So we've got
I kind of sort of need to know so I can start printing some parts.
Polylights are gonna be standard finish, and then you can
Okay, so we've laid the bed down on there
Cookie Cat has just like their little
through all three of the hole spots. It's seated correctly. All threaded rods pass through the correct holes. Yes, yes. Double check that the heat bed cable bundle, the textile sleeve, runs under the bed plate and between the lead screw and the back wall. Now we're going to manually thread the trapezoidal nut onto the rear Z motor with the downward, or the little step up facing down. The protruding section must face downward. And now is where we just need to get everything lined up because it should go all the way down just like that. And this is where you might be taking one of your smaller Allen keys and making sure that everything is lined up on both sides all the way through. Then we're going to take two of our screws here and screw it in. You go down there, you go down there. All righty. Trying to use my drivers as much as I can, but I have to use theirs occasionally. Not that theirs are bad, it's just trying to use mine. It's a little bit easier. I hear there are discounts for hugs. Ooh. True. But it depends on what kind of hugs, Liz. Like, I don't know if Liz hugs and Chewy hugs are the same. Hey, Jedi Spidey, how's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, we're trying to get this build done for in case Automated needs to utilize this printer remotely to do some testing. And I am at Ecovate. I am down at Ecovate. Okay, those two are nice and tight.
Who's asking if you're here?
Jedi Spidey.
He recognizes the walls.
He does. He does. He recognizes the walls of printer behind me. All right, now we're going to do it for all the others, basically.
So, under the walls.
Yep.
Will it pull both colors?
Yep, it's gonna be half and half.
Like this, right?
Yep, like this.
Diesel, what are you doing here, brother?
And the tries will do Bruce. Gotcha. Bruce's gradient, where it's gonna go like one color at a time. Right. Like that.
Yeah, so we get that lined up
Yeah.
with the holes, and we'll drop a couple of screws down in there.
Anytime.
We'll work on screwing these down now.
We don't have a whole lot right now. It's
Oh, Diesel, I'm going to be going all day. Yeah, we got a lot more to go here.
Where's your other half?
My other half is doing Special Olympics today.
You say
She-
questionable Olympics?
No, it's Special Olympics.
Oh, I thought you said questionable. I was like, what?
No,
Questionable
she's running a table for NC Sibs, which is siblings of handicapped kids and adults. So she's running that table today out at the Special Olympics.
Oh, nice. Now, where's your other one? Diesel. Like, where is Diesel?
Diesel's in chat right now.
Why isn't he here?
Because he has a teenager.
Oh.
That,
He can bring his teenager.
oh, I know he can, but you know, that requires the teenager not doing teenagery things sometimes. All right, I know I pulled them all out. Where'd the one go?
Yeah, I'm just like, where's the rest of your crew?
The sad part is taking you several hours to realize I'm down at least one wheel. Well, it's a good thing they give me spares because there's already one that has gone MIA. Either that or I didn't count right to begin with. Might have been using marine math or something. Ran out of crayons in the package or something.
You mean you didn't count out all your parts as soon as you opened the box?
I don't count parts for Prusa. They're pretty good. What were the sizes of the screws? M3 by 18?
You probably have extra lying around.
Oh, yeah, there's at least one extra.
There's extra parts everywhere. Have you seen our workshop?
Yes.
On Beverly.
I may have just miscounted. That's no big deal.
Send me, you guys. Do they work for you or are they?
I actually work with this.
Oh, okay.
They're one of the only one of the companies that I.
Inventorying the gear you have to see what I need to do a boron. Yep. Nathan ate them all. Yeah, like I said, I am sure we've got stuff. I mean, we're going to have plenty of extrusion to cut and build a boron from. So, and as Beverly likes to say, you've got a boron guy right here. Not boron team, but a guy that builds them. Okay, so we've got the left, the right, and the rear all screwed down. Now, locate the grommet hole at the top of the rear assembly and push the heat bed cables through in the following order. That is this hole right here, and we need to push them through in the right order, otherwise the cables won't all make it through. So we've got the really thick cable here. This is the RGB light one, so that goes through first to get the connector through. Next up would be the other kind of connector, which is our JST, which of course sometimes I hate some of these wires. Pull this back through, maybe. Okay, let's get that untangled now. Push that one back through. We're going to do our JST connector for the thermistor. And then pick one of your power lugs, run that one through, and then the other one. We're just going to start pulling that through. And we're going to push the cables in the textile sleeve through the grommet hole, having about 1 centimeter of the textile sleeve on the other side. That's about right. And now we're going to use a zip tie. We'll need some of the terminal screws, of course, but we're going to use a zip tie, and we're coming around from the back side. And this will look weird, and it took me a while to understand this. So we're coming around from the back. We're going to take this cable and we're going to bend it down. And that's what we're zip tying. We're zip tying the Z cable as it comes up and goes through. And so you'll see how this, we're going to really crank this down some to hold this nice and tight up against the edge. All right, now that we got that tightened, we'll cut the end off, being careful not to cut any of the wires.
3D printing has come a long way since
And then we will turn this around. Okay.
Like some like building printer, like watching another printer get built and wishing he was building 2 printers at once.
Okay, so we got this turned around now. And we'll have our cables through here.
And we have them in stock. We're out of stock on half our printers.
There we go. So we're going to route the RGB strip cable through the left hole in the buddy box. So that's the 4-wire left hole. And it gets connected in the first one all the way over here at the top right. So whoops.
I just need to clean the bed. I also haven't washed that bed in like.
So there we go. There's our RGB cable coming around to that side. Yes, that's the Insta360. So it's got you guys. It's been watching you do your build the whole time as well. I'm going to use that as B-roll. Come on now. We're going to guide the heated bed cables along with the thermistor through the left hole and just leave them hanging freely for now. So through the same hole over here. And pull the grommet out, because why not? Let's work on getting the grommet back in there. There we go. Yeah. Yeah.
Like for instance, you have that type of stuff, which is
All right.
but then you also have
Leave it hanging for now. Does that mean what? That we get the, whoop, where'd I go? All right, ensure that none of the heat bed cables run over the zip ties. They must be guided underneath. That's what I just did. And using the 632 terminal screws, the black to the left, and then the red on the right. It's definitely, yeah, route underneath the zip ties, and then black on the left, and
And do you have to purchase this one if you want?
You can purchase any of these printers. We
zip
don't
tie,
purchase
zip
them.
tie,
It has to be a
zip
new
tie.
printer, because sometimes if you buy a new
Black
printer,
one is on the left.
that's not gonna help the class. They start at $250,
I mean,
like
you
two-handed.
mean the printing
Yeah.
part?
For like the mini, that one that you guys were looking at.
I run my own independent.
Okay, I
I
mean,
think it's 260.
We're
I
The
wasn't
price,
really looking at it, but now
the
I'm
price
like,
has changed like literally every day with tariffs right now.
yeah.
There's the ID department for emergency.
And we'll do the red one on the right.
All is $399 if you want multicolor.
And that's why, okay, and they can print like that, like.
Yeah, like silk filament, so it'll be like something this, but it won't be like it can't print actual metal filament. Actual metal filament is expensive, and we don't have it anymore.
Yeah.
But it can actually print actual metal.
Cause that was my goal, I was trying to get charm on metal, and then that finally all the way.
And then our thermistor cable,
Um,
actually going to route that behind those wires.
this is actual metal.
Come on.
Well, we don't have that in stock at the moment.
Work with me, thermistor.
The mini can print it. You would just need a hardened steel nozzle. You need a
There we go.
nozzle upgrade to print it.
So this connector right next to the power connector is where this is going to connect to.
Mini is only $250.
What if you
So
don't connect it there?
we'll get that connected up. And there's your bed thermistor. So your heated bed wires and your bed thermistor are now connected.
Yes, we have a, as you know, PS4 from my sister, like on.
But they'll learn some engineering out of it. It's a little less screen time.
So those boot camps, are they like, what time frame are those?
Score. Gummy bears. Gummy bears and coffee.
We'll probably do some summer programming.
Okay.
So we're not licensed as a child care facility because we have too many schedules around and the insurance is crazy expensive. So we can't do like summer camps. We're gonna have summer programming where for a few hours if you can drop your kid off.
Yeah. Ecovate is not a licensed daycare facility for kids.
What?
It is licensed for daddy daycare or husband daycare
I was
or,
about to say, why are you here?
yeah.
Why am I here?
It is where husbands come to play with printers of various things because their wives will not let them have them at home.
Well, it happens.
Yeah. Okay.
It happens way often.
I think we now have the bed assembled and the bed installed, some wiring done. Let's see what's up next. Get prepared. Hey, we're going to start working on some top parts. So I'm going to take the printer and stick it back down on the ground, which is going to quickly get heavy doing. Nope. I'm just hoping that I get a little bit more of this out of the way so I can me one second.
What cables are you using?
Random colors.
Is that a C?
No,
No.
USB mini.
yeah,
You
USB
know
mini.
what? I think that's what our card reader uses.
I've got one out in the truck.
Yeah. That way I can get those two. All right, sorry folks, we're trying to.
Wait, is this it?
Yeah, any type of USB.
I think that's what the card reader uses.
That is what the card reader uses. But how quickly would this? I don't know. Let me plug this in and we'll see. Oh, it's charging, so
Yay.
we'll try and get those charged up. Sorry about that, folks. I think I'm back. Yep, I'm seeing audio. Now we lost Dragon. Now we have sound. Yep. Sorry about that. Just trying to juggle battery packs around.
Bill Day.
So we got these. We got the screws, and we need the XY plate.
I guess you're 3.5 hours into your build.
Yep, and the XY plate. So this will be the top plate.
It looks like it's like halfway done.
Yeah, we're making progress.
Gotcha.
Okay, so we'll set this off to the side. We're going to start with our two left and right rod holders here.
Yeah.
Charlie's not gonna make it out here today.
We need to install
She's having a health issue. Yeah, so.
in 3x10 screws in each rod holder. Insert from the side with the screw head hole.
She's laid up in bed. You know how it goes.
Which,
Yeah. Nice. That's
okay. And once again, we're not tightening them. We're getting them close so that we can. Because once again, these are metal parts, and eventually we will clamp them on the rods. But for now, we're just getting them set in and started.
So is this like this is spray,
Not airbrush.
no airbrush me?
I do complete hand brush painting.
Yeah, it was a little weird today trying to figure out camera angles and stuff. I just have the one camera, and I'm trying to keep a wider view because of the printer.
We have done stuff for other people and they
Okay, so we got those two done. The other two are going to go and get ready for the clamps over here.
dragon in there is held up by strings. It's really weird looking.
And like I said, I'm just going to get them close to bottoming out without bottoming out because I don't need any clamping force just yet. But we'll, that way we're not sitting here screwing for days when we are trying to clamp these things down.
It's not achieving the looks I want. I can't.
Yeah. Hopefully we can get a little bit of life out, and then I'm going to have to do some swapping around while we're trying to charge up some battery packs because the receiver's about to die as well. Okay, so we're going to take this and sit it where the flange pieces are facing up. So the flanges are facing up. The rear piece,
Awesome. Well, I will definitely come back and check this out.
looks like we want it facing us with this little triangle piece, and the slot is over here on the right, facing away from me.
Yeah, that's due to this right here.
And we're going to put the rod left over here, rod right over here.
And they have holographics on it. This still has the sheet on it.
And
Rainbow gear.
okay, there are two sets of holes here. We're not going in the top, we're going in the ones that are slightly offset, so the second set of holes down on each side.
Takes on that rainbow refractance.
So adhere to eventually run out of it?
We're just going to get these lined up on there.
The flake does get damaged after time, but it takes a
And we're going to use our M3 by 6 screws here to mount these to the top plate.
See this? You see that holographic look on it? I'm saying if you print on that plate, which has
Liz,
it will transfer onto that side.
how you doing, Liz? We are making a printer. That is what we're doing. We're building another printer. We've already got the riff going at the house. Happy Manufacturing, who was in here earlier, is actually making me some ACM deck plate panels for that, so I don't have to try and print them. And that'll be nice because that'll add to some of the structural rigidity of the printer as well. Okay, so these are now secure, both the left and the right. Secure with two M3 by 6. Place the rod holder on the right front. Secure it with M3 by 6. Yep. For the following step, please prepare the linear holder left and right. Okay, so we're going to slide this to the side. I need to grab a few more parts. We're going to need these. These are our linear rods. These are 10 millimeter LM10 UU bearings. We need, nope. Linear left, linear right. That's back over here. All right. Good news is parts are dwindling. So these are, once again, stamped metal parts that are bolted up and anodized or something. So we have these two, we have these two. We need the XY carriage out of the printed parts. XY carriage. These? No. Ah. No. What parts? Ah, those parts. It's like, what parts am I looking for here? And we need some bearings, or idlers, I should say. GT20 idler pulleys found in the electronics and fasteners package. That is true. That's only 2. It says we need 4. So these pulleys? Yes, these pulleys. There's 4 of those.
All right,
Well, this
thank
is
you all so
everyone's
much.
day. Everyone's like, so hanging out. Like, oh shit, I can't.
Yeah,
My wings are wings.
M38TR.
Print. You can make all sorts of shit.
This is printed in one piece too?
Yeah.
You guys doing new classes?
Yeah? We got some coming up. I took a class.
Okay, put back.
I might do that. I might just do
We
that.
like, I need an extended lunch break.
Right.
Thank you so
Oh,
much.
I'll put that.
That one I think is put back.
M38RT, sorry. We need 8 of those.
Kids love putting it over there. I was like, no, this is actually a sample.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It's the Firefly Blue. It's close to
Bye
fun.
guys, thank you.
Hope you don't fall too far. I need to make more of what apparently these kids keep playing with and putting them over there.
So 8 of these. And M3 by 18.
The big one, well, this one is 15 because she's missing a leg. But normally they're
10 of these.
big one. And then like the big ones, they're 40 for like 2,000. And the big ones, 50. Like this big.
10 of those. All right. We got all our parts laid out,
Same color. I
I
can
think.
print some.
But I might bring her in so she can like pick it out.
All right, so we're going to start with,
These are custom colors. They get the little tab thing. Little
take one of our XY carriage holders. Does it matter which one? We'll go with this one because it kind of matches what we're looking at. We're going to take one of our idler pulleys, put it in there. M3 18. And we're apparently screwing through plastic.
Oh yeah, I just use scrap acrylic. I don't use anything fancy.
And we're going to screw this in. We're not going to tighten it all the way because we are going through plastic. We just want to tighten it until we feel the resistance change. And that tells us that we're tight. We're not trying to compress this. It's just going to ride freely in there.
That's the thing now. Everything's like on Makeables, and every thing has like send to print.
Here we go.
Stuff, so I can never find long files anymore. I'm looking for like a either Sailor Pluto's staff or
Okay.
She-Ra.
Turn the part upside down. So we put it in that way. Now we're going to go this way. And we're going to do another bearing right in there. Just come in this way. And same thing. Hold it, get it lined up, M3 by 18 from the top. So Liz, are you going to build another Prusa? Or are you done building Prusas?
Alright, what we got today?
Jedi Spidey.
I'm telling you, y'all just need a 3D printer over that shelf over there.
These guys still do that at the movie box at the movie.
All right, both of those are spinning very well.
Somewhere.
We're going to repeat the same procedure for the other side. So,
I have no idea where they are. That just means I have to make more.
which basically just means put 2 idlers. Doesn't really matter which direction you do it. Just put 2 idlers in.
Get a little handle, you could probably do like a keychain hook to it. Electronic keychain, because I've been trying to figure out how to do that. Because I've had people turn them into earrings by just using this little hand drill. So I was like, I gotta figure out how to do that.
Da, 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 da.
Fully modular robot. We 3D printed a whole bunch of parts.
Happy Saturday. Yes. It's a happy Saturday.
What kind of robots you guys building?
Here we go.
Well, that's a belt printer to make swords.
Swords, staffs, do things like that.
Cosplay stuff. And then they're building.
We printed a like 6-foot tall staff piece holding from the start of the
I know. So you must be good at finding these. Like, it's fine.
Who summons me? I wasn't summoning you. I was just saying how you were helping me.
I need a filament roll that you wanna get rid of. So that we can load a roll of film,
Is it what my whatever's gonna be?
whatever you want it to be. We can make it whatever, I just need to do a test print first.
Alright.
Cause bicycle. I shouldn't do that.
So right on the other side of me, they got a Idea Former belt printer.
Idea former IR3V2.
Idea Former IR3V2 belt printer, getting ready to print. So we're gonna grab this one so that we can look at it like that to match the picture. The left as in the picture, so hold it this way. We're going to attach the XY carriages to the linear holder. So we're going to take that, line it up like so. And we're going to use 3 screws to screw this in, and those 3 screws are M3x18s. And these are going to be screwed in through the plate, through the threaded holes on the plate, which were lined up.
So I used it, and I used all the spare rollers on this printer. Which is awesome. Blossom. Except the book.
Now you were just checking in. Heard you say happy. Oh, yeah, we were saying happy Saturday. So there we go. We got that piece done. Now we need to install the linear holder with 3 M3x18s.
You have to read instructions. I don't.
No.
Do what?
When I put together
Wait.
printers, I don't read instructions. I know how printers work.
No, these go with the smaller ones.
They function.
So we're going to put these, this goes right next to it. We flip it over and we're screwing back into this piece, which by the way, this holder is metal. This is not a printed holder. This is CNC'd aluminum.
Anyone else want more caffeine?
I do.
Yes, caffeine.
Coffee?
Please.
Sure.
Please. Kitty, why don't you go with her and help her?
I heard coffee.
Yeah, I heard somebody say, who wants coffee? And I was like, dumb question.
Everybody wants coffee. Coffee is life.
Yeah.
I want to ride my bicycle.
Now there's a part of me that looks at this and goes, should we be, one, using Torx bits, because these are Torx screws.
Is this your Keurig? That's living.
Yeah.
That is my Keurig that I brought, along with 2 cases of pods, because I planned on being here for a while.
Okay.
Yes.
Would you like me to make your Keurig coffee?
Sure.
Coffee.
Yep, awesome.
Coffee.
She found the Keurig that I brought. It was on sale at Walmart, so I figured bring Keurig, make coffee.
Do you know how to set it up? 'Cause I don't know how to set it up.
Go make coffee and add Bailey's. So I guess I won't be seeing you down here then.
Huh?
Jedi Spidey said, great, be right back. Now I have to go make coffee.
Where
Probably
is
add some Baileys.
we could just have.
Yeah. And I will say, I don't know if you guys can see, yeah, you probably won't be able to see this with me behind there, but these are definitely pre-lubricated. But there's your full assembly. So one done, and how much you want to bet that it's going to tell me to do the exact same thing to the other side?
Do you guys have any just basic like white PLA? I imagine you do. Like inland or something?
Not inland. I've got bamboo, I know in white. Natty white right here. And
EPACs, you got 2 or 3 shades of white.
yeah, there's quite a few different shades.
These are pretty good quality, I guess, the bamboo. It's really top tier. It's actually probably better than stuff I use. Oh, this is just a matte.
That's just a matte white. Now we have foamies.
Yes, Beverly is here. She's in the back trying to figure out how to set up the Keurig. We have Josh and his significant other here as well. Who knows? Maybe Mrs. Dragon will come down and see if I'm ever coming home later today. I don't know. She is in Raleigh, so there's a potential that she may make a visit.
And then we have
If only to make sure that I'm not buying more things while I'm here or bringing new things home with me.
just point out doing it for somebody.
Cool.
Unless you want PETG, then I've got
Yes, there are a few A1 minis behind me. If you want some, you can come down and buy some, and then there'll be less.
I might just go with the standard, just this is really all I need, because I'm just doing some tests and stuff, so.
I will have Beverly ring you up on your.
Tell you what, I am very much happy that they provided all the tools for this build. I really didn't need to use my own. It was just, it's been a while, and my Allen key thumb is not broken in the same way anymore. Go visit. Luke will give you one. No, Luke won't give you one, but you can. You know, I'll help you out to the car if you want. Hey, Shenanigans, we're doing good. Give me 1 second, and I'll give you a progress check here. Yeah, give me 1 second.
Is that motor? Are you picking up, feeding up that motor?
Nope. Okay. Oh. So there's the back panel with the power supply and the electronics board. And there's that. So we're making progress, and we're starting to work on the top hat right now. Swoosh, swoosh. Part-time salesperson while he streams and builds. Exactly. Takes bribes and farms the coffee. Actually, yes, I do, Liz. I can be bribed with coffee. That is true. If you bring donuts, that's been known to help too. Okay. Position the core XY plate as shown in the picture, ensuring the front rod holders are facing up. I'm sorry, they're being really, really loud. So we're going to just take this and slide this over here. Our rod holders facing up. Slightly lift the core XY plate from the plate's inner side. Loosely attach the linear holder to the assemblies. That confused me. Oh, I know what they're basically they're telling us to put this gap, put the plate right between that gap is what we're going to do. So holders over there, we're going to take this one and go like that. And this one and go like that ish. And we're going to try and find the balance point. Oh,
Now, how you fellas doing today?
there we go. Semi-balanced. Yeah, we're making progress, shenanigans. There are two types of smooth rods, as in there are 8mm and 10mm rods. 8mm slightly longer by 5mm. And surprisingly enough, they're located in the rods box. So let's find the rods box. Okay. For the following steps, please prepare 4 M3x6 screws. Four M3x6. Oh, those are M3x8s. Ah, that would almost be a mistake.
It looks so much prettier than the
M3x6. Oh, oofda.
Does it have a name?
This one? This is the IR3V2.
No, it needs a name.
You and her can name it.
I don't know what her name's all about.
She's what named everything.
Okay,
They all need to have name tag. I need to do better name tags and.
there's the 4. We'll try and grab the rest that I just dumped.
Here to here, if you want it that way. But majority
I'd say I lost my nuts, but I didn't. I lost my screws.
will be on the computer, not here physically.
I'm thinking more of like space saving,
Yeah.
because that would give you like 3 inches.
Well, the only problem is with that is the cord, you'll have the cord gripping, but you'll have to zip tie it in.
We got zip ties.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Okay.
I don't think this is the place where zip ties are ever in shortage.
4 M3x6 screws. We might have one on the ground. We'll find it if we do. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you would.
And we need
And
10mm rods for this step.
they were never gonna run.
Slide both the rear rod holders onto both 10mm rods. Line up the ends of the rods with the holders. Okay. So,
So does it need a special slicer? What does it need to do?
10mm rods. I'm going to
Once you.
I got you 3 220s, 1 220s, I got you 3 100,
gently just wipe these down to get rid of any transport oils that are still on them. We need our rod holders. The easiest way to do this is going to be to do it just like that, and that will keep it nice and flat at the end.
And this is that printer that I didn't know if you wanted.
And
Sure.
I'm going to do this right at the end,
Huh?
and we'll cinch this up.
What is this?
That is a printer. A 400
That way, we're nice and flush at the end.
Hey, you gotta talk to that one about.
I was going to say, I thought you said that was for me, and now you're telling her. Now you're telling me it's for her.
No, it's technically,
It's
she told me to bring it in because she would, because you have it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but it's probably gonna end up being here because his wife is probably gonna say no to like going to his house.
That's
Okay.
300 by 300.
Be careful when you're doing these and make sure that the screws are going in from different sides. I'll show you what I mean right there.
I don't think it's allowed to go into his.
Okay. Meaning these are now flush with the end. Screw head on the right, or on that side, screw head on that side. Okay? That's crucial because for maintenance reasons later on and for tightening other things up or being able to work on it. They need to be in opposite directions. Okay. Now we're going to slide both, or wait, push the 10 millimeter smooth rod through the LM10 LUU bearing and into the front holders. Line up the front, make sure the screws on the rear are pointing out of the frame. Okay,
Oh, I've got one getting built.
so on
Lomax, Sandals, yeah.
this side, that screw head needs to be towards the outer frame.
And we didn't have a second.
So
We didn't have it. Yeah. So yeah, so this is made out of leftover metal. But we ran out of metal and we're trying to get more metal, but metal's expensive.
So we're going to do just like this. Pushing it through and into the front. Same thing over here. We're going to get our rod going in slowly to make sure we don't rip any of our balls out. Get that lined up and push it forward.
Got a 49-inch Kirkland game on our 227s. Yeah, I live off my
Like 11-inch MacBook Air right now.
You might have to lift that side up some so that everything lines up easier and you can push the rod forward. And there's going to be mounting holes here that we're going to mount down to. So you need to make sure that those are lined up front to back. And now it's going to tell us to
How do you like your coffee?
black with sweet and low.
Yeah, I don't know if we're fancy enough to have sweet and low.
Well then,
I can look to see if it's like if it's in the coffee style. I might have sugar-free creamer, like sugar-free syrup.
okay.
That might be as close as I got.
We got any French vanilla?
I think it's like salted caramel is what they had before. Okay, so we're going to lock these two down and then firmly tighten the screw on the rod holder. Huh. I'd already firmly tightened the screw on the rod holder. So we're, like I said, just getting these lined up and then tightening them down. Those are flowing nicely. And now we're going to come up to the front. Now that we've got these in there, and we'll tighten this top clamp around the the rod in the front. Okay. We're not tightening the bottom screw. The bottom screws will be for the uprights, for the 8 millimeter upright rods. Now we get to start preparing some motor mounts. We'll take these 8 millimeter rods and I'm just going to set them over here out of the way so I can get rid of another box. So I have room to move that to the side. And I need to grab the motors. We'll need the XY motors. Motor mounts out of our printed parts kit.
That new what?
Yeah, the 85X is over there. I normally do one of each in here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's ready when you are. I was like,
All right,
that's why
folks.
there's decaf. I was just like,
Yeah. Coffee break, everybody.
I just saw decaf and I was just like, ah. I was like, no.
Hard pass.
I was like, I don't want decaf.
The guy that is trying not to kill himself all at once.
Oh, honey, you would not believe how much coffee I used to drink.
Yeah. The doctor got mad at me when I was drinking a pot and a half of coffee a day by myself.
When I used to work in warehousing, I would stop by the gas station on my way to work, get a 24-ounce cup of coffee, and put anywhere between 4 to 6 stock shots in it. And then drink that before I got to work. Drink regular coffee all throughout my 8 to 10 hour shift on the way home.
Back, sorry, I lost my mic again. The receiver died this time, so I'm trying to bounce back and forth with my battery pack. Thank you, Zombie, for suggesting these. So we're bouncing back and forth a little bit with that. I'm going to make some coffee. I will be right back. Oh, Jedi Spidey, you're killing me. Got my coffee with some Bailey's cinnamon churros and topped off with some cold cream. Oh, or cold foam. Oh.
My doctor's always wondered how I don't have high blood pressure from how much caffeine I drink.
Yep. Yeah. Okay, folks, sorry about that. So I am making some more coffee because I'm fully tapped out. I should probably have, I don't know, a little bit of water too to splash into my system. Okay. So we've got motor mounts, our little tool. We'll scoot that over there for now. We need M3 by 30s. It's almost done, so I will be there in a second. I need 2 M3 by 30 and 2 M3 by 18s. Two 30s, two 18s. Spacers. Where are the spacers again? Found in the electronics and fasteners package. Yep. Fasteners, fasteners. Oh, spacers. These are the 3.625 blah 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 whatever spacers.
He knows who Nicholas is.
Okay.
It's Nicholas, isn't it? You know Sophie.
These are tiny, tiny spacers. So, and there's a spare. I'm going to leave it in there for now.
Okay, well, what? What else?
The plugging cable from the back.
Oh.
Because he plugged it, he had an AEMS 2 plug.
Yeah.
And he plugged the 1 into it. So he could have 8 colors.
But you know, it's still working off the kinks.
Okay.
Little pig? Yes, sir.
Okay, so I think we're
Make sure everything's right
oh,
before we actually start.
an M3 NS nut.
That.
One square nut. Here we go.
Well, it fits 3 at a time.
I bet it does taste yummy. That sounds pretty darn good. And we need 6 pulleys. 2, 4. Hey, look, there's 6 pulleys.
Real barbecues
Okay, so we're going to take our tool here. We're going to put in a pulley there. We're going to take a spacer, put it at the spot right above the pulley. Oi. Big fingers, small spot. Get, ah. All right, spacers being annoying. Well, all right, spacers being annoying. We'll get it sort of there. We'll put in our other pulley, and then we'll squish it in there like that. So we got pulley with a spacer in the middle. Now what we're going to be able to do is grab pick one, because they kind of look the same. We're going to use this one, the E4. There's the chamfered edge. We're going to take this, set it down there like that. Take the E3 by 30. Come in from, comes in from the right side. Push that through. Screw it in. Just until you feel the tension change, and pull the part out. And there's your pulley stack. Nice and pretty. I'm going to do it again because I know they want me to do it again. Like I said, I may have read instructions last night. I know, I just lost my man card in this group here. But yes, I read instructions. So, same thing. Set it down in there, M330. Pull the part. And there we go. So we did both of them. On this one, we have another pulley to do over here. So we're going to put in a pulley. We're going to come from the top and set pulley, come in from top. Put in screw.
You want a dragon?
Huh?
You want a long dragon?
Yes.
I could do, I've actually got a file saved for,
You got 8-foot dragon.
this will be like 4 feet.
4 foot, yeah.
We need to go longer, but we're gonna add wood.
How I want it.
I mean, find whatever roll you want it to look like, or whatever color you want it to be.
How much filaments is it gonna take?
Plus 800 grams.
Okay.
All this for,
And on this one, we do have to put the square nut in this slot right there.
We can open one then.
So
Pastel rainbow. Wow. I wonder if I can not open it.
make sure it lines up with the hole. And there we go. Now it tells me to do the other side, which, well, we've already done.
Every once in a while I get to print something for myself. Sometimes I get to print things for myself.
All right, folks, while I'm screwing this in, I'm going to walk into the back and get my coffee that's sitting back there without me starting to cool off. So I'll be right back, folks. All right, we got fresh coffee, so the build can continue now. No, I did not use my number 2 bit as a coffee stirrer. Okay, next thing, we're gonna 2 more idler pulleys found in the electronics package. Two pulleys. M330. Didn't I just have those out? I did, I swear I did. 12, 30. 2 more M3x30s. M3x18. M3x12. We only need 1. Oh no, I think the camera went to sleep again. So did my phone. Wow. All right, so we're dead on camera, we're dead on phone, we're half dead on mics. Oh, we're gonna keep going. So, okay, M318s. We need 2 of those. There we go. And 2 square nuts. A couple more printed parts. Just going to say we'll pull these out. Need those 2, these 2, that can go there. Okay, our belt printer pulley holders, we need to put in our square nuts in the back end here. Make sure they get pushed in and lined up.
Yeah, well, we should be back around just unmounted, call this thing. Unless you want a DM. If you want to volunteer DM.
Yeah. Well, I had an unfinished campaign, so like I'm still trying to write, so.
Yeah, well, everyone needs a DM. I'm so sorry.
It's fine.
Okay, now we're going to take these pieces. We're going to set this flat down where the sloped edge is going. Take this piece, slide it right down over the top, and M3 by 30 screw, and we're just going to get it started. We don't really want to, we're not trying to tighten it, we're just trying to get the bolts started. Okay, same thing here. Get it sitting flat, sloped edge going that way. This will slide right over the top. M330. You want to make sure you got that full travel motion there. So those 2 are done. Well, that part was done. Now we need to put our idlers in. So we'll grab this one. Insert the idler. Put in using the M3 by 18, and we're coming from the inside. Hey Waters, it's going pretty good. We're making progress. We got a Keurig set up, so we just filled up on our coffee. Waters is on stream. I don't know why he's not hanging out with his wife. Kind of, sort of not my. We're going to take our M3 by 12. It gets inserted through here, tightened slightly. 5 turns are enough. It must not protrude through the other side.
Yeah, once it gets done with the first one, I'm just gonna stop it. When it's done.
So there we go. We'll figure out the rest of that later. And I'm almost going to assume that we're going to put an M3 by 18 through an idler over here.
Continue.
deal. I mean, the new one will, but the new one's gonna be about that much wider and multicolored, so
That's the one I need.
that much
Run
wider.
some truck, bed,
There we go.
Under seat splinters, and they'll do floor mats.
She's reading right now while we eat. Oh, gotcha. Well, don't get yourself in trouble, Waters. Hey, Phil Nux, how's it going? We're having fun. We're building. I'm sure I needed like 8 battery banks all plugged in and more USB something. Things are shutting off. I've completely killed my phone. The Insta 360's dead. Yeah, we're doing good. Ooh, I wonder.
if I'd known, I'd brought you that block and just plug 5 USBs in.
Yeah. All right. Let's see.
You sit all day? All right, you can't stand up and write. Hello? I ain't walked down. I was over by, past Country Yard Mall, place called Heavenly Baptist.
All right, gang. We're going to take a quick break. I am going to put you on a be right back screen. I'm going to go grab something out of my truck so I can hopefully start charging my phone back up. And we'll keep going in just a second.
You need me to get something for you, Drake?
No, I'm good. Hey everybody, we're back. And thanks, Liz. You're almost ready to put together your Pez machine. Oh, that's going to be cool. That's going to be cool. But thank you, Liz. Let me see where we're at. We did that. We did that. We did those. What do we need? 5 M330s. Five M330s. M3 by 18s. One of those. And M3 by 6s. We need a couple of those. No, those are not my printers behind me. So the printers, I am streaming from Ecovate 3D Philinux. Kind of doing a couple things. One, making sure that I have a kind of quasi-portable streaming setup. And then two, future events may be streamed out of here as well, like the monthly Maker meetups. Right now, my camera, I just have the one camera going. That's why it's kind of not centered on me, but more on the work. But yeah, we're trying out a whole bunch of new stuff on the setup this time. Sorry about that. Okay, so we've got this, we've got this. We're going to bring this back over like boop, boop. We'll bring that over. We'll try and bring these down to balance that a little bit, maybe. We need our motors. Now, one thing to note, you got to kind of really look at the way they're talking about your motors, but this motor has a little tab right there. Right there. There's a little tab. And on the rear spot, right next to the rod, as it's showing in that image, there's a square. So this is going to get lifted up, and you're going to align that tab with that square opening. And that's going to line up your 4 holes for you. And we're going to use... Do that, and which... M3 by 6 screw right there. Okay, so we're not doing anything with the motor mounts. What we're doing is just locking in the that mount itself. Here we go. Now we're going to go through and do the other side the exact same way. Line up that tab with the slot in the rear housing here. Like so. Make sure that those are lined up. We'll grab our M3 by 6, and this is threading into plastic here, folks, so be gentle. Yeah, so, and the big thing right over here that looks like a cabinet, this is the Optimus P1. This is the 600 by 600 by 1000 printer that I worked on getting up and running. Now that we know everything functions and works, we're going to be rebranding it, clipperizing it, doing a whole brand new tool head on it. Something from Luke's laboratory is going to go in it. And yeah, we're going to make that one work again. Okay, now these parts, which is our tensioner, it says turn the Core XY assembly upside down so that the bent parts, these bent parts of our frame are facing down. So basically what we're going to do is take this whole assembly and rotate it towards us so that those motor mounts are now on the top back here, and we're going to be working right here with our tensioners. We've got our two tensioners.
We need to get there so I can afford to get them sideways.
And how are we setting this up? Place the left. That one says E1R. This one says E2L. So this will be the left side over here.
PR, that's how I pay my, that's how I pay my cat. The PR says
Yes, like this.
power bills.
So this is going to line up with 3 holes on the frame. We're going to take 2, secure the part with 2 M330s and 1 M318. The 30s, of course, are going to go on the longer slots, or the longer sides. 18 over here where the ramped edge is. Yes, and eventually there's a classroom space over here that we're going to make both a classroom and streaming room in, so that me and other content streamers here in the local area can actually come and stream out of the store. We're going to line up this right side here and use 3 M330s. Okay. So we just secured the right retention spring in. Hey, look, we're going to be doing an X-axis soon. So we'll slide this right over here. Let me drop this camera down a little bit so you can see what I'm doing again. There we go. I need.
I do design and print.
Okay, and then he like does your math.
Yeah, if I do something math.
So you do like prototype and then he does the filming.
I do the bulk of it.
I got 3 or 4 patents. He helped run those parts for me.
Cool.
So hollow extrusion here. We've got 6 holes in the top, 6 holes in the bottom. We're going to be working on the 6 holes that are going straight across. So we've got that. We need M3 by 6 screws. We need 6 of these.
It's going to take 48 hours to print and 801 grams.
The linear rail.
Well, I didn't change anything. This is the standard slice. I didn't change anything. I should have.
And a piece of paper towel to wipe the preservative lubricant off that rail. Sorry, Liz, no lube stream today. Everything's pre-lubed.
Try to hang it from the ceiling. If you can lighten it up, that would probably have to be helpful.
Yep.
Well, the 16-foot longwood that I did, the one hanging at the restaurant in Charlotte,
You could take it through there.
I think it's like 4 walls.
Add 2 walls.
We'll run one of those. I'm gonna add 1 wall, then I'm gonna
loading it until they're at 5. It's at factory 15 right now, what it should be.
Aw.
See it?
Yep.
Yeah, I would lower everything just a little bit if I'm hanging.
Okay.
So a little bit lighter.
So there we go.
I'll leave it fall.
And
Hang out. Don't squish a cat.
Yeah.
You know.
do not remove the green things unless told to do so.
I was a Harley girl. I was like,
Wipe off the extra preservative lubricant, attach the linear rail to the linear rail beam, and line up the holes in both parts. Insert and slightly tighten 2 N3x6 into the third holes. So we're going to take this, line it up,
I was supposed to do management, but those were popular. $1,000-$2,000 into little bitty joints.
third hole from left and right.
Yeah, I built Victories for a while. I did some Harleys for a
The
little bit.
layer shells
I do all
is the
Indian.
I got to
one,
look
is the
at all the
one
three
for
fellas.
walls, right?
What's that?
Layer shells is the one for walls on this one.
Yeah, that sounds.
I think so.
That sounds right. Shell.
Put that right in the middle.
Baker, right?
Yeah, Ideal Maker. This is the new version. Mine, the one I keep the old version just because I like it. Because I understand everything on it.
Put the carriage in the middle, and it wants us to take these and move them to the fourth
No,
hole.
no, we're good. We got some tea.
So we have to squeeze the ends, and it should pop out, supposedly. See me sending this across the room as well.
Slicing because this computer is slow as dirt. I'm going to go ahead and get the filament changed out.
Pat that dry. All right, now we're going to go ahead and put screws in all the other ones.
Dragon, is Noah watching you?
Noah was watching me. I don't know if he's still watching me or if his wife got done eating.
Tell him I said his computer's slow.
Hey, Waters, your computer's slow.
Very, very slow.
Very, very slow. Yeah, but I will say that's the nice thing is everything does come, like I said, lubricated and all that good stuff, so that's good. Okay, so we inserted the screws into the fifth holes from the ends and tighten just slightly. Insert the 2 screws in the first holes in the rail, the outer ones, tighten just slightly. Do not remove the safety pins from the rail. Now, for the following steps, please prepare 3/8 M3x8 RT. I have a feeling, didn't we have those out already? M3 8 RT and M3x8 screws. Oh, they're both. So we need 6 of these. All right, and the linear rail assembly that we assembled earlier.
There we go.
Now we're going to mount this on our assembly here.
We're doing Rainbow Dragon, huh?
So I'm gonna send it like that.
Totally fine.
We're gonna take this and turn it so that our front tensioners are there, our motors are towards us, and we've got the peak towards us. Okay. Move both linear motors approximately to the center of the y-axis. Okay.
This is actually pretty cool.
Approximately to the center. Okay. Now we're going to take our rail and we're going to mount it on here. Now, I'm going to do it because I'm a little OCD. There's letters on the rail, so we're going to do it so you can read it if you were reading it. Now, there's 3 holes on each side. 3 holes on each side in the back here. That's what we're going to be putting screws into. So we're going to use the M3x8 screws that we just pulled out. That are a Torx bit, so why not use the Torx driver? And we're going to go ahead and line this up and screw these in.
Oh yeah, we got good feed. You got good feed at 210. Very good feed at 210. Alright, so we lowered the infill, did 1 extra wall, and it lowered it down to 283. Excuse me, 783.
Cool.
That's
Now,
how wide you're gonna get it practically infill.
I'm going to do a couple on each side so that we can get this started and I don't have to sit here and hold it the whole time. And I'm not going to tighten them down yet. I am going to move it forward some more though. Simply because it's easier to get the driver in there. I don't want to tighten these up until I get them all the screws started, so. So we're going to get all 6 screws started. We will run it fully forward so that it's 100% in line, and then secure all 6 screws finally.
Look what we're putting the dragon in.
Oh, the pastel rainbow
Oh yeah. Like
with the
this.
glitter.
It's gonna look like her hair.
Yeah, every time I see her hair, it makes me want to dye mine again. I miss my color. Yep, diamond eyes.
Okay, so I'm just going to light pressure to hold it all the way forward, and then I will finish tightening all of the the screws in the back.
Or you want me to set this up in the back, or you?
Yeah, let's
So there we go, everything's set. Now it
clear out the space for
wants me to remove the safety pins.
So, if you're down, set it up.
These are pretty simple to set up. On GK3.
You can remove the safety pins as they're no longer needed because
A couple of the pro models.
it can't come off anymore. So I'm going to turn this around real fast so I can get to these a little bit easier. Now once again, this rail is just slightly on there. It's jiggly still. So now we need this piece. Square nuts.
It's going to be as many coffee setups, printers.
3 of those.
That's the way to be.
M38 RT. We need 3 of these.
Don't forget them.
All these people picky about minutes.
Love you, Debbie, and I love that. Later, Wood.
Now we're going to insert these. There's one from, where are we going? From the side there.
Almost. Are you wanting the same thing on both of them?
One from the side here.
You want them on both of them? Yeah. All right, no problem. Be good. Appreciate it. Nice meeting you guys.
Nice meeting you.
Have a good day.
Just making sure that it gets fully lined up with the hole there. And if you need to, grab something that you can use to push it a little bit further in. Maybe not that.
Oh, it's got a nice little LED light and everything.
Yeah, you can turn it off.
I was like, no, I like it.
Well, the problem with the LED is that it, like.
There we go.
When you're trying to watch it, it sometimes at night.
Then we're going to turn it over to the other side.
Okay, so
Push that one in.
and you just turn it off from the screen later. So I'll figure it out, but very nice.
All right, so we've got nut, nut, nut. This third one up here is going to be into a plastic. So,
We're printing.
so now we're going to bring this back over, rotate it around so we've got the little triangle piece here.
Huh?
You noticed something, right?
And the way this works,
Spend 3 hours trying to learn this.
focus on the triangle protrusion on the middle, insert the bed stop rear, this, under the protrusion at the back of the core XY plate, align the 3 holes in both parts and secure it with our screws. So this one is going into a nut. This one's going into a nut, and then the middle one's going to be going into the plastic. So right now I'm just trying to get these lined up with the nuts. We'll do those 2 first, and we'll come in and do the one into the plastic. There we go. Now we get to start playing with our motors. I'm going to go back and double check this rail and just make sure that I was supposed to leave that loose, or was I actually supposed to darn it. Relocate the safety pins, gently squeeze the safety pin, insert, tighten just slightly, insert, tighten just slightly. Okay. Mount it. Okay, so yeah, we haven't tightened that rail yet, and we're still good with not having it tightened. Now we're going to need our motors, and they are marked X and Y on the motors. So X, Y. We need the pulleys. Grounding lug. We'll just set that over there. So we've got our 2 pulleys. And the assembly multi-tool. So we're going to use the X-axis motor. We've got the flat part of this tool right here. We're going to put it on there like that. We're going to take the pulley. And this one, the thin pulley side goes down. And sits on top of the printed part, and that gives us our offset. Fully tighten against the flat, and then tighten against the round side. Pull that. So there's the X motor, the Y motor. It's going to be done the same way. We're going to find our flat, put our tool on there, but this time we're going to put the fatter side of the connector down. Push it all the way down against the printed part and tighten some screws. Just again, go on the flat first and then the other one. Pull your tool out. We've got 2 motors done. And then we'll redo that because I wasn't supposed to use the flat. I was supposed to use the J-hook side. Nobody screamed at me through chat that I was doing it wrong. So we still want, the quote unquote fat side of the pulley down, but we're using the J-hook to space it, not the thin part of the tool. And that's the same J-hook that we use to do our zip ties before on our electronics box. So there we go. Hey Chewy, how's it going? We get that space there. Okay, we need another piece, and that piece was in here. This is the carriage. This is another CNC milled piece. So it's going to be the carriage. We've got belts, PTFE tube, and some other random parts. So we're just going to take that out so we can get that out of the way. Parts are dwindling, folks. Parts are dwindling. So we got the belts, that, this. We need M3 by 35 screws. And we need 8 M3 by 35 screws. There's 9 in the bag, so that means the one's extra. I feel like it's gummy bear time. Okay, I think we have everything. So we're going to do belt installation and yeah. X belt is the top, Y belt is the bottom. So it's going to be interesting. So starting with our motor mounts facing up, we're going to grab one of our 2 belts and randomly somewhere, right, we're going to create a loop, okay, with the belted teeth facing inward. We're going to put that loop between the idlers, the 2 idlers at the bottom, and there will be that opening there. We're going to put that loop in, and it's going to fill that space. I'm going to have to show you in the pictures what's happening here. So we fill this space where the pulley is going to go, and then we're going to take our motor and we're going to insert the Y motor on this side. And where is, I believe it's hard to tell in this video, but the cable needs to be exiting towards you, towards the back of this printer. So belt's fully pushed in there. I'm going to set the motor in there, and I should be able to pull the belt, and it's around the pulley. Okay? Now, we want to lift it up firmly, holding the motor and everything together. We're going to set it up, and we're going to put some screws in and secure them down. This is going to lock that motor. Okay. Now I'm going to lay this back down, and we're going to do some belt routing. So, got one belt that'll kind of just lay off that way. This belt, we're going at the bottom, is going to go through the motor mount to the front, around the idler pulley, and then around the idler pulley here. Like so. Now, we're going to take our belt plate, and the belted area is towards the back. The flat face is going to be towards the extruder mount side. So what we're going to do, and this is the bottom, right? We're going to push it through the middle hole and then back through the left hole in the bottom row. So we're going through the middle, turning it, coming back through the left hole, and we're going to expose like 4 or 5 teeth. Sure. All right. So about like that. Then we're just going to set that down. We're going to come over here, and remember we're on the bottom side of the belt path now, so that tells us where we're going to put this side of the belt. We're going to route that this way. Around the lower idler here. And then we're going to basically do the same thing on this other side. Go through the center and then come back around, leaving 4 or 5 teeth on that side. So fight to get the belt to go through. There we go. Push, push, pull, you know what we do. Yeah, it's about good. Okay, so we're a little loose, but that's fine. We have no tension on the belts at the moment, but that's one belt routed. Now we're going to do everything, but we're going to come over to this one. It's the same type of thing. We're going to create a loop. Oh, I didn't even look. This has words on it. Uh-oh. Whew. Got them the right way. We're going to make a loop, stick it between the 2 idlers, which are on the top at this side, and give it some slack so it kind of fills in that space. Take our motor wires coming out the back side, set it in there, pull your belt, and you'll feel that it grabs onto the pulley. Same thing. We're going to hold that together, lift it up on its side, and run some screws into the hole and attach the motor to the motor mount. Oh, no worries, Chewy. No worries. And I will tell you that the parts here, the prints look gorgeous. I believe they're doing polycarbonate CF for all the parts here on these builds now. And they just look gorgeous. Okay. motor tightened. I'm going to lay this back down. And we're going to follow the same thing, only we're going to work on the right-hand side here, I believe. Yep. We're going to start over here on the right. So we'll take this belt, follow it through the right here. Around the front idler. The top front idler here. And we're going to do like we did before. We're going to come through the top center, flip the belt around, and go through the right outer. And we're going to pull 4 or 5 teeth through. Just try and match up what we got on the bottom. Roughly. Looks about right. Pull that slack. Okay. Bring us around behind this pulley, go straight through. Move the wire out of the way if we need to. Go through that pulley. And once again, through the middle. And we'll try and pull the same number of teeth through on this side as the lower belt. That way, I'm assuming these were cut to length, and we'll have a comparable amount of initial tension between the two belts. Not going to say they're going to be perfect, but I'm looking for a comparable amount of teeth on both sides. Oh, come on, work with me, darn it. All right, just randomly looking from the top down, they look to be the same number of teeth on each side, so that's good. Take some coffee. Make sure my mic's still working. Okay. We did that, we did that. Check the belt guidance. So before we proceed anywhere, we're going to walk around and just look at our belts and make sure that they are routing nicely in the pulleys, that nothing's out of whack. Look through the inspection hole on the side, make sure that it's riding on your motor pulley well. Everything looks correct. We're going to prepare the Bowden guide. That would be this piece here. I will say I do see like input shaping marks on here, like this was done on a printer that either wasn't input shaped appropriately or, yeah, something. So I'm going to need 5 M3x10 screws. 5 M3x10. A square nut. And a couple zip ties. Okay. We're going to do our belts. So I'm going to turn this around so that I can see the belts. And excuse me, folks. We're going to go ahead and install our belt to the carriage. Once again, making sure that no belt is I'm going to try and get all of these started. Basically, we're making sure that the belts are staying parallel and aren't getting caught in the they're not getting caught with a screw that could cause them damage. Now that I have all 4 in, I'm going to secure it down in a crossing pattern. All right. How much is left? I honestly I don't know. I'm step 59 in section 5. Okay, it wants me to push a zip tie through the motor mount right. So I'm going to flip this back around so it's towards me. And it wants me to put a zip tie over here on this side. Route the Y motor cable through the cable channel on the motor mount and then cover the zip tie and over the zip tie. Secure the cable in the zip tie and trim the excess. Okay. So there's a cable route that this can go in, and we're going to run it through that path, and we'll zip tie this in place. And how do they do the zip tie? I just want to make sure I'm not putting the head in the wrong spot. Head towards the inside so that it's out of the way of things and not going to catch the motor or any frame piece. So this is what we did. Okay. Now we'll cut that zip tie tail off without cutting a belt. That would be a bad day. Throw that down there. And what's next? The other side, we're going to put a zip tie and kind of do the same thing. Kind of, sort of, maybe, but not completely. I don't know. Zip tie, motor cable through the cable guide. In this case, this one is just coming kind of straight back. All right. On the y-axis side, we need to put in our square nut. So we're putting that in right there. And we're going to attach the bug guide, which will fit in a little notch there with an M3 by 10 and go right through that T-nut, or that square nut. And that should self-align in center because there's a printed, I'll say, keying tab. So there we go. All right. Insert that, fix it down, blah, 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 that's done. Prepare a white LED strip. Hey, the other LED strip. And the Core XY strut found in the metal parts package. I believe that be this. Yes. So, hole on this side, a little slot on that side. And a couple of the M3 4RT screws. Okay. M3 4RT screws times 2. Times 2, not 4. Yeah. It's going to be a little bit while. Like I said, we're definitely, you love watching streams like this, I love building PCs and about any kind of tech. Yeah, I love doing this, and the simple fact that we can do this build and and just stream it in one full shot is pretty fun. Okay, there's the screws. Now we're going to carefully peel off the backing again and position the strip near the Core XY strut to check alignment, but do not attach it yet. The rectangular cutout on the strut, orient the strip cable to the same side. Okay. Stick evenly to the strut. So this looks like we're going to put it up this way with the orientation there. Okay. So, backing off again. Grab the end piece here. And we're going to orientate it along the strip. We're going to kind of center it.
On the slicer, there it is.
Okay, so there we go. Take the LED assembly and attach it to the front of the Core XY assembly and attach it, align the holes of both parts. The white LED strip cable must point to the left. Okay, so we're going to put this facing us, and I was thinking that this was going to be like somehow like this. It's not. It's going to come up from underneath the lip like this and be screwed in with the screws coming from the front. So I'm going to ask you to bear with me while I try and get this lined up, and then I'll kind of show you what I'm talking about. Okay. So that's the front. And I'm going to flip it over and you'll see where the strip went. Right? So it's going to be from the front, pointing light in, or I guess, yeah, it's kind of like this forward. Okay, now we're going to need to prepare the door sensor. So I need this, a M2.5 by 10 screw, silver. M2.5 by 10 screw. Okay, there's that. Spare one's going to go in here. Okay, and some zip ties. Flip the Core XY assembly up down so that our Y motors are down. So like that. Orientate it with the light strip cable facing towards me. I don't know what was just dinging. But something dinged. I don't know what it was. I'm going to try and keep some mics connected and going. Okay. Thread 3 zip ties through the core XY plate, assuring the zip ties point inward. Okay. So we're going to take our zip ties, and once again, we've got the 2 slots, for lack of a better word. So we're going to come through there. With the, I'll say the heads, the square locking heads are on the inside, with the tails coming up on the outside. Just making sure I did not capture a belt in there or something. Let's see. What do you got? How long do you think it takes one of the Prusa guys to build one of these? Probably not that long. Like, I'm going slow reading everything, talking. We've made coffee and done a few other things. If I was just banging this out, I'd just be sitting down banging it out. It always seems to take longer when you're streaming. The assembly charge doesn't seem high for the amount of, exactly. I don't think they are. I think they may be starting on the Mark IVs, but I don't think they're doing the Core Ones yet. Yeah, it's about $250 upcharge to go from a kit to a fully built. So I mean, it doesn't seem huge, but so we got them all 3. Partially tighten the zip ties, just enough to catch the first few teeth, because we're going to route some things through it. So get a few teeth pulled through.
This is a 10-foot Prusa banner.
I don't know why they didn't just tell me to route this through. I'm going to route this through now, just so it's hopefully one less thing that's flopping around everywhere. But we got that done. Now we'll flip this back over with the motors up. Place the door sensor on the left belt tensioner. So it'll be on this. Yes, on this side. At the top, it's going to be on the slope. And we're going to secure it with the M2 5x10. So watch the orientation. The lever with the bearing needs to be at the top, and the screws going in at the bottom. And you should see the resistor right by my finger. They've added a resistor there. So heads up, that's the way it's going to get installed. With a 2mm driver.
And it will come off the end pretty good. Unlike that. Horrifying.
That's going to look awesome in that color.
See?
Baby dragon.
There you go. That's how easy the supports come off.
Right. This would be fun to put time lapses on TikTok. Just gonna do a 20. Should I just do a 24-hour live stream with printers, Luke?
Well, I mean, they have something like that. It's called Maker Deck. But yes, people do live stream their printers all
Do
day.
people watch that?
Some people do. Some people do. Okay. So
Is this core one almost done?
secure the door sensor with the M2.5 screw. Tighten the bolt fully, then loosen it a quarter turn.
I've only been here for
So it's fully done. Now we're going to loosen it a quarter turn. Come on.
That's for the coffee break. Have you eaten? Are you drinking water?
Well, I had a gulp of water and I'm eating gummy bears.
Okay.
Are you saying I need to take a break and
You're
eat
at like
something
hour
solid?
7. Are you okay?
I'm at hour 7. Am I okay? Hey, chat. Am I okay?
Are you hydrated?
Am I hydrated? I'm dehydrated, so there's hydrated in the word.
You should drink some water.
From the rear of the belt tensioner, tighten the M3x12 screw, which I am doing, so that it touches the door sensor. Okay.
Want me to microwave your lunch for you? It's in the fridge. I think that's your food in the fridge.
That is my food in the fridge. That would be fabulous.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm just like, please don't die.
I'll try not to.
Not on my insurance.
Not on your insurance?
Don't die on my insurance, please.
And we're tightening this just until we see it touch. And then we'll call it good. I'm pretty sure we may adjust that later. Yeah, it's raining again. Dragon, are you okay? Are you okay, Dragon? Dragon's okay. Okay, so we did that.
Back there for these boxes?
Whoop.
Just anywhere back there for the boxes?
Place the door sensor. Oh, we just ran the screw up. Whoop. Now, push the zip tie through the hole in the left belt tensioner. Oh, put a zip tie through the hole in the left belt tensioner. Hey, we get to go in the second pack of zip ties now. Dragon, are you okay? Dragon, are you okay? Are you okay, Dragon? Dragon, are you okay? Are you okay, Dragon? I just made Bev smile. She's probably wanting to cry now after hearing that, but she did smile.
No dying on my insurance.
I hear you say that. Oh, she brought me more chocolate. Yay! Sustenance. Chocolate, sustenance. Okay, we're gonna push the zip tie through the front. This is like a big bend zip tie. There we go. Just like that. Guide the door sensor cable through the zippy tie, then tie the zip tie to secure the door cable. Okay. So, only you can prevent forest fires. So we're going to bring that through and just make sure we can zip tie that there. Okay. Now it looks like that's going to get shuffled underneath and through our other zip ties before we do that. Prepare a cardboard box. You can use any box from the kit. The box used in the picture is for the illustrative purposes only. Okay. We're going to use a box. Flip the Core XY upside down. Position the smooth rods on top. Okay. We're going to set that there. We're going to grab the printed parts box to hold the back side. Pull that forward. Thank you. All right, guys, I apologize for the munching noise, but I now have some warmed up General Chow's chicken, so. And it is storming outside.
I was about to go out to my car and get like some boxes, but I'm not gonna wait. For a second, I was like, oh my god, more boxes.
Be careful not to damage the door sensor. Hey, door sensor is fine, it's not damaged. Route the LED strip wire down through here, and we're going to bring the and the door sensor through here. So we're going to bring this through as well. So we'll have the LED and the door sensor wire coming down through there. There is a little cutout divot there to help keep things good. We'll do like that. We'll do like that.
I told them not to.
Eh. Yep. Then we'll just pull these tight.
I will trade if you can wait, I'll trade you one. But they should. I'll trade you one when we get here.
Hey Beverly, Jedi Spidey says hi. Ah. Oh well. That's good. Okay, those two are done. Those two are done. All right, those are good. We'll cut the tails off. All right. Wish to live closer, might hang out there more often too. Yeah. 2-hour drive for me, not as bad as I thought. Yeah, it's not too bad. I know Thunder Keys, who's somewhere north of Richmond, is talking about coming down next month for the Maker meetup. Which I think is the week. The next one is the weekend after Murph. Okay, we need our smooth rods, our other smooth rods, and some M3x8 RT screws. One. There's one M3 8 RT screw. And it looks like we're back to putting the printer up here. So, I'm going to take this and flip it over and set it over here for a second or 20. Oh. And we've got the printer back up here. Okay. Carefully insert both smooth rods through the heated bed assembly bearings and into the rod mount in the base assembly. It is a requirement to insert the smooth rods in the axis with the bearing very slowly to prevent the balls from shooting. We don't want balls shooting out. Shooting balls is bad. So we're just going to let it find its own way. Okay. A little downward force and they're now in their cradles. Temporarily take these and hang them over the rear. I don't know how that's going to happen, but okay. See if we can't do something. Exercise extreme caution when placing the assembly on the smooth rods and back panel. Ensure that no cables are pinched. Ensure both smooth rods are properly seated in the rod holders. The threaded rod and the rear Z motor. The threaded rod of the rear Z motor must pass through the bed stop wear part or stop rear part. Yeah, I didn't think that was going to stay there. I don't know. Let me see. I have a feeling it might sit on the back there, but let's see if I can get this done without having to move things. Okay. No cables pinched. I'm just going to pick these up and put them on the top. Make sure these wires are coming down here. Those wires are going there. Raise it up over back. All right. Back's in. Front way off. hell are these going? All right, what am I missing?
Great at bowling though. He's great at bowling. He was on my team for bowling. He's still won.
So what's the, okay, I don't know this, but like,
Yeah.
what's the deal with the new motor that we're buying? So whatever this has on it, what,
That's the 8.5 Pro. It's a V1P. It's a V1 excavator. It's really some pretty fast extender. Significantly cheaper than P1 S. Almost as good. Yeah, if you haven't had it done, yeah, it's fuzzy.
Okay,
Is that that they're not here?
so what I'm noticing is I need to swap this and this
One thing that happens with you guys,
because
gas silicone
they are not lining up.
has saved 2,000 spots already from this thing.
So
It's got a big
I'm
ass.
going to set this over
everybody right now is complaining about,
like that.
fogging up.
I'm going to put this back down, and apparently I did put two things in the wrong side. So these holes are going on the inside, they need to be going on the outside. So these two need to get swapped. Oh, this one might be a little bit harder because of the wires now. We're gonna have to loosen these.
Exactly. You want the corner slot and you want it up in.
Take these out. Oh, come on, you. Okay. Now, can I shimmy shake this rod end off? Probably.
So it's one of those like, that's what it is. That's a low cost coax line for people who don't want to have to look it up for you.
We're gonna get a little messy, but we'll fix the one problem that I've had so far.
And then you have
After what, 7.5 hours of streaming?
the flash boys they rebooted. They did 3 out. They were just kind of like really annoying. Yeah, it's fun. Cheaper phone. It's gonna get 80% of the way there. And it's gonna have friends.
Yeah, well, it all depends on, um, well, depends on several things, Jedi Spidey. All right, I think what I'm gonna have to do is undo the backs and slide the XY gantry back so I get enough room to take the rods off.
Puppy, I have no answers. We're all gonna call them hand messers. We're gonna call them hand messers. And they're all gonna have tenure.
Okay. So we do that. Hopefully we can move this, yeah, just kind of adjust that whole thing back so we can pull these off. And we're basically just going to swap them to the other side. But if I swap these to the other side, they don't line up. Unless, oh, swap it to the other side like this, and they do. Yeah, no. I think I see what happened. Yeah. I think I see what happened.
When you say break,
Huh?
if you wasn't streaming and having to walk everybody through this, I'd say probably what, about 3.5 all the way, between 3.5 to 5 hours to do that video, right?
Probably closer to 5.
Yeah.
We're at around 7 hours. So yeah, with the live stream,
Yeah.
with the gummy bear breaks, you know.
You heard about the gummy bears, right?
The gummy bears?
Yeah. They just did, Hasbro just did a big recall.
Oh, I did not hear that.
Somebody tossed a batch of THC in a bathtub.
Sweet.
So is that a bad thing?
I don't know, they did a recall.
Okay, what news for me?
Illegal
I am
recall of
allergic.
9,000 tons of cannabis.
Oh, okay. I am allergic, so you probably.
Okay, so I think I've got this figured out. And weirdly enough, I thought it said that these needed to be on the outside, but there's no orientation that I can tell where the holes line up. These are on the outside, and yeah. So they're going to go to the inside. There is a drawing that is wrong on either, I don't know. There is a drawing wrong. We'll go with that. Not trying to call anybody out, but there is a drawing that is incorrect. And I believe I remember Nero calling something out about that as well. Nero, Canuck Creator. Because he had an issue, and looking at the files here that I'm dealing with, it's the same thing. It shows these on the outside on one, yet the inside on a different one. So we'll get that straight. We'll push this back up and get that lined up. Come on, dang it. Okay, that should be fixed now, where those are now on the outer edge. I'm going to put this down here so we don't damage anything. Scoot that box back out of the way. We'll lift this up. We know we're going to have to get those up and over and out of the way. And there we go. We're down on the rods in the front. I do need to clamp these back because these were for the 10 millimeter rods on for the y-axis. Okay. Yeah, see, it shows. Can't be done. Can't be done. We'll just go with that. Yeah, they're showing these on the outside. There's no way that these go with the things on the outside. Yeah. Okay. Anyhow, we're gonna tighten the screws.
Snap, crackle, pop. All right. Beverly.
Maybe there might be a way that does that.
5% is too low.
Ooh,
I tried it, bud. It worked.
alrighty.
All right.
But,
You tried it.
but the thing is, I've already got it set. I've already got it set up and sliced over the other side, so
Alrighty.
I can just.
All right.
restart.
So one more time, we're gonna try and redo that again.
Case wants to do glass doors and screen doors in nut times. My mom's like, are you sure this is radio?
We're gonna try and work on that one more time. I think I may have the magic mantra now. I think. Well, now think about that. This needs to be on the outside. The only way that goes on the outside. I take it straight over. It's on the outside. All right. Are there comments here?
Yeah, you see mine's orange. He has derailed the screen door several times because he doesn't help that he has like 1.5 eyes now, but well, he's missing half an eye, but
The specialness of his is very interesting because like
I need to bring this cat to play with me.
it stared in the water bucket for 10 minutes.
He's secretly orange.
Well, we had a little bit of a leak in one of the pipes in the ceiling, and he literally would stare into the bucket. And he couldn't figure out what to do. Every time it moved, he was looking into someone.
That there is an orange cat.
Are you talking about waste with the mayonnaise or rings?
Yes.
No, he actually looks like that. If he had fur, he would be black and white. Almost all the time.
He's got a little bit of an orange tint to him.
I know that's because he's dirty and he needs a bath.
Oh.
Really.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's no way that these go on the outside.
Funky snout?
Oh, I love that. I mean, it was very dignified. He's also very dignified as well.
So is grandma dating?
Yes, and he's always going in the office. That's my little auditor. My work with me.
He's supervising.
Yeah, he loves to hang out on the island.
Break out some 5x5 keyboards of your cats, because I want to do a cat wall.
So they're showing them outside and on the top. The only, that doesn't work.
I could brush so much better than that this year.
All right, now that it's stopped raining, I am actually going to go smoke me a cigarette. Because I'm not, I'm not like her. I'm not going out there smoking.
It wasn't raining though, it had like a drop.
I can't do that. I'm a cat. I don't like being wet.
Same.
Sorry, folks. I am like literally confused here.
I found out a thing that Zoom has. The pee pressure is real. That's from a 10-pound cat or not even a 10-pound cat. Just that pressure from one stick. Yep. He's sitting on my
Do you have
leg.
to clean the butt feathers off the glass?
They actually don't touch. Where they sit like that.
Yeah, so nobody's saying anything about that.
Body shape is.
I've got one friend that had one that was like, yep, I have to clean the butt feathers.
Really?
Yeah. She said one time one of her cat's butts got suction cupped. It got that long and she had a hard time removing
That
herself.
would have been a little cat though. Not that.
Oh, I'm an idiot.
Yeah, so my cat got a little suction cup stuff.
So I'm thinking these big holes right here are where the things go in. They don't. They go in these small holes.
You know, like when you sweat and it's hot out and your thighs get stuck to the seat.
The big holes are
That's what I was saying. She was like,
the
yeah,
guides
man,
for the lead screws.
Go peel my cat off there.
It makes it like one of those white plastic wrap letterbox curtains.
Damn. So I did have it right.
I just love the little pretty guys.
All right. So, good news is we know how to fix this again.
You did the whole house door.
Actually, when Joshua had his mail, yeah, we did.
That's must be
Tuck was such a good boy about it.
adorable.
Plus,
I'm a goofball.
his drive to mail our cable. And they actually live together in the same house. But when the mayor was cable, they left each to live independently. But about 2 weeks
Like I
ago,
said, we know how to fix it,
Sometimes
so it won't be that bad, but
Brenda,
I do feel like an idiot.
don't know how considering Brenda's like 18 some years old.
She's also just like, it's weird because there's no consistency to when she lays eggs. She just never lets them all just pop out of the legs.
Yeah, but this man Clint passed away about 2.5, 3 years ago.
They
So
live
he's,
for quite a while, don't they?
yeah, they lived for around him between like 8 to 12, 12 years.
That's pretty good for a pretty small animal.
And then when we got mine, his name is Scooter. And Scooter is a sassy, judgy bearded
Oh,
dragon.
that dog is judgy. I can see it.
Well, he looks like he's a judge too.
That dragon has an attitude. I can see it.
Yeah, that's the attitude.
Happy, give me 1 second. I might have to look at the sign that I have over there. It's June 28th is the next Maker meetup.
Hello, Digital Dragon. How you doing today, sir?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Hello, Beverly. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
You have silver?
Yep, all in that.
Oh, I got more light brown.
Got enough dust on the
Silver, I
back
think I
that
got the
you-
back.
you can-
Well,
Okay.
got a little bit right here for you.
I just need one silver and one white.
Boy.
Hey,
You need any light brown?
stuff for your feet.
Did you like the new brown that you tried?
Paint it or you can
Yeah, I
In
can.
TPU, it
What,
would probably be better to keep it as a smooth color and not have
Yeah,
painting.
Eson. But E-Packs, that one.
colors.
The better Eson.
Brown or black, just copper and black on top.
What's for on the land?
Yeah, so, yeah, I'll say brown or black.
I got you 20%.
Oh, yeah. Cool, cool.
Thank you, Beverly. All right, you guys have a good one.
Look what we got.
Oh yeah, I seen the automatic. Oh no, I haven't seen that.
All right. Need to grab a bite of some food.
This came in today. This is my man Josh. Does stuff, and we got a new resin printer in the back.
Oh yeah, no.
Back.
You gonna be here tomorrow?
Yep.
Alright,
Yep. No, we'll be here tomorrow, and
thank
the Dragon's building the printer.
you.
Yep.
Yeah, but this one he planned. I guess.
Semi, sort of, quasi, maybe. All right.
Military people don't play with water.
Okay.
I love that a first aid kit just appeared.
Yeah.
Were you planning on needing that?
Well, occasionally blood is drawn.
Okay. We do have one in the kitchen. I was just like,
Well, I wasn't 100% sure.
okay. I'm like, were you expecting to need one?
There we go.
Yeah. I don't know if Dragon knows where it is. We also have dinosaur band-aids.
Okay. So the back thing on there, lead screws there. Lead screws are in here. These don't seem like they're down in there too much, but actually I don't know how much they're supposed to be down in there to begin with.
And he's got the standing pad and everything.
There we go.
On stream.
Oh, yeah, because it's when you're standing up on the floor.
Oh, that's why well, these standing pads were up on our I had a gift registry.
Lock our
For like the grand opening.
rods back in there.
Bought us a whole bunch of these. They were like, you're gonna need that.
There we go. That went all the way down.
Yep.
Someone who's spent every shit ton of time in your house on 23 floors.
Oh yeah.
I was seeing comments about some people having to wedge that open some. So we will see.
Oh yeah, if you have any more of the hearts and bamboo size, I think we need more. I think we're already sold out.
Haven't seen that one come in too often.
Yeah, but when I do get them, because that's our best seller.
We've got 3 of the wood grain and water ones.
We got that loose. Let me see if I got something that I can.
So like the hearts, that was all like crazy.
Yeah.
The hearts.
That's one of the newer crates that's been released, so not too many of them have shown up.
Nope.
It's gonna be interesting to see that.
Might be that there's just too much racking from this one being fully down.
Those, they have no bad luck. Those do well when
All right.
they go big.
Let me turn this around and look at it.
Yep, carbon fiber. Yeah. You know military guys. Like, we don't want tack for the military crowd. Those guys like what they like.
It might actually be as far down as that side is going to go. We'll see if there's a de-racking procedure later on in the process here. But there we go.
No, his wife works for, I don't think she works for Google, she works for a Google partner. A company that works behind, I can't remember where she works. But she brought us a whole bunch of Google partners last month.
Okay. Move the linear rail carriage to the center. Firmly tighten all screws in the order shown. So that's where we're at now. Is I can get these out of the way. Move this to the center, and firmly tighten all screws. Push the linear rail down while tightening. Okay, so down while tightening, and in the order shown in the picture. Okay, push down.
So now you're just organizing all his warehouse. I can do that. Gotta be able to pick up the cats. My cat needs me to carry him around like a baby. On the board. You'd have to carry two cats. That's a lot. I'm dying carrying the one cat.
Okay. Seems okay so far. Your V400 started on fire last week. Oh no, you got a T1 Pro. This thing is fast.
Let her tell you about
Okay.
scooter that
You're just curious as it looks pretty time consuming. You find enjoyment in tinkering and building your own gear. You wouldn't pay either way. Yeah. I mean, I love the build process. That's just something that I like to do. It's just something I like to do. So from the back of the printer, push the FE connector through the oval tube or the oval hole from the back of the printer. Okay. FE oval hole in the side here. Yep. And there is a connector right next to that motor that we're going to connect that to. So it goes through that side hole and we connect it up right there maybe. Come on. Oh, you little. Ay, 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 ay.
Damn.
My stuff is done.
Hmm.
How?
I have it outside on Wellington.
It's the size of his face. How does he swallow it?
They say that his lip is can't swallow anything like is bigger than like the space between the
Yeah, it looks like a bigger than his head.
You know, like sweet special rock?
yeah,
How would that happen?
just with little tears.
He wouldn't even have gotten in there.
How
Okay, there we go.
disgusting. Unhinge his whole jaw?
I had him outside on
Oh,
Wellington
that was
and
fun.
he found a rock.
We got that FE connector in. It that's just kind of a tight fit, so it comes in here and then connects up to that top piece there. It's a little bit of a tight fit for some fat fingers there. So we did that. On the same side, push the X motor cable through the oval hole and into the back panel. So X motor cable through said hole and into the back panel. Okay. Push the LED strip and door sensor through the hole and into the back panel. Imagine that. Okay. Micro Center has the T1 Pro for $400. Nice. So we routed all of our cables through there. Now we need to push the cooling fan and thermistor cables through the oval hole in the back panel. So why the hell would we have not done that beforehand? Oh, because we're going through the, okay, so we're going through the rear gantry piece and the hole in the back.
Oh, you know, I think he got canceled, so he probably was like, he'll probably just come through later. I don't know.
Make sure you get that box.
Cool.
Yes.
He'll be fine. Still probably come by on Monday. So.
Ay, 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 ay.
Oh. Yeah. Oh yeah, they'll be here. Probably come by tomorrow. Because this kid usually plays D&D and D&D got canceled.
Right.
Paper already got fixed.
Kind of have to tweak the cable connector to go in sideways or something on these because the hole's not that big. And no jokes from the peanut gallery. All right, so there's the two fan wires and now the chamber thermistor wire. Should be able to go in at least a little bit easier.
Hey, at least your press came out fine this time. There we go.
He looks so soft. He's so little.
I hate cats. I miss having a dog. Because whenever I'm sick, my cat just ditches me. And I just look at him and I'm like, a dog would comfort me. But he just, if I sneeze, he just looks at me like I'm gross and walks away. And I'm like,
Okay. All three cables are down through that back channel. So the reason being is there's an oval on the back plate here and then an oval on this back cover that you have to go through. So that's why you didn't route them beforehand. On the right back, locate the Y motor cable and push it through. Gotcha. Y motor cable, grommet, top.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I'll actually give those that work out,
There we go.
that if I'm not feeling good or something's wrong with me,
Fixing the bed stop. From the back side, locate the oval screw hole under the cooling fans. From the back side. Okay. From the back side, under the fans, there is a vertical oval slot. The oval hole must be flush with the hole in the bed stop part on the opposite side. To compensate, slightly raise the rear of the Core XY assembly just a few millimeters. After aligning the holes, secure them with an M38RT screw. An M38RT screw.
at the very least, good for parts.
Okay,
Like I said, 400 by 400 by like 450.
sounds great. Hey, I'll put it together.
And there's your plate, your 300 by 300 plates.
Oh, thank you, sir. Okay, so we're basically going to need to raise the center back panel or the centerpiece up to align with the slot so that we can put the screw in there and let the weight come back down, and we'll tighten that up. Here we go. Connecting the cooling fan cables. Route the cooling fan cables through the left hole in the buddy box. So, cooling fan cables. Hey, Jerry, how's it going? Welcome on in. Thank you for a rating. Appreciate that. We are building our Prusa CORE XY, aka the Prusa CORE One. And yeah, we're just chilling out. We figured, why not see if we can't like do the entire printer in one stream, like a complete maniac that I am. Okay, so we have our fan cables here. The connection order doesn't matter. Guide the chamber thermistor cable together with the cooling fan cables. All right, so we have fan 1, fan 2. Ow!
Stop hurting yourself.
All right, gang, sheet metal parts, little sharp. If you didn't know already. And all right, let's try it this way. You, connector 4, go. Thank you, connector 5.
Are you breaking something or killing yourself?
I just caught my edge on the corner of the sheet metal here. Okay, so I'm just going to kind of leave the wires a little bit loose right now. We need to bring in the chamber thermistor wire as well. Where's our chamber thermistor going? It's going in the second slot from the left.
Yeah, just make sure I know it's working so I can just get it going, you know? No, it's not. First story is plugged into my brain, so I was like,
Okay. There we go. Raid! Hope everybody's doing well. Welcome on in, Jerry. Welcome on in. 3D NT printing. Wow, that was rough. Yeah, we've been going at it for quite a while now. We've got about 8 hours in, and the goal is to try and build this in one day. So, all right, this is just showing where we're putting everything in. So, thermistor, and then our two, and I'm using a different streaming setup, but we've got the thermistor in the second, and then our two fans basically in the middle. We're going to guide the X motor cable through the right hole in the buddy box and connect it to the first slot from the left on the X buddy board.
I just need to actually test it.
Okay, so our X motor's over here. X motor, we're going to go down through the right hole here.
You said it can run in the bamboo, right?
And this goes to the first slot from the left on the buddy board. So this is the expansion board. This is the buddy board down here. So we're going to X in there. Y is going to come around once I fix the grommet that came out. This is going to come across. Where is it? The Y. The Y through the left hole with everything else there. It's getting a little packed. So Y through the left hole, and it's going to go right next to the X. So right there. It's gummy bear time. So there we are so far. Let's see, how much further? There's like 4 or 5 sections. Idler levers found in the package. I don't remember seeing those unless they're NFC set, no, IR filament sensor. Oh, I think we're going to start building it. Oh, yeah, the next extruder. We're going to take this, put it back down on the ground while we start building our next extruder. Okay. Next extruder assembly time. Yeah, so how was your all stream today, Jerry? We'd part 1 and part 2. Idler lever A, idler lever B. 693 2RS bearings, which are found in the electronics. So, yep, there's going to be in here. So we're going to have 2 bearings. We need a couple of pins, which are over here. Two pins and an M3 by 6 screw. All right, I hope everybody can hear me. Let me know if the background noise is too much. We've got a printer going on right here. Low battery. Oh, camera battery is low. Again, seriously? Okay. I'm like swapping camera batteries and battery packs and stuff around to try and keep everything going on the stream because we've been going for so long. Tubular spacer. There's the long tubular spacer, okay. I think that's where we're at. We're going to take our lever part A. We're going to put in the 2 bearings. Like that. Whoops. Get our 2 bearings in there with the pins. Pins, bearings. Close it up with the other side. And secure with the M3 by 6 screw. Don't over tighten, because you need those bearings to actually roll.
I don't realize that how big my cat is until you told my cat.
Yeah, I hope your stream went well, Jerry. I know Jerry does a kind of a maker hangout stream on Saturdays.
Then I would take a picture of like you and Joey and realize that Joey is like a monster.
I'm just trying to make sure everything's moving. From the same side, push the tubular spacer in down here at the bottom. So our tubular spacer will go in totally tubular, dude. There we go. So tubular spacer. Now we need the next extruder parts. Went great, awesome. Yeah, that is good to hear. It's a pretty good stream to have over there. I'm sure you had lots and lots of people over there joining you today. we're going to need this assembly. So it has the sensors and stuff built in. So we'll need that, this, gears, planetary gear ring, the assembly adapter, there we go. Motor. A spacer. Okay, says an M3 by 25, but I'm not sure if that's like a M3 by 25 rod or something. Hinge pins, nylon spacer. There we go, the socket set screw. That's, we'll need that. Where is the 510.1 millimeter spacer though?
I started another place this time, to make sure that's what you better. Yep, and it's already halfway through the snoot, so.
No.
Alright, I'm gonna use the restroom one more time and then I'm gonna.
Seem to be missing a washer, potentially. I'll have to, we'll keep going. Oh wait, no, I just found it. I just found it. It's in here with the springs. There we go, there's the washer. Okay. Sorry about that. Place the 5 by 10 by 1 spacer down over our motor with the spur gear. Okay, that kind of just closes off the hole back there. We're going to place the heat sink on the extruder. The motor cable must be facing up, the heat sink cable's to the right. So this is going to fit on there like that. All right, place the main plate on the heat sink. And whoop, note the orientation on the part. Use the cutout as a guide. The cutout is at the bottom edge over here. Now I'm going to hold this up. I will say that filament path is not as well constrained as you would think. And I say this because the neck extruder is also used on the Mark IV, and I've got a slightly different plate that's actually connected at the top and the bottom around the filament path, and that's for TPU to prevent the TPU from scrolling out behind the gear. So something to be aware of that you might want to look at. Lincoln Stern bought one of those for my wife's company. I'm very impressed. Bought the assembled model. It had up and going in 20 minutes. Yeah, if this was assembled, I would have been done like way long ago. We've had like 5 prints off by now. And thank you for following Asteros. Okay. Following instructions need to be done correctly and carefully. Achieve better understanding and successful assembly by watching the video alongside the guide. After watching the video, follow the steps in the guide. Attach the planetary gear drive, right? Planetary gear drive to the planetary gear assembly. Note the pockets for the gears and the adapter. So oh, really? Get on there. Okay. And the reason you do that is to keep them from moving around when we go to do this next piece. So, click, click. Now, do not assemble the gearbox without the planetary gear assembly adapter. The tool is inserted to intended to ensure the gears are correctly fit together. Slide the PG onto the adapter. Note there is a chamfer on one end, or on one side of the PG teeth ring. This side must be facing down to the PG assembly. Okay. Let me see if I can get that on camera. Okay, so that is the straight flat edge. This edge has a bit of a chamfer. I'm not sure if it comes up or comes out on the screen. Hopefully so that you can see that chamfer there. So the chamfer on the side of the PG teeth, this side must be facing down to the planetary gear assembly. Grasp the entire assembly in one hand so that it can be rotated with the PG ring, or with the PG ring. Okay. Got you. So, we've got the planetary gear there. We're going to take this and come down over the top.
What is this brown called?
Straight down.
What is this brown called?
Okay. And if done right, everything moves nicely. Stay in there. There we go. Everything moves nicely. Mm-hmm. Keep playing, Luke.
You say something. Ron's
Okay.
trying to tell me to do something.
Maintain the position of the PG assembly and attach it to the extruder motor shaft. Very gently and freely rotate the whole assembly until it drops down so that there's no gap between the assembly and the main plate. Do not push the assembly.
I know like the desk is the limited edition.
Okay. So we're going to take this. All right. Just like that. Feels like we're engaged. And, oh, dang it. Maybe not 100%.
As long as I'm comfortable with it, I don't have to worry about it.
You gotta under extrude it, and then the amount of heat so it's uniform, and then when it's denser, you under extrude less, and you blow in. Does that make sense? Heat activation. So you just kinda have to look
Okay.
at those few layers and kinda, it's science. You gotta make it natural.
I'll try it.
It's a lot of fun to test it. I had fun with it.
Who did these?
You choose the company. They send them. They printed these on Hendrix.
Okay.
Yeah, and they printed really like. Very nice. Start out with Hendrix. Okay, start with your flow rate. I can tell you techniques in a second.
Yeah, technically,
Yeah.
Okay.
that break all paper. Send me the flow rate.
Oh yeah.
Well,
Everyone's getting a little worried.
no, it's the
I
buttons
yeah.
and start the.
Yeah, me too. Alright, go.
All right.
You okay?
I'm not.
He's trying to think of something that he's thinking. I got you.
It's okay.
Text me if you think of something. You know how to reach me. Thank you so much. You guys are the best. I'm so glad I connected with you.
Oh, like I said, y'all need to go to purgatory.
Oh, yeah. That's why I'm always like, yeah, I'm always just a little low on RAM sometimes.
This is the Dragon One print.
Oh,
I didn't know you had one on already.
EPAC said just that.
All right. That seems to be working well. Sorry, I was just reading and playing around.
All right.
You're hoping to get back into 3D printing very soon? Well, cool. Yeah, we're having a blast trying to build this.
Yeah. All right. You ready to go?
All right. We need to insert the idler assembly.
Wallet, keys, and that shit's out for today.
Insert idler assembly. Find the cutout. Slide it in. Okay. Secure parts to the socket. Secure both parts with the socket set screw.
Oh, look, we have most of a printer over here now.
You need anything for me?
No?
So we're going to use the socket set screw.
Dragon.
Yes.
You need anything before I leave, or you need a list of anything, or?
I mean, I could always use things, but no, I'm good. I'm good.
I'm out. I'm going home.
We need to take
All right,
a field
sir.
trip out to their workshop sometime.
Yes. Yes, we do.
I'm gonna make Dragon and Diesel drive, but I don't want to drive out there. That's
Okay, so we're using a 1.5 mil driver to set the set screw in there. And we're just going until we feel it hit. Do not over tighten the set screw. It protrudes from the PG ring. just slightly, like just barely slightly. But that's also going to help hold everything together. For the following steps, please prepare the front case found in the printed parts. Okay. Oh, why? Why? Okay. This looks like tool head parts. Here's our Core One cover plate. I don't get it. It's okay. It's okay. These are our spares, by the way. Okay, we need 3 M325 screws. M325. Are the M325 still in here? That is a negative, Ghost Rider. That pattern has been used already. Okay, that 25. Where's 25? 10, no. Case, that, M3 by 25. It says it should be in this one, but it's not. Did I potentially put it back in the wrong one? Could be. Nope. 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 Oh. Two different M325s. That one says socket head cap screw or whatever the other thing we just did. Need 3 of these. And lubricant. Uh-oh. We might actually do some lube. I told Liz earlier that we weren't going to do lube today. Now I feel like I fibbed. We got lube. We're going to lube something. Okay. Paper towels to get grease off your hands. Sounds great. Yes, I've been going at it for a little while. The intent is to get this built today.
I think we're at 7 hours.
8.5.
If it goes after hours, I'm ditching you. If it goes after hours, I'm going home with my cat. Look, you're just gonna have to walk up.
Okay. Okay. Unscrew the cap.
Love my cat more.
Unscrew the tap. Use the back of the cap to poke a hole in it. put lubricant everywhere. I mean, I was like, what is it talking about using? A zip tie. Could have told me to keep one of those. Use a zip tie and put stuff all around. Okay. All around the gears. Oh, that was good. So, all around the gears. Looks like just the inside. Oh, I want the outer gears as well. Okay. Inner gears and outer gears. Gotcha. All right. We slathered a bit. Wipe off across the top face. Now it wants us to put the cap on and the 3 screws. And we're not going to squish it all the way down yet. We're just going to get it loosely built. The build's going well. It hasn't been too hard. We're just taking our time, chugging along. It says don't tighten them completely. We're not really tight complete. We do have a little bit of tension on there, but not a ton. Throw that away. We got these 2 little arm lever things, and that piece is going to be for the tensioner assembly. We're going to need some other parts. We're going to need M330 screw. Need 2 of these. M320 RT screw. That just sounds like we haven't done those yet. M320 RT, we need 2. There's 3 in here, so there's 2, and 1 to go into our spares. Couple of nuts. Which kind of nuts? Locking nuts. 2 of those. Springs, plural. There's 2 springs. And a 638 spacer. Okay. So one of our rods, we need an M3 by 20 RT. We'll go through there. Slide the spacer onto the screw. Place the second idler swivel from the opposite side on the screw. So the other part of the printed part. All right. And use a lock nut to hold everything in place. And we're going to tighten this just slightly. So we'll grab our universal wrench to hold that nut there. And we'll tighten this up. It's Torx head, so we want it just tight enough, but that our roller still rolls, which that seems pretty good already. Then we got our other part that comes through here. There is an offset to this. We're going to get that lined up. We're going to take the other M3 by 20, go in the same direction through it. And I'm pretty sure, yep, we're going to put the other locking nut on it. And then you guessed it, we'll use our wrench again and tighten that screw down. Come on, there we go. And just until it goes snug, because we do need it to pivot. That's why we're using locking nuts, is to make those pivot joints. All right, we're going to put springs on our longer M5 by 30 screws. Push screws with the springs through the holes in the protrusion in the heat sink. There are no threads in the side. So these are going, wow, come on. One there, one there. Okay, there's your tensioning. Then we're going to attach the swivel assembly to the screws using the correct orientation of the idler nut. And this is going to thread into the plastic. So go in that direction. Tighten both screws. Stop tightening as soon as the screw tips reach the front face of the idler nut. That's going to set the initial tension tension on here. And this is going to be good for most materials. Okay, so we're just like that. And make sure we're going to prepare the thermistor. So there's a thermistor. We need an M34 grub screw. M34T grub screw. Heater, thermistor. So on the motor side, insert the thermistor in the hole in the heat sink. Oh, I got you. So this is going to go straight into the hole like that. And then the grub screw comes in from the bottom. All right. Grub screw does not want a what the hell? This grub screw does not feel the need to be cranked on, I'll say. There we go. Tighten gently but firmly. Done. Gentle yet firm. The next extruder spacers. These look like thumb nuts. Yeah, there we go. The thumb nut looking things, the M3 by 10, we need 3 of these, and a box. All right. So it looks like we're getting ready to install this on the printer. Grab some coffee. We'll scoot some things around and out of the way so that we can bring the printer up here. Scoot that over there. This over here. Cleaning up a short bit there. Printer. Need box. Bed box. Okay. Screw the 3 extruder spacers. In. They're all 3 on the right side, so one at the top, one directly down from it, and one between the right mounting screws for the carriage. Hey, bearded printer, welcome back in. Place an extruder assembly on the spacers. Align the holes of the extruder with the spacers and secure with the 3 M3 by 10 screws. Okay. And I'm going to assume that entails having the motor above all of that. Do not over tighten the screws. Whoops. Ensure the NTC cable is pointing to the left. Yes. All our cables, or these 2 are sensor or whatever, are on the right. Motor is straight up. And the NTC thermistor is to the left. We need the heatsink fan, the hot end cable clip, no. Hot end cable clip somewhere in here. Yep, that looks like that. M34 RTs, we need 2 of these. And 2 M3 by 18s. Okay. M318s to mount the hot end fan. The fan cable goes to the left. Who's Pez Liz? I don't know. I don't know who that Pez Liz person is. Once again, gently but firmly. We don't want to crack that housing. Okay. Other camera's dead, can't do anything about it, so. Take the hot end cable clip in the same position as shown. Guide the heatsink fan cable and the thermistor cable through the right cable hook. Okay. Is that the right part? I mean, there we go. There we go. I just didn't have it the right orientation. So both of these go through here on the right-hand side. There we go. All righty. I think I see where that's going to go. Yep, it's going to tuck it around the back side, and it's going to, through these 2 screw holes on the clip, we're going to go into the metal, whatchamacallit, dang it. We're going to go into the metal carriage plate. That would be the word I'm looking for. Oh. Now, I had that thought, but, oh, there it is. There it is. Now I need the two small ones with the Torx bit. Sorry I don't have a better angle here, folks. In order to angle this over to show you guys each and every little screw I'm putting in, it's going to require me to like really stand in a funky position. Try and get that tucked pretty nicely. Now we're going to need a couple of plates. Print head cover, lever board cover, we need that. And this. I've seen that cable. That would be this one. We'll just wear that as a necklace for now. 4 M3 by 10 screws. M3 by 8 RT screws. Need one of those. And 5 square nuts. All right. Uh-oh, we got drops. I'm not sure if the drop game is set up. Do I have, yeah, drop game should be set up. Like I said, I'm on a completely different streaming rig, so it may or may not work. All right, so we need the love board. That will be our love board, as indicated by the heart. Locate the U-shaped cable channel on the love board mount. That would be this crazy looking print. Use a 2.5 Allen key to push the nut all the way in. Okay, and they actually built in a depression, or not a depression, but a little oval to make it easier to push that in. There we go. On the opposite side, down here, we're going to do the same thing. Okay. On the other cover, we have two that come down from the flat face here. You got a blob, Bev.
Huh?
Printer, blob, going bad.
Yay!
Yeah.
Which one's bad right now?
The right X1C.
Why are you mad?
Okay.
Oh, because there's no build plate.
Ah,
That would, there's no build plate on this printer.
that would cause a problem.
That would make the printer mad.
Okay, so now on the,
Huh.
which part are we using?
That's
The
kind of
crazy
awesome.
shape. We're going to set our love board in there. So we take the heart shape, and we're going to set it in here. So that's kind of how it's sitting in there with all the connectors exposed. And we're going to come in through the back with the M38TR. TR meaning torch bit. And this is going to cut into plastic. So don't over tighten it. Yep. Okay. It's in there nice and secure. Now we're going to take the end of the main cable. So we've got two ends. It says do not use the one that has the label on it. Use the other one. And we're going to connect this to the love board. Just like that. Twist the main cable half a turn. Main cable half a turn. Okay. Fold it over the love board. And I'm assuming we're probably going to bring it into this channel. I'm making assumptions. So, half a turn. Ay, ay, ay. Half turn, up and over, loop around, and down in there. Nope, completely the wrong routing. Go up and over the side there, around the back, and then up and in. I'm assuming. Maybe not. Yay! So there we go. We're going to look like that. Okay. Insert two M3x10 into the love board holder. Okay. Right there. Cover, cover, cover. Cover goes on, and we're going to put two M3x10s. Making sure that we're not squishing any wires. Check there's no large gap or pinched textile between the parts. Yeah, don't put it where there's another screw there. It's never going to go. Oh, not seeing any pinched. Okay, so one side, other side, cable route. Okay, now we got that ready. We can set that aside, and we're going to need some outer parts. Let me go find those parts. We got our PTFE coupler. We need a M8TR. Actually, two of those. Two M8TRs. M3x10. I set our PTFE fitting. Some PTFE tube. Yep. Swing arm assembly. Ah, yep. And the cable ties, yep. Bowden bin and the printed parts, yep. And a clip deal. Got those. All right, I think we got everything. Let's make some progress. Carefully open the main cable clip. Don't break it. and insert the main cable into the main cable clip. Might want to do so down near the end. Just like that. Okay. Place the main cable clip approximately 5 centimeters from the end of the fabric braid and close the clip. I don't know how I'm going to close the clip, but okay. Oh, I get you. You're just saying be careful, do it about 5 centimeters. I'm eyeballing, spitballing, whatever. Okay. So it says to put this up on our box and take this cable and flip it around the Y motor. Kind of like that. Or actually it says, yeah, behind it, like down there. Okay, I think so. Sure. So we just ran it down in the channel by the pillar. Getting close, Kenneth. Well, semi-close. In the right corner of the printer in the Y motor assembly, locate the hole in the plastic part and align it with the main cable clip. Fix it with an M310 screw. Ah. Well, of course, that means this is now going the wrong direction. So let me, well, I guess. Nope, that's the right direction. Okay. M3x10 screw. Nope, wrong direction. Dang it. Let me think through this. Might have been the right direction. That was awesome. There's screws. Hey, look, there's an extra one. PTFE couplers. A couple of printed parts. Okay. M3x10 going through here. And the hole that it wants me to do it in is at the back side of that Y motor, which is going to be a blast. Yeah, we're going to have to use their driver. Which one? Nope. Nope. Long one? Haha. Okay. And no need to ugga-dugga the crap out of it, because once again, you don't want to split or crack that piece. But that's now in there. And we are looking like that. Okay. From the back of the next extruder, attach the love board assembly to the next extruder. Align the holes in the love board mount with the threaded holes in the top of the heat sink next extruder. Okay, so this is coming in from behind, like so. Oof, me. Okay, I'm going to scoot this forward so I can do the 2 screws from the back side that we basically, it's the M3 by 10s that we sandwiched between the 2 printed parts. There we go. Yep. Somebody going lurky turkey on me. Alrighty. So the next extruder is installed. Now we need to put our PTFE connector down through the top. Use the universal wrench. Snug it down, do not snap the part. And we did tighten in those 2 M2 or M3 by 10s. Those 2 right there at the bottom. Now we're going to attach the swing arm assembly. We're going to attach the swing arm assembly that you can, this is metal, but you can print this out and use it on different machines. So this is going to get attached to the pair of threaded holes in the back panel near the top right corner. Okay. And we're attaching it with M38 TR whatevers. Our Torx bits, our drivers. This is attaching to the steel back panel. There we go. Okay. Now we need the cable ties. There's cutouts on the swing arm. Position the main cable at the first cutout on the swing arm. Okay. Well, let me get my things out. They're being a pain in the butt. Maybe not put Velcro with felt sealing strip. All right. Velcro. Excuse me. Place one of the cable ties behind the first cutout. Okay. So, let me see if I can't get the camera over here a little bit better so you can see what I'm doing. There we go. So, cable tie, we're going to bring this up to the front there, through the cable tie and pull it tight. Right at that point. And I'm assuming we're going to just take this and wrap it around itself. Yep. Push one end of the PTFE tube We're going to push one end of that through our bendy radius thing. And we want it to protrude out about a centimeter. About something like that. Ish. Insert the tube into the M5-4 on the next extruder and push it all the way down. Okay. So we're feeding the tube into the extruder. Give it to her, give it to her, give it to her. All the way. All the way. All right. Feels about right. And then slide the fitting down on there. I'm going to pull the fitting back and just make sure once again it's all the way down there. Okay. And we'll pull that down onto the fitting. Route the PTFE tube in parallel with the main cable, ensuring it stays above the main cable. Secure the PTFE tube and main cable to the swing arm using 2 more cable ties and the remaining cutouts. Okay. I want that to come around. All right.
Don't forget to lock up.
Lock up. What's that?
Running for the same amount of printers are here
Okay.
when we leave as there are now.
Okay.
So don't have any more.
Well, I mean, I can take the Core One home with me if I want to.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. All right, so here's our PTFE routing.
Like, we don't have space for any more printers. I gotta figure out where we're gonna put this, because it's not living here
Yeah,
on this table.
yeah. You do not put the PTFE tube through that first one. It needs to stay there like that.
Look at his little snoot.
And what do we got? Push the PTFE through the Bowden guide and down through the edge here. So through the Bowden guide and then down through that slot in the arm there. Just like that. Because remember, this is going to be your spool holder with the over on this side. Hey, Bexy Beans, how you doing? Doing your bedtime rounds. It's not bedtime, it's only 7:30. I don't know what you're talking about. Bedtime. Okay. Merge PTFE tube and main cable with the remaining two cable ties, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Yes. Oh, I got it. Now they're saying use the two remaining ties to just tie the cables loose. Gotcha. For the PTFE and the cable. So they want us to do like this. To ensure that they are fully supported through the range of motion. And by using these Velcro ties, it should keep the PTFE tube from, it would keep the PTFE tube from running on the top of the chassis, or not the top of the chassis, but the, like a top hat. Like this is a great thing to do for a Voron because it might keep this PTFE tube from marring up your top hat cover like it does on every single one of mine. 9.5 hours going strong. Yep. Heading to bed, but just a quick hello, good night to you and everyone else. Hope you get some good rest after this big build. Thank you, Bexy. Thank you. Okay. And let's see, manually move the XY to their end position several times. So here we go. This is one area, all the way over there, all the way over here, over there. Other than the fact that my belts are kind of loose and making noise because of it. We're good. Ensure the main cable is not too tight and does not pull the neck extruder backwards. It does not. For the following steps, please prepare the printer fan and the printer fan duct. We got those. Okay. We also need some M3 by 25 screws. M325, M325, any M325. We need one. 2 M310s. Just 2 of you. And an N3 square nut. An N3, a 3N square nut. doesn't use nearly as many square nuts as a normal Prusa. Oh wait, 3 of those, not 1, 3. All right. The fawn. Square nut in from the side. Okay. And 1 here. It's going to make sure that it gets pushed all the way in. It's going to tell me to do the one on the other side as well. And that's a pretty interesting fan duct design. And then we're going to take the fan, set it down there like that. Take the N325 on the side there and screw that in. Do not over tighten the screw, you will crack that housing, so just snug it up. And now we're going to attach the fan to the back of the extruder, align the holes in the extruder bracket with the holes in the fan shroud. Okay, and secure it with the N3x10s. And once again, this is with holes in the actual metal bracket. Okay, so that's there. That is secured. All right, we're going to need the hot end. Two thumb screws. Route the heat sink fan cable above the first threaded hole in the heat sink. Okay. Put these in the heat sink. Don't tighten them fully. Okay. Okay, we want the cables going to the left. So we kind of want the heat sink cocked at an angle. So okay.
That's how I was going home, like forever ago. But for real, going home, you are on like hour like 9 of your stream. Crazy man.
Yes. All right.
Happy printing.
Thank you.
It looks like it's almost done.
Yeah, we're getting there. We'll have to add panels and stuff like that. So we got the thing in there. We got our wires put over to the right. We're going to kind of push up. Feels like it's in there all the way. We'll tighten our set screws. Okay. Point the cables to the left. Push the hot end assembly all the way into the heat sink. There should be approximately a 2 millimeter gap between the heat sink and the brass part of the nozzle. Yeah, that looks about right. Avoid pinching any cable between the screws and the heat sink. Plug the thermistor cable into the connector above the main cable on the love board. Thermistor cable above. How are we routing the cable? Behind both thumb screws. And there's behind both thumb screws and probably in the clip there. And this goes above the main connector. Which direction? Oh, in a sideways direction. There we go. Thermistor installed. Thermistor wire tucked away, I think. There we go. Okay. Okay. Got the hot end. All right. Now let me redo that because I just did the hot end thermistor and that was the wrong connector. I need the I need the NTC thermistor, which is the one that we put in the metal heat sink. There we go. That one is now in there. Now, guide the hot end heater or the hot end thermistor through the cable clip and connect it to the love board. Guide the heater through the cable clip on the next extruder and connect it to the love board. Awesome. And they go where? All right. The thermistor goes in front of the NTC thermistor, so it's the top left connector. And we'll put that in the cable clip. Get that kind of pushed around out of the way. And then our heater cable will route through there into that cable clip and go into the microfit 3 connector at the top, going horizontal left to right. Yeah, come on. Stop twisting on me. There we go. Yay, that's in there now. Okay. All right. The printer fan cable, or the print fan cable through the channel, create a loop and plug into the middle connector in the love board. So this comes from behind. There is a little channel there that we'll weave this into. Create a loop and go into the middle connector. Gotcha. Boop, boop. Oh, and let me guess, the other connector goes at the bottom. The motor to the top facing connector. Yep, can do that. Done. Load cell cable, lower cable to the upper connector on the right side of the next extruder. Okay. So the load cell is the 3 twisted wires. And sorry, I had to move this around. So bottom goes to top and top goes to bottom. Sweet. That's lovely. Oh, and they gave me some length to work with there. Okay. It still hasn't told me to put the hot end fan in, huh? Nope, there it is. Oh, there it is. I missed that one. Oh well. Just got a couple of cables around it. We can solve that. Would just be that one, that one. That one would go there. Comes up and goes there. This comes over there, goes there. All right. Wiring crises averted. Okay. We got some covers. We have two covers. We have that one and that one. We need what do we need? M3 by 10 and one M3 by 10 and two M3 by 6. Alrighty. Before covering electronics, check the connectors of all cables. Yep. Guide the main cable through the upper hole. So we want to take this cable and route it through the upper hole here. That seems like a perfectly doable thing. Maybe. Yeah, let's not take the grommet arrow. Come on. Work with me. Not against me. Work with me. All right. It did not want to work with me. Connector through. Pull connector through grommet. Reinsert grommet. I feel like I've done this a couple of times. Gently pull slack cable through. All right. On the right side, we're going to put this plate like so. We're going to do that with the two M3 by 6 screws. Okay. We're going to slide that over, and the other side is going to go in with an M3 by 10. It's going to cap things off right here. And we have a completed neck extruder. All righty. Route the cable through the right side. I think we can take this back out because we're done with that. Flip this around some. Okay. Big long cable chain down over here on the right side. Gotta figure out how, there we go. Ground it back in there. Big snag of cables, right side. Okay. Pretty sure it's going to go down to that connector. Route the main cable through the right hole, plug the main cable into the slot on the right side of the X-Buddy board. If the cable does not reach the connector or is too tight, go back and to the checking movement step and kind of loosen and move the cable around. Carefully secure the cables with the second zip tie from the bottom. Okay, so we're bringing this down and around. We've got this stuff here. This needs to go right down here into this plug. See how we're doing. We're gonna have to do that, bada binga, bada boomba. Second from the end, or second from the bottom is gonna be right here. Do just like that. Cut that excess. Alrighty. Power up and push forward. Eat the 5th row. Holy crap. We've got 1, 2, 3 rows left. Congratulations. You successfully assembled the next extruder. Next chapter is bodywork and electronics. Are we putting panels on? All right, we need 2 more vertical profiles. 1 and 2. Both of these have different cutouts on them. Side has two, this side, or has a double at the top. I need some M3-4 RT screws. I'll turn this around. Sorry, folks, I heard some crackling that was significant of another failed print. Okay, we've got these. We need our tiny screws, the Torx screws. How many of these do we need? 8. Got 8 of those. Okay. Right side first. And got a hole that will go over our adjustment screw. And then a hole right here, and that's where we're going to put, looks like our first M3-4. It's telling me to do it on both sides. Yes. So one there. Oh, darn you. Torx bit. Torx bit. All right. Now we're going to do the two at the bottom, on the bottom frame here. One on that side, one on this side. All right, that one's not going in. I'm going to have to spin this and see why. Come on, dang it. Did I tell you that trying to get sheet metal to line up sometimes is a pain in the butt? There we go. All right, right side all in. Now for the left side. This is the side where we have two adjustment screws, one up there and the door knocker needs to be pushing through as well. So yeah, in a perfect world, everything would line up like gravy. Sometimes you just need to loosen things back up and let it relax a bit. Howdy meowdy. RC Maniac. How's it going? Where we at? Belt, yep. A lot more sheet steel to screw onto or into, yep. Thanks, Explore the Task. I think it is a pretty printer, yes. This has not been that challenging, Chewy. It is not. There's the two things that messed me up were the front, or not the idlers, but the front bearing blocks, because I was mistaking which hole was going in for the 8mm rods. Once I figured that out, it was pretty easy peasy. Yep, we're getting there. We're getting there. All right, so we need top hat profile 4. All right, so let me go find the other profiles. There's 1. Not there. Ah, there the others are. We got the 4 top hat extrusions here. I'm pretty sure we're going to see some more M34 RT screws. Looks like 8 of them. So there's 8 of those. M34 screws. Okay. M34 4 black screws. We need 4 of those. There's 5 in here, so there's going to be the 4 and the 1 spare. And these are socket head cap screws. How are we doing? That is not really charging worth a crap. That's going there. This is, oh. Let's start getting that one charged. Yeah, we're gonna be pushing it. Hopefully we have enough charge to keep us going. One of these has 2 holes in it. So 3 standard, 1 with 2 holes in it. We'll need 3 rim nuts too. We'll grab those when we need. According to the picture, place the top profile with 2 holes on the flat side. Oh, okay. I see what it's telling me to do. We'll scoot that right there. So here's our 2 flat screws. Tab goes under like that, and we'll do our Torx bit. Okay. Okay. Okay, so do it that way. Do the other 2. Feeling a bit weird. I don't know why it's doing it this way, but we'll follow the directions because that's what we like to do, right? Follow the directions. Yes, Torx. I have not built one of the Prusa enclosures. Okay. Now bring it together and end it out. Okay, that one goes up. You know, I just realized it said M3 4 screws, so I have a feeling they're wanting the socket heads. Dang it. All right, so we'll take these out, put the socket heads in, because we're going to need these to do it when we mount it on the top frame. Because the next thing we'll do is set this up top and do the connection down, I'm sure. Hey, bearded printer. Low power mode. How is that low power? That is plugged in there. That's plugged in there. Maybe I just plugged too many things in. It's like, yeah, nah, dog. Too many things plugged in trying to run at the same time. All right, let me... Let me see if we can't get any more Insta360 footage. Come on. Connect. Join. All right. Oh, I am so angry with myself. I have not been recording at all on the Instacam. Oh my God. Okay. I'm an idiot. So this is going on, and the part with the two holes is on the back side. Okay. So this goes on the outside on all edges, but the back goes on the inside. All others are on the outside. Okay. Okay. And now we're just going to torx everything down, I'm assuming. Yep, yep, yep. Now we're going to screw it all together. Okay. Shipfather, in case no one tells you you're a beast, been lurking since 20 minutes in. Oh man. Yeah, I know. I've been sitting here thinking, oh, I've got it on. No, I just had the camera on. I was never recording. So now I'm mad at myself because I killed a bunch of batteries just having the camera sit there doing nothing. I don't know if that actually does anything right there. So I got those two done. We'll turn this around, get these two done. Ah, yes, back ones do go into tabs, so that's good. Ah. All right, what is going on there? Rear, tab. All right, let me hold on. Is there something funky with the rear or what? Attach the back panel to the top profile with 3 nylon rim nuts. Yeah, I'm trying to put the last 2 in here and it just feels like it's not going in. All right, what the hell? There we go. All right, there we go. That's done. 3 rib nuts. 1, a 2, a 3. Okay. Prepare 4 more tiny screws. Okay. Okay, so this is aligning the rear of the Core XY gantry. So we may have to lift up, push, poke, prod to get everything to line up right. All right, now holes lined up. I see there's one side. Okay. Like I see the threads. Okay, there we go. Just wanted to be difficult. Bring us around. Looks like it's easier to do this side first, so we'll lift up, get that lined up. Okay. For the following steps, please prepare side filament sensor base found in the printed parts package. Oh, the hell is that? Don't know what that was. Filament sensor base. All right, that's the part, but it's not, it's called different. Okay. Cover, filament sensor. Okay. Filament lever, yep. Ferromagnetic ball. Where was the ball I've seen? Right there. Oh, ball, come out and play ball. Ball, ball. There's the ball. Who's got the ball? I've got the ball. And magnets. Manganets. All right. M3x10 screws, sure. I got big magnets and I got small magnets. Which size magnets did I need? I needed 10.62. It's 20.62. So we'll use a 10.62. So on our sensor, we're going to insert one of the magnets into the dedicated opening in the lever. Sounds good enough. I'm assuming vertically. Insert the ball into the corresponding opening on the inside of the sensor base. Ball into the opening in the base. So ball in opening of base. It's all about that base, about that base, about that base. Insert the lever with the magnet towards the ball. Right? So, like that. Okay. And in 310 screw to put everything in place. Yeah, it comes together pretty fast. You want to make sure that the tighten it just a few turns for now, enough to hold it in place. Verify the lever is able to actually move, which it does. All right, that's good. All right, and insert the second magnet in the opening on the sensor base. Just so that it holds. So that they repel each other. Oh, that's not repelling. Oh, man. Come on, you. Whew. Okay. That attracts. That repels. All right, that repels. And that's why I tell you not to put it in all the way. If it attracts and it opens up, then that's not good. You want it to repel. Once you determine the correct magnet orientation, push the magnet all the way in. There we go. So both magnets are all the way in. Everything's moving freely. So yes. Sensor cable. Side filament sensor cable found in the electronics and fasteners bag. Filament sensor cable. And the IR sensor found in the electronics. IR sensor. IR filament sensor. And the filament sensor cover. Yep. Okay. Here we go. 2 and 3/8. In, yeah. Square nut. Two of those. Two by 8 screw. I don't think I've done 2 by 8 screw. Okay, we need one of those. There's two in there. Sweet. Okay, all the parts. Cable, sensor, meet up. The cable can go on there two ways. Ensure the connector is oriented correctly before plugging it in. On Core One, the brown cable must connect to the 5-volt pin. Okay. 5-volt signal are out and ground. Okay. So that's the way we connect the cable. White cable's ground pin. Yep, yep. And we validate that on the back. Maybe we do. Okay. Now, insert the cable into the groove. The black connector should be approximately in the middle of the sensor base. Okay, yeah, so the cable's basically going to go in and then it's all going to double back on itself. Okay, so that's what we're trying to look like. Basically brought the cable in, folded the sensor back and plugged it in. So we'll assume that's basically like strain relief. Use the tiny screw from the bottom to hold the sensor in place. All right, everything seems to be working well. We gotta put the two M3 nuts in here on the base. This is like a sloped angle thing, so these probably are going to be a little bit harder to put in than normal. And you're going to have to push them way in there. All right, there we go. So we're trying to get them in there and there. We got those in. Verify. Holy crap, yes, we can finally put a cover on. We're not going to touch the center screw because the center screw is the pivot pin for the thingamabobber. Hope you like that explanation. It's the pivot pin for our filament sensor. We're just going to drive these in until they're basically right close to flush, and we'll say grinding out at the bottom. All right. Sensor done. Check and check. Now we need the sensor with cable. A collet. And a few zip ties. Okay. Install one zip tie in the marked openings. We'll use it to attach the filament to the underside. Okay. So that's going to be right here. And there's the one. Do we do all three? I don't know. We're going to put the collet in at the back opening. Line her up, pop it in. PTFE tube through collet. Make sure you push the tube all the way in. It is now pushed all the way in. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and get my cable in the zip tie and start getting that ready. Now what they're saying is line this up basically in the middle to figure out our cable length and tighten our zip tie down on the cable. Cut the excess length. Okay. Route it through the dedicated hole in the back, aka route it through the hole, the grommet with everything else. Sweet. There we go. All right. On the back of the printer, guide the cable into the buddy box on the left. And connect it. Okay. Now, we're going to bring this cable, after I fix my grommet yet again. I thought, wow. Okay. So this comes around, goes in the left side. Alrighty. And this goes into the third position. Yes, the one that says filament. Let's see, let's get it behind that, go in there. There we go. Now, it says to bundle our wires together and zip tie them. And we're basically zip tying them right above where those two holes are. So kind of there and there. I actually did those zip ties in two different directions, so we'll see if that bothers me later or not. Okay. Secure the cables in the highest possible position to ensure they clear the two openings in the sheet metal below. Do not over tighten the zip ties or strain the cables too much. Sure thing. I need the electronics box cover found in the printed parts. Got an e-box cover. Nope. Yes. I don't know. Yeah, that's the EI box cover. Couple of M3x10 screws. NF coil found in the electronics chamber package. The NFC coil. Gotcha. What was that? This seems to be spares for right now. Where was the NFC coil? I've seen it. Oz have seen it. NFC coil. Why is that not charging? All right, give me a second, folks. I'm gonna figure out why this stopped charging. It says low battery mode, stop charging, but it says it's 100% on the screen. Now it says 5%. So lost again. I think we're charging again. Okay, so we got the NFC coil parts here. We need a couple of N3x10 screws. The adhesive that's found in the coil. All right, we're going to peel off the yellow protective film from the tape and apply the film to the flat side of the NFC coil. I'm going to assume the side that does not say Prusa NFC coil. Okay. Just like that. Now peel off the 3M layer. To reveal the little sticky double-sided tape. And we're going to install this, face it that way, Prusa with the antenna this way. Not sure if there's anything more than just, hey, get it kind of close there. So we're doing that. And then we're going to put the little antenna connector. Alrighty. I hate these things. They either go on super easy or they're a super pain in the butt. All right, now it looks like it's on. He's on his second wind. That Gerald Chow shows is wearing off. Yep. Hey, Waters, how's it going? Did you see the multicolor TPU benchy I printed through the IFS? I saw a benchy. It didn't look like it was a TPU one. I don't know what I did with it. And a whole bunch of stuff has been moved around. So, yeah, probably not. It's green, gray, white. Okay. All right, now locate the small NFC on the bottom left side of the buddy board and connect the NFC coil to the buddy board. Oh, geez, seriously? Oh. In the middle, like, should have had me put this damn thing on at the very beginning. And yes, I am whining. All right, that went on. I'll stop my whining. No, I won't. I have a feeling that's probably going to go like right there or something. All right, push the M310 screws through the EI box cover. And don't disconnect your cable in the process. Oh wait, too late. So that one's all the way through and barely comes through. Like, let me rephrase that. It does not come through. So either there's an issue with the head, Oh my God. You know what? I'm just going to let it finish. I mean, it doesn't look like there's anything wrong, but it's definitely not. It is not going all the way through. Unless it's sticking on a post. I don't know, we'll see. Sure, the threaded holes in the bottom of the X-Buddy are not obstructed by the cables. That threaded hole, and apparently there's going to be one over here somewhere. And I'm still wondering, because I've got a couple of cables here that haven't been plugged into anything. And, oh yeah, apparently I got a get that moved over so it's out of the way of that hole, which does have a little kind of riser to it. All right, stop pissing me off. I'll have to bring this kind of up and over so it's out of the way. We'll have to put our NFC cable back on because I've already pulled it off. What feels like it's pushing me back? All right, there we go. We'll get that one going. This one should actually work. It's recessed, but I think that actually works because, yep, there's a nub there that it goes around. So there we go, that's good. Our NFC antenna is good to go. All righty. What's next? If you rearrange the cables to allow clear access, align the cover, the opening X-Buddy, route the NFC cable through the space between the Ethernet connector, the PSU power cables, blah, blah, blah. Avoid running it through the Ethernet connector or the power cables. Yeah, that's sure. Yep. Uh-huh. Done. For future Buddy camera users, I don't know. I don't plan on using the camera. I don't plan on using the camera. Yeah, how else will my NFC snack on EMI? Exactly. Okay, we've got a couple of panels. That's a screen and another screen. some of those things. I mean, we're getting down to brass tacks here. We've got this sheet metal back cover found in the metal parts 2. Oh, I've got like a whole other metal parts package I haven't opened up yet. Give me a second, folks. I'll be right back. Knife, 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 knife. Kniff. Woohoo. All right, we got our part. Hey, thanks for the 100 biddies, Jedi Spidey. Luke's next wrap at him. Knife, 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 knife. Yep. Hype it up, hype it up, hype it up. All right, we got these. We need some more of our N3 4 RT screws. I think that's 8. Maybe, we'll see. Why the hell are those M3 by 10s there? I don't know. Who knows? Organize the cables in the buddy box. Okay, I'm still, I've missed something somewhere. What do we got? Bear with me, folks. I got to figure out what these two cables are. Awesome. One's the light, one's the door sensor. Damn. Oh. I think that one's the... All right, give me a second. I'm going to have to... Dang it, stop that. What might I'll be missing? 1, 2, gap. 1, 2, those up there. Okay. Be the LED, and the LED black red. So black red should be our LED from the front, I believe. And then we'll also have the door sensor. Come on, connector. Thank you. Public can, pub can. And the white and whatever goes down and goes over there, and that is the door sensor then. Okay. Now, tidy up the wires, which means play with zip ties. Yes. Tidy up wires, play with zip ties. Ah. So close, so close, so close. Tidying up some zip ties here. Well, yeah. Tidying up some wires by doing zip ties. Okay. Then we're going to put this cover on. Making sure that it does not hit anything it's not supposed to. Okay. And we're doing our thingamabobbers. Avoid pinching the cables. Double check the NSC coil cable positions. Yep. It's out the way. So we're going to go ahead and close up the back panel. All right. There we go. And I have a feeling this is going to cover stuff up here. Hey, look. line the rear cover so that the cables run through the tray. Okay, so through the tray. And that's why we zip tied those up high, is because we're going to come from the inside and go into place the rear sheet metal into the recess. Okay. There are 4 tabs that should engage into the printer's chassis. Oh, why yes, just like that. Okay. And then we're doing the Torx from the inside of the printer. Sweet. On either side of the rear lead screw. All right, that cover's secure. So everything's buttoned up in the back and looking nice. Coughing to wake you up, yeah. All right, right side sheet found in the metal parts. The correct side can be easily identified by the screw openings in the middle. Okay. Screw holes in the middle. Okay. We need M3 8RT screws. M3 8RT screws. M3 8RT, I need 4. That's a little bit more than 4. Okay, we got those 4. And we got a spool. We're going to take the spool holder. Yep. And it's got little divots that will go into the metal part to line it up. Let's sit on that? Probably not. Awesome. Line it up. Fine. Be that way. Why? What did I do to you? while keeping it in position. Secure it with screws. Yeah, easier said than done. Yep, doing side plates. This is the right side with the spool holder. All right, one side or one piece is on, should make it easier to get the others. All right, let's hope it's just the receiver, and I've got a little bit left on, nope, really don't. So as soon as we lose it again, I'll have to jump the other one over to a battery pack. So thanks for saying something. Hey, Lincoln S. Stern, welcome in. Okay, so that, do some screws. We did some screwing. Okay. Okay. Now we need the side handle and the printed parts. Side handle, printed part. Or not, I think I'm out of printed parts. printed part. Oh, there's side handles. Side handles, printed parts. Says one. I've got two. Okay, one. M38 RT screws. Yeah, we had those before. M38 RT. We need a pair of those. Collet. Okay. And a short length of PTFE tube found in the hinges parts bag. Yep. Got that too. All right. Folks, give me a second. I can't sit here and watch this continue to fail and kill a spool of filament. Okay. So I think we got everything there. Oh, bunch of nylon rivets. Okay. Handle time. Collet. And at an angle. It's always fun. All right. There we go. Putting the collet in at an angle. Put it in all the way. All the way. Okay, now we're going to place the right-hand side metal sheet assembly. Sure the U-shaped cutouts are facing upwards. U-shaped cutout facing upward, I think. Oh, U-shape. These U-shape are facing upward. Okay. Attach the right handle. Attach the right handle to the right metal sheet. Okay. Hold panel. Handle. I'm like, what is this thing telling me to do? So we're going to grab U-shapes up, grab handle. Not sure which way the handle actually goes though. Okay. Yeah, I do. So we're going to put that Torx bit in there, push it in the hole. I'm going to go through the metal plate. So it's pushed through. And attach I see. I see. I see, but I do not know. All right, there we go. That went through. The nut must remain free to move. Okay, there we go. I got the one side on, now I'm trying to get the other side on. It's pretty much, doing it blind. I'm trying. All right, got it. Okay. Whew. All right. Secure the sheet with a bunch of these nylon thingies. I mean, I guess these nylon rivets are going to work and hopefully reduce the amount of like effort and stuff, because I would assume that you're going to have to take these out at some point to do any work or mods on this. And I'm hoping that they're a little bit easier to work with than like, oh, hey, let me pull 20 screws off of a panel and, you know, then put 20 screws back on panel and, but we'll see. I'm assuming too that we're probably going to have a few of extras of these. Oh, the PTFE tube. Insert the short length of PTFE tube into the collet. And push it all the way in. Whoop, don't bend it, but push it all the way in. There we go. We should now have a filament path all the way through. Side handle, M3 5RT screws. M3 5RT screws? M3 5RT. 8 nuts. Hey, 5RT, they're in here. I need 2. There's 12. Okay. M3 5RT times 2, and then a bunch of those nylon rivets. And we're going to do the left side of the printer now. Oh. I'm going to say the U's go up. So you want me to install align the handle, attach the handle. Oh, yay. I can do this like out here without having to like lose my mind. I say that, and then I'm like, all right, what's going on here? All right. Nylon rivets for the win. Really? Now we're going to play this game, eh? really? Oh. Oh. Getting there, getting there, getting there. One more, one more. There we go. I have no idea what the hell that is. Okay. Panel on, yes. Hey, gummies. We get more gummies. Awesome. Now what's up? Ah, Flexi package. Last actual package of unopened parts. Hey, Waters, are you working tomorrow? Because I'm like just debating leaving a mess and saying the hell with it. Okay. Top grate. Top panel. Okay, so we need some nylock nuts, insulating inserts. We're doing repeal stuff. Okay, so we got that. We need, what was it? Lock nuts, 3 type. So there's 3 lock nuts. We need the insulating inserts. What do they mean by insulating inserts? Not that. I mean, that's got, oh yeah, that's them. Insulating inserts. Basically little stepped washers. All right, what is complaining? Huh. Camera go down again? Come on. What's the guy have to do? Oh well. We're done with that then. M3 by 10 RT screws. Started with a box, we'll end with a box. That is true. One was a box of parts and one will be a printer that makes parts though. Ah. Like, I don't want to get fingers all over it, but I'm going to, so I don't know why I'm screwing around with it. Okay. Peel. We peeled. Lay the top cover on the printer with the vents towards the front. Okay. Yep, bolts align. All right. Now run 3 M3 by 10 T screws or RT screws through the insulating inserts. 10 RT, I need 3. Run them through the insulating inserts. And insert them through the 3 slot openings in the vent. Okay. Slot, slot, slot. Probably gonna turn this thing around so I can get to it. Line the vent cover with the screw ends on the bottom. Hand tighten the lock nuts and the bolts, the cover in place. Awesome. So I don't know why we were told to do this on the printer. So it tells me it's been easier to do standing on the side on the table than trying to do it this way. Okay. Tighten the screws while holding the nuts until just until snug, then back up 1 turn. Yeah. See, I think this would be easier to just do kind of like this.